Yeah, there you go. So you were saying the claymation.
Oh, yeah, the claymation, the puppet work that Ray Harryhausen does is all absolute keen. I love that stuff. I could quite happily watch like hours upon hours of people fighting dumb skeletons.
Hello, everybody.
Yes. Oh, yes. We should say hello because greetings and salutations and all that shit. And
a couple things to say if the previous conversation didn't make sense. Spoon was just streaming RoboCop 2 to V's server, which is why we're starting when we're starting. We couldn't stream yesterday because we wanted Bill on to talk about Harry Potter. If we go over, we usually do an extra stream on Saturday. But Bill was DMing. He DMs on Saturday night, so he couldn't do it. So now I have to apologize at the start because now we are streaming directly on top of Adam and Sitch, which I don't like to do. And so I'm sorry. And so there's all my L's and molds and seething and coping. Thank you all for showing up anyway, because we didn't get to actually talking about Harry Potter and then on Wednesday's show. And then just today, I got a chance to listen to James Lindsay's interview that he did about 6 days ago with Benjamin Boyce, who I've also been on Benjamin's show. Benjamin's a really cool guy. It's always two cool people to have together talking about stuff, because if you're not familiar with who Benjamin Boyce is, he was involved, studied under Eric Weinstein, who was the professor at Evergreen State College. Yes.
That explains a lot.
Yeah, so so really cool to see them together. However, and I liked a whole bunch of the conversation, but like the midway point
with Sargon.
Oh no! it's just and it's not gonna do it. It is just the night. Okay. Yeah. Oh my god.
See, this is why we need to have all the autism up front to wait out the rest of the streams. You know, Adam and Sitch, because they'll be going for like the next bloody fortnight knowing them.
Right. Well,
this is the capitalist market. There's like 5 people streaming at any given time. So
why not though? So yeah,
you have to do a good
your
show.
Stream.
And definitely not watch any of those other people, because they're all bad, evil, horrible people, because that's how I'm going to do my capitalism. I will badmouth my competition because it's fair game.
Exactly.
Yeah. Oh, and
do you want to watch godless heathens like those other streams, or do you want to watch us?
Yeah, well, I mean, it is what it is. It wouldn't be the first time this has happened to us over the last year. Some days, there's just some days where things are packed. Like, Adam and Sitch always stream on this day, but I had no idea Sargon and Arch are about to go on. Well, I guess
I just like doing
Arch. I don't know when Arch always. I don't know if he has a consistent date.
Arch streams like whenever the hell he feels.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So, well, we're doing that right now. But Sandrook, yeah, I know that Lindsay and Boyce have streamed many times in the past. But that's why I like to hear those two guys talk. But NRX came up in this most recent one because
and
obviously
we are
on Wednesday,
not amused.
I don't know if I'm not amused. I think I'm just kind of confused. I don't completely. Well, not completely. I don't at all. I think agree with Dr. Lindsay's portrayal of
gins. I'll be infused.
NRX, and then it will be infused. I really don't think I agree with Dr. Lindsay's interpretation of NRX. So there's a part like right in the middle where he talks about neo-reactionary stuff, and I wanted to watch that later. But Bill, I don't think you have much that you would have to say about. Particularly,
not really my wheelhouse, I'm afraid.
No, you really want to stay until the part afterwards where he starts talking about Gnosticism, Hermeticism, and Rosicrucianism, don't you?
Gnosticism is cringe.
Gnosticism is weird. I find it fascinating, though, but I really haven't been interested in just studying it in general as an idea, and Hermeticism, but then also seeing what Dr. Lindsay's been doing of seeing how it's like the theosophical basis for leftist, particularly modern leftist thought has been really interesting because
Aiden, that one of the things in the chat that has like Asian letters in their name, how do you pronounce that?
It's too many kanji that I don't know. There is a no in it in the middle, but there's too many kanji for me.
Because the reason I say that is because I also saw his bit about NRX being collectivist, and I went,
that's confusing.
That's confusing. How?
Right.
How did you? How? That's strange.
Yeah.
The
I
idea
think
that Molbach isn't an individualist to me is weird.
His name is Gi Mizukagami no Yokaire. So, yokai spirit of Gimizu Kagami. I don't really know what it means. Even I don't.
He recommends reading Hopper, who is an
anarchist.
It's a book.
Okay. I don't know if is it a book or is it just a title?
I don't know. But do you not think that's weird? Is that the main book that always Moberg tells people to read is Hans Hermann Hoppe, and Hoppe's an anarchist.
Mm-hmm.
It's really weird to be like, oh yeah, I'm a collectivist, so I'm going to tell you to read an anarchist.
He's an anarcho-capitalist, yeah.
Yes. But the main thing he rails against is the state. And then here comes a person that just says, well, you can't have no state, but if we're going to have a state, let's have a monarchy, because that's one's the most functional.
That's exactly the position I came to.
Yes.
Through that same, and through also because by reading Kunat Lenin and James Burnham and a lot of other scholars, you also come to, because I am a libertarian, and it's like, well, how do you protect libertarian ideas and liberty? You need to have some sort of overarching state, and the difference between a monarchy and a democratic system is the democratic system is there's no longitudinal accountability. That person can leave or just destroy the system pretty much at any time and not necessarily be held accountable. Whereas the monarch, it not only is their head going to go on a chopping block.
And Aiden.
We're supposed to talk about Harry Potter.
Yes.
All right, real quick before we talk about Harry Potter, though, Gary Thomas for 5 says, "Hey y'all, been meaning to ask what you people think. What we think of people who hate the U.S. hegemony, which I don't like either. Same, and yet simp for Russia and China. Thoughts? Yeah." Okay, on the simping for Russia side, I would say that has been overused as a cudgel and cope of if you're saying something that is being critical of U.S. political hegemony, the obvious
go-to is
attack
you must
vector.
like the other two.
Yeah, which is just an ad hoc.
The enemy of the enemy is my friend kind of distinction.
Right. So I don't agree with that. There are people who would legitimately simp for Russia and China, and I think that's kind of pathetic.
I think China, which is a collapsing state at this point.
China is a collapsing state, so what are you doing, bro?
I like when people say, oh, look, the CCP is the prerequisite to the World Economic Forum stuff. It's like, yeah, that's not going to work. They don't have the numbers to pull that off.
Well, they don't. I mean, they fudge all their numbers. You can't believe anything that comes out of the CCP.
The only thing propping up the economy at this point, since the one-child system has completely destroyed the entire population, is the fact that in order to get anything out of Russia, you have to go through them as a go-between now.
Yeah. Well, right.
Embargoes don't work, boys and girls.
No.
I got a family history a mile long that will prove that.
Oh, gee, I don't know how many hundreds of years of history do we have to prove that embargoes really don't work longitudinally.
Tack on a bunch of extra money that
or
needs to be paid.
Pisses people
usually
off.
to the person that you hate allies.
Yeah.
Who are probably not like if it weren't for a great deal of these embargoes, like China probably would have collapsed years ago.
No.
Right.
All the people that go like, hey, look, we're going to embargo Russia to really teach Russia a lesson. Hey, look, India just got a massive pile of oil and gas. Where did they possibly get that one from? And then, oh yeah, we can buy this at a rate of like 5 times what we normally would pay. And where did you get this from? Don't ask. But here you go. Here's the supply you need. And then Russia.
Where'd all that money come from?
Russia's sitting there like 2, 3, 5 million from the fucking stupid Americans.
I mean, it's just
they floated the ruble on gold standard now, so there's no stopping now.
Yeah, and the ruble is actually stabilized.
Yeah,
almost like the gold standard works.
Strongest it's ever been.
We've been telling you this.
Russia's been studying Austrian economics. Holy fuck.
Based. The former Soviets study Austrian economics.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Meanwhile, our dumbass politicians study fucking Keynesian and things that still works. Cringe.
I mean, not all Austrianism isn't perfect, but it sure beats out Keynesianism. Keems.
Well, I like the Austrians, just not when they employ the small mustache man. But other than that, the Austrians are like pretty fucking based. Mulberg describes himself as an Austrian extremist.
Shall we talk about the Hogwarts Legacy controversy explained?
Welcome to Hogwarts.
Welcome, yes. Which I mean, what was it on Steam? I don't think I have it saved. I did it the other day, where some of the tags for this new Hogwarts game on Steam were like ethnic genocide. Was one.
Lucky.
So let me see if it's still up. Hang on. I think they changed. Oh no! It was they weren't real tags because the way it was is that of course you can tag the game with whatever the fuck you want on Steam. So people were putting in tags like neo-Nazi and ethnic genocide, and then taking screenshots of it and posting to Twitter and being like, "Wow, look, this game they're not even lying about what it is," and it's like. I mean, nice self-report, ding dong. Like,
Ah, I see. You appear to drink paint.
Well,
Good to know.
I mean, as usual, I still haven't bought it yet, but I am gonna buy it. I think that you get something if you pre-order it. It's February
Yeah,
10th.
I saw someone on Twitter just said, "You support transphobia if you pre-order and buy this game." Like, I will pre-order it and buy it immediately just based on you saying that.
This game could come out and be complete shit, and they'll still make their money. What happens if that happens? They realize that as long as you pander, so like quietly pander to the base market, you're guaranteed a profit.
It's
Because
not
the
even
people who are on the
pandering
right
to the
wing
base
actually
market.
have fucking money.
But I mean, that is true. But it also, although, you know what, I'm glad we're not talking about tonight, and I'm not going to get into, but just going to bring it up because there's no way we don't talk about it on Wednesday, is the utter stupid kerfuffle between the Daily Wire and Steven Crowder. Speaking of right-wing money.
I still have to do a video on that.
My solicitor is in the wings informing me that I don't have an opinion on this matter and that we should move swiftly on.
Yeah.
Yes. Hasselhopper for 5 though says, real quick, remember everyone, don't buy Atomic Heart when it comes out or you're directly paying for Russian bombs earmarked for Ukrainian orphanages. I mean, I'm not familiar with Atomic Heart.
I want.
Have you heard of it, Bill?
Atomic Heart is like atom punk, like Russian styled game that has the really, really, really hornily designed female robots.
Oh, I see what you're talking about with the horny female robot.
Okay, send me this. I want to know what Bill's talking about.
Like the
of course.
The camera angles in this game that we've seen are downright clinical.
Yeah.
This might actually make Nier Automata.
Nah, it's not Nier Automata tier.
It's way hornier than even that.
Oh my god, it's like if Undoom's avatar had females.
Oh shit, it is. It's sexy female. Stupid sexy female Undoomed.
This is totally female Undoomed. Just look at that. It fucking is.
Stupid sexy female Undoomed.
You can't see it now, can you?
No, I can't, and I don't like it. Thanks a lot.
You're welcome.
I will tell you, they get downright clinical with these robots. Like, it's aggressive.
Bruh. Well.
Yes. And also, you can ask Aiden. I had actually had an extremely neutral take on the Daily Wire and Steven Crowder.
Yeah, I think anyone reasonable has a neutral take on it because it's a lot of.
There's reasonable people on the right.
Yeah,
even on the right has fucking morons. Like, some of the people's opinions I've seen, like, you guys are like hating the Daily Wire. Like, there's perfectly good reasons to hate the Daily Wire, but this is this is not one of them.
It's just.
I don't like to say that.
I'll summarize it. Let's move on to Hogwarts. It's cringe. It's cringe.
My take?
No. The whole the whole conflict
battle
is cringe.
Yes, it is.
And it's a couple of millionaires arguing back and forth. Over, to be fair, like I'm not talking about it anymore. I agree with Crowder's on principle about the protecting.
Everyone tune in Wednesday for that episode.
Yeah.
All right, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it.
Ben Shapiro, who's it's money. Yeah.
My solicitor.
I don't even think Ben's really involved in it.
Now,
okay, all right. Okay, Hogwarts Legacy. I have this beautiful article up here from the Mary Sue, which everyone knows to be the pinnacle of journalism. And I wanted to bring this up because I couldn't find the articles that I had up before on Wednesday. But the Mary Sue is truly awful. I didn't even have to look for what I was looking. I didn't even bother looking for what I had on Wednesday because the Mary Sue is losing their minds over this. So I thought we'd read some of the. I think really we wanted Bill here because Bill and I like to talk about Hogwarts or excuse me, about Harry Potter as an idea a lot.
It's fascinating. It's a shame that we never see anything cool about it.
It is a fascinating setting because it's so. What would you call it? Like. It's so silly and bizarre in many ways. Not thought out.
Everyone says, I would say it's like it would not be out of place in a Terry Gilliam was going to be the director for the first film, and he really should have been because the films are kind of there, to be really honest. And it's very in keeping with Gilliam's style. It's very it's very well fleshed out, but not in ways that make a whole lot of sense. And that leads to a situation where they're incredibly hilarious. You can make up stuff in your head that is just is in keeping with the saying, but is hilarious. Like,
right.
After we get the intro here, I'm gonna be reading off a few bits and pieces that are canon.
Yeah.
Because if this is what offends them and not the other weird shit
the real
that is
stuff
in canon to this.
Yeah, so I already see the part where there'll be a good transition. Funnily enough, in the article. So, in February, Warner Bros. Interactive Entertainment will publish Hogwarts Legacy, a single-person open-world action RPG set in the world of Harry Potter. Is announced in September 2020, and I have an article going back where they got the original director of the game fired, or he quit, because they've been bullying. Like, the game's going to come out in like 2 weeks, under 2 weeks now. But they've been bullying this game and everyone involved with it since its announcement. I remember, again, these people also like show up outside of J.K. Rowling's house and try to engage in stochastic terrorism, that phrase they can't stop using. Actual stochastic terrorism. For one thing, the timing was off. Warner Bros. Announced Hogwarts Legacy shortly after Potter creator J.K. Rowling made openly transphobic comments and then doubled down on them. You mean 4 years ago? Shortly after? Wait, what are they citing here? Because, like, what do you mean? Something from... So you're citing something from 2 years ago?
This would have lined up. It's because this one, yeah. The people who menstruate scans.
Oh, the people... Well, yeah, this was... Yeah, she's been saying this that they've said is transphobic for, like, 4 or 5 years.
It did line up with the original...
Oh, I guess that's true, yeah. Right, the Wumbin
Wimpan... This game has been held up by them.
I remember this tweet because it's very, like, Harry Potter languagey. Wumbin, Wimpund, Woomud. She's right, though. I mean, it was stupid. It was stupid then. It's stupid now. Whatever. Yeah, if sex is real, the same sex... This one also... like, try to fight your way out of this paper bag of logic. If sex isn't real, there's no same-sex attraction. How can you be gay if there's no such thing as sex?
Oh, this argument got brought up over the female Space Marines argument. Because people who... that people turned around and called people wanting female Space Marines and called them transphobic and causing a massive infighting, like, cascade. I mean,
that's where they're at with this. It's constant purity spiraling. It's the eternal, never-ending revolution, right?
That's great.
Like, I'm not sure you can really call it a purity spiral anymore. It's just...
No.
It's stuff that would make the Gnostics cringe.
Right.
Like, the kinds of people who are arguing these points, the kinds of people who make me like feel horrible by association because I happen to play Nurgle in Warhammer.
So she posted this stuff in June of 2020, and the game was announced in September. So it was they were closely linked. In which case, maybe Joanne should have held her tweets, but she's not wrong. You know what? No, she should have said, because it's the truth. So don't let these idiots, these sociopaths who ascribe to a true death cult ideology, stop you from saying the truth. If sex isn't real, then the lived reality of women globally is erased. That's another big point. You can't have feminism if sex isn't real. I know and love trans people, but erasing the concept of sex removes it. We've seen these tweets. This is from 2 years ago, 3 years ago. No, not 2. Respect every trans person's right. Like, that's what she says. This is not enough. It's not enough to say I respect you, I love you, but
don't be pushing your fucking luck.
It's interesting that they link to this on this Mary Sue article, because listen to how they describe her here in a moment. How is it transphobic? In the 2 years since, she's become increasingly vocal about her hatred for trans people. Where's the hatred? Did you see any hatred there?
It's specifically...
It's not hatred.
A matter of political discourse and not a matter of personal.
Yeah.
But we can't... It's the irony that these people just do not believe in death of the author.
Well, this is what this article is about, is that they want death of the author, but...
Also the fact that they have, like, there's some artist who's, like, making ultra expensive custom covers and rebindings of the Harry Potter books.
Yeah, I had that...
Rowling's name on it, which, by the way, is a really, really dangerous thing in terms of copyright.
Yeah, I had that in my show notes from before, but
everything on the interior is the same. So the only thing that's changed is the cover, and no one saw perhaps the dramatic irony in this.
Oh.
This was pointed out in a tweet I retweeted in the past. So it's not. This is not.
This is revealed to me in a
thing for me
tweet.
to point out. I'll try and track it down.
But this was, yeah, I didn't know that. But here's the article that, or an article about the thing.
To me in a dream.
But yeah, this is what Bill's talking about. Artist is stripping Rowling's name off Harry Potter books, reselling them to fans who oppose the author's vocal anti-trans rhetoric. Again, here's her anti-trans rhetoric. What? Again, like, is this the worst thing in your life? This is anti-trans. This to me says you don't have any fucking problems, right?
We're friends.
Oh, found it.
This is the height of anti-trans rhetoric to you, saying I love you, but don't erase women, don't erase sex because it means something. In fact, being transgender doesn't make sense if there is no sex. In fact, being a woman feminism doesn't make sense. Being gay doesn't make sense. You scroll it up. Yeah, I've got the oh, so here's the tweet that Bill was talking about. I've got the article about
fresh from Fingers, aka Mike Jazz Penis.
Jazz Penis. I hope the irony of superficially changing the outside of something while the inside stays exactly the same wasn't lost on Shim. Oh, jeez. But yeah, here's what they're doing on here. They are in TikTok. They're taking out the page that has her as the author in it, specifically taking off the actual cover and then just rebinding it and selling it for how much was it? I think they say how much it was. When the article, here it is. You can buy the full set for 1,600 Canadian dollars, or about $1,200 US.
If you happen to have a bunch of Canadian money around, it's not worth its salt.
What an insane amount of money for I mean, how much work
for
is
basic
this?
Rebinding.
This is for all of those books. That's what, maybe an hour of work, maybe two. $1,600 for let's cut it now.
With the craft knife in 5 minutes.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. To do all the books, finish them, do it professionally, an hour, or if you've done it more than once, I'm saying you can probably get pretty good at this pretty quickly. An hour of work, $1,600 an hour. And that's how these people feel like they should be treated, that they're
And that's
so
exactly
important.
why games are being made that support these kinds of people, because you can fart out some shovelware that takes no effort whatsoever. Pretty much you can just asset flip from Unity Store and they'll eat it up as long as it's something to do with their weirdo politics. I mean, look at Zoe Quinn, who's completely fucking talentless and never actually made a game with it assault, and she still got people simping for her. And always will.
It is absolutely embarrassing. But yeah, that's the. I can't. Who would pay for this? I mean, clearly somebody is. I guess so. Oh, you can even.
And boy, this happens, and they then have the temerity to complain about the price point for the game, which is a AAA, like single player, which is rare, action adventure game. And they complain that the price point is £50 for the regular and £60 for the deluxe.
But now, that's totally normal for a brand new game.
For a AAA, that's pretty standard. In fact,
that is standard.
Way higher than that.
It's only what's in the deluxe edition that's not in the So the base game is $60 US. That is, as far as I can remember, for the last 15 years, that's what a new game has cost. They're now charging $70, $80 for new releases. So this is in fact on the way things have been for the last 15 years. Paradigm, not the new version. So let's see, what's in the deluxe edition?
It's about 5 or more than Red Dead Redemption was.
Right. So wait, what's in the deluxe edition? Why can't I see?
Reference, like Melty Blood Type Lumina, which is the new Melty Blood game, is £40 for Melty Blood. A game that has been in like how many different versions of Melted Blood are there now?
Oh my god!
There
must be something else. All it looks like, you get the Onyx Hippogriff mount. She paid $10 extra for a mount. I mean, in a single player game.
Let's have a gander, see if there's any other.
What does it look like?
That's a pre-order bonus. Digital Deluxe is the mount, the Battle Arena, Cosmetic set, Dark Arts Garrison hat, 72 hours early access.
Oh, you're really paying for the early access, aren't you?
Yeah, and some Yeah, mount. It's amount some fancy duds and early access.
Yeah. Yeah, it's that early access. I forgot that that's
not
why
a great
some people were
price point, but if you're a
mega fan,
if you're a mega fan, you're a low ranking
streamer
to get a leg up.
Or if you're a streamer, that's who
that's
for. That's for streamers.
Or if you're in that awkward patch where you want to be an influencer but you haven't gotten high enough rank that you get pre-releases.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I said.
Similar to games you played with an influencer.
Similar to games you played, Monster Hunter World and Greedfall. That's hell of a comparison.
As William Nunya has brought up in the chat, oh god, does anyone else see that article on the side of the screen? Do you mean I love this heartwarming video of a mother eating her child? Yeah, now I see it. Thanks, Mary Sue. Anywho, so this stuff's been going on for forever. So what I wanted to get to, though, to talk about the weird stuff in Harry Potter. Will J.K. Rowling profit from Hogwarts Legacy since she owns the IP? I like how that's their first freaking question. You idiot! No, duh. I mean, she gets royalties from everything with the official Harry Potter label, including Hogwarts Legacy. The game doesn't follow a story written by her, but the website because she created the universe.
You mean the person who wrote this entire thing might get royalties from something that has its name?
Yes.
No fucking shit.
Well, I mean, I guess, these people are commies, so they think that everything should be public domain, unless it's theirs, of course, in which case then
fuck you.
And then fuck you. That translates. I mean, they're not really commies, right? They're
LARPing communists.
LARPing commies.
Yeah, they're basically like AOC.
Yes, that translates to royalties for Rowling, and it's a game. Oh, right. But trans stuff, right? Like that's what that was actually the transition that I wanted to make.
Picture there, returning to a matter of the.
So let's talk about the stuff that everybody is so angry about. J.K. Rowling's a transphobe. J.K. Rowling's a transphobe. Let's talk about the things that are actually, to use the left's verbiage, problematic in Harry Potter.
Shit if she was though.
No, I don't care either. It's funny that I want to talk about it because it's fun. And
you're
it's funny to me.
That means you're normal.
Well, it's funny to me that they get so hung up on stuff she said on Twitter that I don't think is even that weird, but have no problems with any of the other stuff in the Harry Potter world. Because, of course, the basic thing about so many of these people and why they get so worked up about Harry Potter is they have never read another book. I know that that's a meme to say that now, but it's true. That's why this freaks them out so much, because that's the only book they've ever read. And they read it in school when they were 10,
Oh, so it's like a childhood thing for these fuckers.
Yes, but I think also a very key part of it, and this is why I wanted
to build... Until they find out what H.P. Lovecraft thought about certain people.
But this is one of the reasons I wanted Bill to chime in here too, is that I think part of to talk about the weird stuff as well, but I think a major reason why it appeals to this specific type of lunatic is because Harry Potter is a series about you're just a regular loser, and then all of a sudden, by no virtue or merit, you just get given stuff. And it's so funny out of nowhere.
It's an isekai for non-noobs.
Yes, you are elevated into having power, and because they want to be Harry Potter specifically. And it turns out that your family were wizard rich, and you just and an owl will appear outside of your window, and you get to go to magic school and you get to do spells.
Magical ability is simultaneously completely innate and also learned through acumen, despite the fact that it's also completely innate.
Mm-hmm.
So you know what they actually are, based on what you just said. Sorry to interrupt you, Bill. They're basically like the bastard child of an aristocrat that just got found.
That's what they want. That's their dream, right? Like they all want these people. So basically, all of them
exist, and therefore I must get the shit.
Well, it goes back to I
fucking democratic thing.
I am so frequently reminded of that thread on Twitter where it was like, "What will be your job after the revolution?" And they were all teaching children, doing art, writing books. Hemp. I'll be able to, I'll grow the weed farm. Like, it's like, and no one, and then one person says, I guess no one else wants this. I guess I'll have to do some hard labor. I'm not really that educated. And they were like, and they called him a troll and they're like, get out of here. No hard labor.
Capitalism. So we would like to regress to feudalism because I'd like to farm. It's like, nigga, nothing stops you from farming now. No.
There is everything stopping these people from farming. Do you remember the Chaz
Competence?
farm?
Yes, exactly. So we saw what they actually do, right?
Oh, like actually being able, like, there's nothing
The
that
garden
stops you,
for
like,
black folk and their plant allies.
but if you want to learn to farm, like, there's nothing that stops you from that. The main thing that stops you is your own stupidity and being a lazy fuck. But other than that, if you want to farm, fucking farm away, my dude.
Yeah, but if we get everyone gets magic randomly, then they don't actually have to work.
Exactly.
They can just do magic for a living.
Because exactly, like, that's what they all ultimately want. They want to just be given a literal magical gift, where then all their problems go away. They live in a fantasy world. None of it is earned by merit. It's actually given to them by birth.
At least the Japanese
funnily enough,
hit by a fucking truck
at least, but I think that's really why it spoke to so many of them. And I think JK could have never known, even though she's like a lefty herself, that, because I don't think it was intentional, that she was instilling this weird leftist mentality of being just granted something. Because it's one of the reasons why Harry is kind of
magical welfare is what it is.
An annoying character in a way.
Oh my God, it is magical welfare.
Because it is. I mean, like, okay, Harry had it really rough, technically by his own fault. Gay. No, he did have it ready to live under the stairs.
He lived in a cupboard under says a location that in the time period would have been referred to as the glory hole, by the way. It's a term that's fallen out of habit because of other terminology.
Now, to be fair, it's technically Harry's fault, not by his volition.
Living near him is like living by a particularly high-powered reactor or radio mast.
So if you're
it just corrupts your personality by proximity.
I'm not sure how much you know about the Harry Potter series, Spoon. Have you seen
nothing at all?
Really? Okay. You haven't read or seen any of the movies?
Nothing. I know nothing. Characters. Nothing.
Okay. So Harry is a Horcrux, which
a bit like being a religious phylactery.
So which I don't know that's going to help Spoon at all. So that
evil person has
he radiates
their soul everywhere, so
yes.
that they can't die until those things are broken.
So he radiates evil that made his aunt and uncle who adopted him not really. They didn't really have a choice. They just a baby showed up outside of their house, and it made them
magic point until they did.
Yes, and it corrupted them and their son into being terrible, vile people. So when you read the first Harry Potter book and it's like explaining how the Dursleys are so awful and abuse Harry, I mean, obviously it's terrible. But then, like, by the last book, I really think J.K. kind of put that in to absolve the Dursleys a little bit of just how horrible they were, because they should be in prison, in a just world for the way they treated a child. And I think she wrote that in, and it was, I don't know if she had the Horcrux stuff in mind, when writing the first book. Probably not.
Like, there's always a matter of like questions
or any of the subsequent
and lack of reactions. Like, oh, they didn't ever get investigated for child neglect or abuse, even though Harry's turning up to school with bruises and like
wearing like
ancient
sackcloth, essentially.
Basically wearing just above sackcloth and being blatantly malnourished.
Master has given Dobby a cat.
Is this because the Wizarding World is leaning on the authorities? And have they done this before?
Well, why?
Is this going to also mean
they just do a
there is magical Jimmy Savile who is also covering some shit?
Oh, I mean, yeah, they just do a forget spell. They do on the Muggles constantly.
Obliviate is quite easy to learn. It just wipes people's memories. It raises questions about how many wizards are going into the regular world and doing
just
shit.
Erase it, right? Just erasing memories, just manipulating Muggles. Yeah, just completely screwing with them.
Basically,
see,
it's
Spoon,
like that gun from fucking Men in Black.
The neuralizer.
Yeah. See, Spoon, this is where it gets interesting to talk about Harry Potter. When you put you try to put some real world rules on it, it becomes way more interesting to talk about and think. Oh, that's what I mean.
You could have a whole show called Magical Crimes Unit.
Oh yeah. Well, like we were talking about the problem with St. Mungo's as an idea the other day. Of
the psychiatric ward.
So St. Mungo's is the magical psychiatric hospital where they can
regrow bones and limbs.
Yes, they can
basically regenerate you from a single cell almost, but
they can't fix your brain
problems.
So
could you bring up the logo of St. Mungo's, the coat
Oh
arms.
Because
it's something I'd like to point out that is very unwelcome.
Let's look
Very,
at their
very
logo.
unwelcome about St. Mungo's. And I'll need you to.
Oh no! Is it a what? It's a real thing? What?
Well, I would
Did
imagine
I
St.
spell it wrong?
It's probably no, that's correct. St. Mungo's. Harry Potter. There you go.
Oh, here it is. Okay.
Okay, take a quick gander. Okay, they say it's a wand and a bone. That's a fucking ice pick.
Ice pick.
I'm sorry. That is an ice pick. St. Mungo's got up to some shit.
I mean, they probably did. I mean, like they just kept Neville's parents there for how many years before they
15, 16
15 years, something like that.
Like his whole life, pretty much.
Yeah, there's some really messed up stuff in the Harry Potter universe. When you start to think of it, take it outside of the very fantastical way that it's presented in the books, which are really fun, but there's a lot of messed up stuff that happens almost constantly in those books. When you look at, particularly when when you reread it as an adult, you go like, wait a minute, hold up, something ain't right.
Also, there's they mentions they also deal with magically induced maladies and mutations, people with extra limbs and stuff. But permanent residents. There's a list of permanent residents.
Right.
Also,
so
it's in London, so it's even worse.
There's the Longbottoms. But yeah, they say that it's supposed to be a wand and a bone, but it does sure look a lot like an ice pick to me. Just saying.
I can't get over also another thing in this series that people did at least draw up the unwelcome design of the goblins, but
I was about to get into that as it's here on the screen. So
they did also do the lighting in that scene, so it looked like it's wearing a little hat at the back there a little bit.
So So one thing that people have brought up as a criticism of the actual books and movies, and not just JK's tweets, is that the goblins are
banks.
Hook-nosed creatures that run all the banks. And
which group in society could that possibly be?
And routinely throw rebellions.
Yeah, so
I assume this didn't happen when Hadrian was God Emperor.
Oh, apparently that's when the game takes. Here it says the game takes place in the 1800s. So one of the challenges players will face is the Goblin Rebellion, of which there are several mentioned throughout the Harry Potter series. In Hogwarts Legacy, goblins are rebelling against wizards for not being allowed to carry wands and are depicted as the antagonists in that struggle with their. Oh my god. Okay, all right, hang on. Maybe this is why people were posting it as being an anti-Jewish thing. No, you think?
When word reached Rome, Hadrian went mad.
With the rebellion leader, even
I was going to suggest people run the Giuseppe Stromboli meatball percent run through, where you just play it as if you're an Italian American immigrant. I put it to you, people of the chat, people who are going to be buying this game, which is probably a good chunk of you, considering that it doesn't take much to get you motherfuckers to buy something. But please go out there, buy this game, and play as if you were.
What did he mean by this? And just engage in a goblin. Descend upon the goblin banks as Hadrian descended upon Israel. Jerusalem. Goblina delenda est. Oh my god, we're in such big trouble for that one. But that's the hang on, but that's the association they're making.
Yes.
I mean, Joanne didn't why that's the same thing whenever it's oh, there's a violent person that's a stand-in for black people, and I'm like, wait, you what? They'll do media analysis, the lefties will, and be
ask the left,
the people who say the orcs in Lord of the Rings are black.
Yes, are black, and it's wait, why? Oh, because they're violent.
Oh, in Wizards of the Coast, back down on having the flying squirrel monkey people be in the game, because people are saying oh, it's clearly about black people. They got wings.
How are flying squirrel monkeys? But why does he always do this? It's oh, look, a monkey, that must be a black person, and it's why do you keep doing this? You've got
can't
some
be black, by the way.
Why can't the orcs be? Well, first of all, it doesn't make any sense.
Why can they not be black?
Well, the reason why the orcs, I mean, the real reason is that the orcs are foreign invaders, probably. If you're gonna, again, Tolkien hated allegories, so they're not an allegory for anything. But if they were to be representative, the orcs represent, if they were to be, again, Tolkien hated it, representative of the Industrial Revolution and its consequences.
and the corruption of noble English folk, elves in this case, into greedy industrialists who are fueled by nothing but,
Yes,
growth for its own sake.
Well, Tolkien was an environmentalist, an original environmentalist, a pastoralist, I should say. Yeah, if they're anything Boomsday, they're probably supposed to be the Germans, right? So, or something akin to that. But I mean, again, he didn't like allegories. So whenever you say, and I think even I'm, as I'm doing now, often prone to do this, is say, well, the elves are probably like the Welsh, the hobbits are middle, yeah, it's the Shire, like Middle England.
I would say the reason why the orcs can't be black is because they're way too well organized.
Have we ever seen an orc in Lord of the Rings?
Disavow.
Why would you disavow that? That's pretty base, actually.
Have we ever seen them swim? I'm just asking.
Oh, god damn.
Well, last I checked, the Ents were breaking through the dams, and it always seems to be a running thing that they keep like destroying dams and
Riley Robo, you're correct.
And the other
always kills a bunch of orcs.
Riley Robo, you are correct. Orcs are twisted elves specifically.
Yeah.
So right there, they are elves genetically, but they've been warped and twisted by more.
Yes.
But to get to that point, let's read how the Mary Sue actually describes this. Right.
That should be good.
Framing an oppressed species. An oppressed species, the goblins run the banks.
You're not allowed to carry wands because wands are pretty much like. First of all, you don't need a wand to practice magic. You can do it.
No, you don't. We know this perfectly well in the Harry Potter, and particularly magical creatures don't need wands at all. Only humans do.
Yeah, so it's utterly just
pointless
a thing for them.
I mean, it probably enhances. Well, it could enhance their magic, or it could be a status symbol. But I don't know about goblins specifically because we don't know much about them. By the way, like there's not a whole lot that's.
Let's point out at this point in time in the 1800s, they probably wouldn't let most people carry them either.
Yeah, that's true. But also okay, an oppressed
was still killing
species?
people in like the 60s.
An oppressed species again. The goblins have controlled wizard gold for like 1,000 years. I don't. But again, see. Just the fact of me saying that.
Why would you need to have a rebellion if you have complete lockdown on the economics of the region? You could just, negotiate. And again, I reiterate, in this time period, the majority of people were not allowed to carry wands.
See, someone else is writing this, not JK. So we'll have to see like how they frame it. And I think that
the Goblin rebellion of the 1800s was mentioned in the books.
I think it was mentioned, but I don't know how much it was. Elaborated.
Not a great deal.
Lance for 20s. Hey, thank you, man. Says, I can't help but feel that unearned power is very typical trope in both fiction and real life. I mentioned the idea of Abram being an unearned recipient of favor, and fiction has a ton of characters from Harry Potter to Goku. Oh, yeah,
Goku at least trains relentlessly.
Right. Lance previously said that Abram was isekai'd by God into becoming Abraham, changed my mind. So I'm not from... Was Abraham's name before making a covenant with God? That's something even I'm not familiar with, but that would kind of make sense.
Old Testament.
Yep, on that part I'm rusty. Thank you though.
Also, I would like to say this. When it comes to Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z, my favorite character is Yajirobe.
I love Yajirobe
because he didn't need to go step up and run the fade of Vegeta with a sword, but he did.
When he did, that was awesome.
So his ass for it too.
Yeah, M for 2 says, "Wait, I wasn't paying attention. Harry is a whore. You're a whore, Harry." I don't know. What did we say about Harry being a whore? I don't really recall that, but maybe we did. Oh, the whore crux. Oh, whoops.
Which literally means, I believe, whore is usually the prefix for like hoarfrost, continuous or permanent. Crux.
Abram's name was changed to Abraham. Yeah, like Saul to Paul. Yeah, I forgot that part. That I have to reread the Septuagint then. Man, I've studied that in college. It's been a long time. Anyway, back to this framing and oppressed.
Gnosticism. There's plenty of other autistic.
It's not Gnosticism. That's Old Testament. An oppressed species as evil for wanting to freely use their own magic and not be oppressed anymore is honestly gross. I love reading lefty bits because they can't. They're
you realize you can just make a
use
wand,
of language. You can't. You know.
Oh, hang on. Did we just stumble across left-wing people just wanting gun rights?
Oh my god. Here it is. This is the Mary Sue saying that if you don't let people have guns, it's oppressive. Yeah, they could make their own gun. Yeah, they could defend themselves
3D
naturally.
Print the wand.
3D print your wands, lads.
Unicorn horn is just keratin. You could 100% run that into like a PLA reel.
I feel so much whenever I read articles from leftists, I feel so much the line from Spock in Star Trek IV: The Voyage Home where he says, the use of language has changed since our arrival. Double dumbass on you and so on. They use all this language that always sounds like Valley Girl speech. So whenever I arrive at a left-wing article, it's like, I see I've arrived in California.
Oh god, cringe.
But it's true.
Just pointing at someone, lick my balls, just erases them into dust.
Considering the goblins are depicted as hook-nosed, greedy bankers, a staple of anti-Jewish propaganda since the Middle Ages. Well, you're the one bringing it up. No matter how beautiful the graphics or how smooth the gameplay, purchasing Hogwarts Legacy directly supports a studio who continues to perpetuate the caricatures of Jewish people at a time of rising anti-Semitism.
Kanye percent run.
Yeah, this is don't do a Kanye percent run. Someone's gonna do a Kanye percent run.
I already told you to run a Hadrian run. Like,
I know.
It's like Hadrian literally exterminated the Jewish people.
Yeah, I know. Kanye run is before Hadrian run.
It took them millennia to recover.
It literally did. Bruh. So, okay. This was from like a year or two ago where they... sorry?
No, I'm trying to do something here. Fuck.
They forced the lead developer to step down. So this was, again, from March of 2021, so a year and a half, and nearly a year ago, they forced the lead developer to start down. They've been bitching about this for 2 years.
This wasn't a damn thing. Still coming out.
Mm-hmm. Jason Schreier. In recent era, one of the largest video game forums is enacting a total ban on threads for promotional media for the new Harry Potter game in the wake of J.K. Rowling's transphobic views, blah, blah, blah. I absolutely agree that people...
care about.
Yeah, but so this is... Here's the guy. To clarify, I felt absolutely secure in my position. However, he resigned. I wanted to resign for reasons that I will explain in the forthcoming video. I'm in excellent spirits. I made the decision to part ways with Avalanche Software. I have nothing but good things to say about the game, the dev team, and Warner Brothers Games. I will be releasing a YouTube video. Oh my, so many assumptions. No shit. So
translations. I can see this getting hot and steamy in the near future. I'm bouncing before this kills my career.
Right. Now, here's the thing. Again, as of March of last year, Hogwarts Legacy will have trans-inclusive character creation with body, voice, and gender, which wizard all separated.
I'm gonna go like just full on, just white, super straight, blonde haired, blue eyed, oppress every single minority.
But again, this goes back to what I said before: is that's why these same people are so obsessed with the Harry Potter franchise, is because they want to be able to sit at home and do nothing but cry and bitch and moan, and just have something delivered literally into their lap by a magical owl. That says, "I'm gonna give you magical powers, and you're gonna go to wizard school and be able to be better than everybody else." It gets so deeply into the psychology of these people that I'm surprised I didn't really think about it before. That really hits, I think, home to the psyche of these people. That's what they want to happen, and that's why they advocate for what they think communism is, because that's what they think will happen. That the second that the People's Glorious Revolution occurs, then they'll just be able to sit at home and play video games in their masturbatorium all day. No, and somehow that'll make them feel better. No, guess what? Your dopaminergic system is fucking blown out. It's not going to get better for you.
You can go on puberty blockers all you like. It's not going to up your odds of an owl turning up.
Nope. Here, the news story about Hogwarts Legacy's apparent character creation options doesn't go far enough for me. Of course it doesn't, because you can never appease these people. There's no reason to try. There really isn't. There's no reason to appease these people.
Lean in to how dumb the setting is.
All they want to do.
I want Death Eaters in their dumb clan hoods running around causing trouble.
I mean, so were there any other specific examples from Harry Potter that you wanted to bring up? That we could talk about Cho Chang. We could talk about Seamus Finnegan.
Yeah, I'm not sure if she's Korean in the books, but believe she's referred to as at least just generically Asian. The girl with
Don't know if
two
they-
last names. Then again,
Yeah. So
two last names are quite common in other countries. So
yeah, but
that wizards didn't use toilets until like 50 years ago.
yeah,
They just shat themselves and magicked it away.
I don't know. Do they say
That's official.
what her family? I guess I don't know if they actually even say. Like it says they're on the official Harry Potter fandom wiki. It just says they're British. Very British name, but you know. Oh wait, here we go. Etymology. All right, Cho is a common Sinitic and Korean name. Sinitic? Sinitic must be. Chang is a Chinese family name. Sinitic is what it says. So Chang is a Chinese family name depending on the character, meaning prosperous, common, bright, or to sing or chant, unhindered, etc. In Chinese, Cho Chang means melancholy. Oh,
so it's a pun because she's depressed because her boyfriend got murdered.
That's almost assuredly how JK found it or came up with it. Was
same thing every DM does.
Right.
Chinese for melancholy.
Same thing that I do when I come up with character names or whatever for stuff. I just go like, oh, make a pun. Usually I use 2 different languages, but that's just me. You know, I do that all the time.
And if there's one thing we know about Asian folk is that they usually adore puns. These are the Japanese are an indication.
In the Chinese translations of the Harry Potter series, the name Cho Chang is translated into Shang-Qi, Shang-Qio. In most European. I don't speak Chinese. It looks like
it's close enough to Japanese than it is English.
Not even a little bit.
Really?
The written language.
Do you think Japanese is closer to or Chinese is closer to English than it is to Japanese?
Japanese and Chinese share some elements of a written language. They are completely non-mutually intelligible. The way of speaking is totally different. The inflection is totally different. Japanese has a phonetic alphabet as well. Chinese has no phonetic. Chinese is ideographic.
How do I get out of this without sounding racist?
Well, you're the one who has brought up that you got now you've been owned. Now you have been destroyed by facts and logic.
Voldemort is pronounced Voldemort with that T. Voldemort's pet snake is actually a Chinese lady got turned into a snake by a curse.
Right, yeah.
Thanks for deviating the subject, Bill.
So Cho Chang is the point is it's not.
It was implied at one point that the reason Bill Weasley was running around with dragons is that he was trying to fuck one.
What? When was that? Oh, he did have a weird thing about the dragons, to be fair.
It was very implied that he was up to no good. To paraphrase the Marauders map.
To paraphrase the Marauders map. Absolutely up to no good.
He was trying to do the donkey from Shrek maneuver. But, yeah, like the fact that vanish me poop, as Knuckle once said, vanish me poopum. The whole like shitting yourself and just vanishing it with prestidigitation.
What? Oh, this is a good question.
Also, like the massive, completely luxurious, like Roman bath-esque baths and toilets are like massive plot points in almost every book.
Well, they have all these bathrooms. That's where Moody Myrtle is. But do wizards use magic?
The majority of the
to vanish me
non-muggle-born wizards aren't even bothering with them. They're still just shitting themselves. But that also raises some questions as to
Bill,
the kind of people who go to these bathrooms.
Bill, I want you to start over with the vanish me poopum description to explain about the shitting themselves thing, okay? Because you didn't
just pissed or shit themselves and just used prestidigitation and just vanished it. That's it. They clean themselves with magic.
Where are you getting this from, though? Where are you?
Is an official statement from Pottermore.
That's what I wanted you to be explicit about. Thank you.
I will say that there's a lot of fake tweets thanks to college humor. They love making fake J.K. Rowling tweets, like the whole like Hufflepuff group jerk off sessions. That's fake, thankfully.
Yeah.
So the fact that we bought that line for so long, I thought that was real till yesterday.
Ham Sacrifice says, heck, I've got a dark elf drow Variola's name for a species of black widow spider. Yeah, I love doing stuff like that. Loth to Mala. I'm not sure, something ill or bad, I'm guessing Mala. But I don't, let me see. Is it Elvish? What else is problematic in the Harry Potter? I mean, like the vanish me poop thing is a good one, but
Furious Dan, yes, prestidigitation has a duration, but by then you'll have been gone. It'll move position. Also, like the vanish, but yeah, the fact that vanishing exists apparently needs a lot to be praised. A lot for the god of spiders and
this
shit.
elf translator is not like an.
That's not Elvish. It's Drow. It's a different language.
Oh, okay.
What other weird shit was there? There's a lot. It's like a forest for the trees situation.
Okay, so let's just start with my favorite, Seamus Finnegan.
Seamus Finnegan, the
like how
Irish.
Did the IRA not get furious about that character?
The Irish wizard who constantly blows himself up by mistake. I still say that, like, at the last fight, the last fight should have ended with Seamus Finnegan flying in with the flying car.
Just blowing it up.
Just Seamus in a balaclava and the flying car. Chucky-ala. That's still the funniest joke that Dank have made, is the Chucky-ala joke.
That really was. That was so good. Look, Dank made it for us. Well, I mean, he's Scottish. He's not like he won't get in trouble. Okay, hang on. Let me find it. Yeah. Oh, I hope I can find it. I always have to also look up how to spell Chucky-ala.
Also,
it's T. It's got a T in it.
Apparently, Bellatrix Lestrange was up the duff, or pregnant is, with Voldemort's child the whole way through the Deathly Hallows, which means that Mrs. Weasley just straight up ran up on and shot a pregnant lady.
Dang.
With Vada Kedavra, no less, which is a really difficult. You can only really cast that shit if you're at a certain
I found
magical level. Again, which person can cast which magic is really, really sporadic. Some people can't cast it all. Some people have gotten a massive amounts of it. It's not clear whether it's channeling it or if it's like a store of it or.
Sorry.
It's kind of wand.
I found it. Okay, here it is. Sorry. Here it is.
Expelliarmus. Chucky-ala.
I will say that the sidebar on this one suggested is
my god. What did he do after this? I forget.
Starts dancing to come back to now.
Come out, triple like hands, come out.
That's enough of that.
Also, like,
it's violence.
I believe, like, and of course Anthony Goldstein, the only Jewish kid at Hogwarts. Which, to be fair, like, I think God have thought that the majority of Jewish kids would have gone to, like, probably a proprietary Hebrew-based magical school. Because, like,
I don't know if we know that one exists.
Exactly. Well,
it doesn't sound. It looks like, from the sounds of it, no kids in the wizarding world go to school at all before age 10.
They're private tutors.
Maybe.
Well, everyone who is in the wizarding world, one, they're all related to each other, which has its whole other kind of world.
Yes.
I imagine that. And that was the question, like, what happens if you've got a learning disability? Which that's what brought us to looking up.
To look at St. Mungo's. Right.
It was there. And that's how we found the ice picks on the
right.
Like, this raises some very unwelcome questions.
Again, there's a lot of questions about the Harry Potter universe that the more you think, and it's why I don't even think that you can. It's actually not J.K. You know what? No, it is her. She left things so wide open. It's such an interesting world, but there's so little detail because you're all seeing it from Harry's perspective. Harry's an outsider. Things don't get explained to him very often, except for when it's really important.
Harry Potter sure was down to have a slave, wasn't he?
He sure was, wasn't he? Yep.
Like, it's made a joke that Hermione is like, wow, the house elves are slaves.
They are.
This isn't okay. And it's like, oh, Hermione,
they like doing it.
So funny. They like it. They love being slaves. Look at them run around picking cotton for us. They're singing songs and shit.
By the way, okay, again, an actual critique of some stuff in JK's stuff, in her work. That is explained as the reasonable, like, because Ron and Harry are like, Shut up, Hermione. You're being a real wet blanket again. Dobby loves being a slave.
Dobby gets freed and then goes back to being a slave.
I know. Yeah, what was the meme about giving Dobby a gun? I don't remember. Was it giving him a Glock?
Master has given Dobby a Glock.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was.
Also, it's explained that house elves have a hideous amount of magical potential. Like, every single one is at birth, like, as strong as one of the strongest wizards.
Right. That's what I'm. Again,
if they
I would
wanted
assume.
to throw off the shackles,
So that's why I'm
they
assuming.
really could have.
That's why I'm assuming goblins are the same way. We don't get that kind of information about the goblins, as far as I know.
Well, they're an innately magical creature. Like,
Yeah, as 3 of 12 says, they're so neurotic they can't live without masters. And I mean, like, if you want to say that's screwed up and weird, yeah, but I mean, it's a fictional fantasy universe. So
look around the world
again,
currently, and you learn that there's a lot of people like that too.
But it's lefty weirdos who are making these assumptions, right? Like, who are taking that and drawing it towards a real world characterization. When I don't think that's necessarily the case. So here, I don't know if you saw this stuff, but former literal poster child for Hogwarts school choir is boycotting Hogwarts Legacy. You know what my opinion is towards this?
You're gay.
Yeah, and who fucking cares?
Oh, I'm sorry. Hogwarts is a school choir. Like, when and why?
Well, I want to show you some others. Who cares? It's something. Oh, it's at the at Universal Studios. So she was getting paid big bucks. But as a phase character, she was getting paid decent money to work at Universal, like pretty good money. My professor, the one who actually inspired me to change my major to communication studies and therefore set me on my research laden career, was a face or a non-face character at Disney World. He like wore one of the big suits, you know, and even so, he's talked about how they got paid, and also all those stupid rules.
Mad pussy.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what character he played. Probably though. Hopefully not from children. Is that what you were implying? Because that was
no, I just thought that because it's.
Oh, thank God. Okay.
Yeah. Fucking hell. Is that what you thought I was making with that joke?
Well, I mean, like, it's one thing if you're like playing, you know, Gaston. That's a face. Oh, I should probably explain. A face character means your actual face is on display.
In shape, you have to wear the costume, and you have to be able to walk the walk. So
I just realized I've been in a cosplay mindset for so much of my life. I didn't even think to explain what a face character is. Yeah, a face character is somebody who is their face is out. It's the people who dresses like Gaston and Belle or
Gaston
I
famously
don't know.
like
just the one that first came to mind
because he had to rebuff someone who was like he was getting sexually harassed. So
oh, I know. He was that one Gaston who had like I think he was on Instagram or whatever, and people would just show up to basically sexually assault him. Women would show up to like sexually harass him at Disney World. It was crazy.
V was right.
Huh?
Oh, V made that character in fucking the AI.
What character was it?
Gaston.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Like, we made the character in the AI. That's he's made so fucking.
He's made so many. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it was a real thing where the guy
was like extremely sexist, but women still like the fuck out of the guy. He was laughing. It's like, how does he make this character like overly masculine? And the AI think, yeah, women would like that shit. I said he's basically Duke Nukem with a sword.
Yeah. Well, but that's not a weeb thing. The term face character comes specifically out of theme park. That you can't even blame my weebery for that one. That one just comes out of doing cosplay.
That's a phrase
for
that
too
makes
long.
me think of wrestling.
Well, yeah, face versus heel, yeah.
Yeah, face versus heel, yeah.
I have some funny. So instead of buying Hogwarts Legacy, protesters raised over $5,000 by donating the price of the game to trans charity. Wow, this will definitely mean that the game's not going to succeed now, don't you think?
Yeah.
$5,000. $5,000.
There are special editions of games that cost more than that.
Shall we look at I want to bring it up because it's to get exactly how much it's raised. Because I want to look at the.
It must be real rough to be pulling a grift like that of saying, donate the like $50 to $60 price tag to me
now,
instead.
You know also what it's going to fund? Mermaids. The one that has been consistently called out for supporting weird nonsense stuff that keeps getting shut down. That's getting shut down all over the world in different countries. I mean, it's lost most of its support in the UK. I think it's losing support even in Canada now.
Wow, if you're losing support in Canada, you're really fucked.
I know. I think that Mermaids has been is a multinational because they're doing they're doing the trans the kids stuff openly.
Yeah.
They're perhaps the
Nice fight.
worst perpetrator of that.
Also, this
That's
is
who they're
$5,000. That is like
It's
less
almost
than
6,000.
one of their celebrity donators would in like.
Right.
an
So
afternoon.
let's do this. So it's $5,881 divided by 60. We'll use the lower price. Less than 100 people. I'm saying if they had instead bought the game, it's less than 100 people.
Well, the usual response to this was, "Motherfucker, it is a goddamn recession."
Yeah, it was a goddamn recession, and it's less than 100 people. This is less than 100 game sales. Now, why does that matter? Oh, well, I think it's because, whoops, hang on. I think that's because Hogwarts Legacy might just be like the most, it's the #1 selling game on Steam, PS5, and Xbox. So your little protest didn't do jack shit.
They called this the Barbara Streisand effect, I believe.
Yeah.
Yes.
Does it maybe think if you went, hey, look, we're going to protest this fucking game, that a whole bunch of people went, oh, fuck, are you not? We're going to just basically reverse you and buy the shit out of it because it's funny.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if only this was a really good way to sell games.
Yeah.
You know, I
What's the
didn't have this.
conspiracy theory.
I didn't have this put in. But speaking of the Barbara Streisand effect, did you see what happened with the quartering?
The thing with the bitch on Twitter?
Yeah. So I sent that to you, I think. But I didn't hear because I wasn't planning on talking about it. Just
I'm
forgot.
not familiar with the situation.
Okay.
I know Jeremy said he's banned, which is cringe.
Jeremy the Quartering has been banned from Twitter.
He's not going to
because now I can't. No, I don't want to. Actually, I think I could play. I think I could play the video, but it would get the stream. Well, we're going to be on no matter what. But I think we'd be getting taken down, not because of the stream. Excuse me, not because of copyright, but because it's pornographic.
Oh yeah,
Her name's Eliza Blue. That's it, right? So this woman, Eliza Blue.
Oh, the stripper hole.
Yes, Eliza Blue went on like Tim's show a while back. She's been talking about raising awareness about human trafficking, and it's
a whore.
No, well, she's been talking about raising awareness about human trafficking, and then it comes out that
by cosplaying is one. Sorry, is that too mean? That was kind of rough.
I'm trying to be very careful with my words here. From the looks of things, she used to go by the name Eliza Cutt back in the early 2000s, and was a groupie of the band My Chemical Romance. She basically got kicked out because she was trying to get involved with, or did get involved with, but whatever was doing, trying to get involved with one of the members of that band. Years later, while still under, I think, the name Eliza Cutt, she claimed that the member of the band had SA'd her, and then went dark for a little bit. But the whole time that she went kind of dark, she's still posting on social media. She's, posting all over the place. Now she comes out years later and says, at that time, I was being sex trafficked. I've been sold into sex slavery for $500.
Bullshit.
It's now come out, and it's why I don't have an article for this, guys, because no one's really, I think, written this up yet, because it's a breaking story. But she came out as this big advocate against sex trafficking, and that she was sold into slavery. But then this music video comes out that would have been made at the height of her sex slavery, and it's a world star hip hop music video where she's twerking and stuff. And I don't know. It looks like she's a career grifter. And Jeremy from the Quartering, all he did was post a picture from her music video on Twitter, and he's now been banned because she's saying it was exploitation. The video is it's on World Star Hip Hop.
Fucking moron.
It's been on World Star Hip Hop for 6 years. She said she was she said she's friends with Adam Kraler. She was on Tim's show. I don't trust her either now. I mean, it all seems so bizarre. And she's saying she's gonna take legal action.
I don't know how.
And it's
based on what?
I don't know what that this is that they're posting her exploitation. The video is still up on World Star Hip Hop because it was an official rap music video. None of this whole story is making sense. It's really bizarre. I don't trust the whole thing. Also, it seems that she lied about her age, which, like, she's way older than she said she was.
Shitty as fuck.
No, I mean, like, well, obviously, if you're trying to make yourself look like more of a victim than you really are. You know, where did she say she was sex trafficked from? Like, in California.
That part's believable.
But I mean, all throughout, she was being sex trafficked in the United States. That happens, by the way. But the problem is that I think she really potentially caused issues for people believing that. Anywho, sorry, that was an aside. Bill, is there anything else you want to talk about with Harry Potter? You know I love talking about it, so to get away from that depressing subject.
There's a lot of other weird shit just in general. Like, it's all for a start, the very risky maneuver that the Japanese and Australian students have to go to the same school. Must have been the mid-40s, very awkward.
Oh yeah, true.
Oh, and my personal favorite one, you know the tea lady on the Hogwarts Express?
Yeah.
Nice old lady, nice. Quite been there a while, yes, because she's a fucking Wendigo.
Right, yeah.
She's a fucking Wendigo. Full on a Wendigo. Straight up. Used to eat people. Got rehabilitated, got bound to working the... By the way, I'd like to point out the absolute nightmare humanoid you need to be to get someone afflicted with the wind. I'm running this from memory, so I believe she is literally just a full-on Wendigo having a spirit of starvation work the food cart. Is it bit in poor choice? What else are the other ones? I've got like a listing right here of all the other weirdo shit.
Hang on, let's go through it.
Oh, don't forget that at the end of the series, it was very heavily implied that Dolores Umbridge got dragged off by the Centaurs into the woods to be raped to death.
I mean, it certainly seemed that way.
No, I believe in one other like tweet it was mentioned that she actually ended up in Azkaban.
Well, she should have ended up in Azkaban.
Yeah.
Fuck Dolores Umbridge.
Also, everyone that Minerva McGonagall's ever been with romantically has been murdered shortly thereafter.
Oh no, and I love McGonagall. She's my favorite.
The entire Slytherin-Gryffindor feud started back when McGonagall was at school on the Quidditch team, where she got injured in a foul ball incident, and that is intentionally by a Slytherin team. And that's what caused the massive.
It's that recent.
Yes.
I would have assumed, like, from the hatred, I would have assumed that was like a 1,000-year-old feud.
All the house conflict is apparently like the specific feud between Slytherin and Gryffindor is started at when McGonagall was at school.
Okay, so another major problem with Harry Potter is that you have a house that is ostensibly just to funnel all of the evil people into, right?
Well, that's prison.
It is that by
Sigma males get put in one group. Like.
I mean, it's part of the simplicity of the Harry Potter universe that also makes you ask questions. It's like, is that intentional? Is it intentional so that we know where all the dubious ones are?
I like the idea that it's a containment board. I believe the original idea was that it was for the people who are fairly cunning and.
Well, it's supposed to be high cunning, yeah, but
when in reality it just ends up being the group
evil.
They shovel the sociopaths.
The sociopaths, right? Like, because again, so
Salazar Slytherin founded his house whilst everyone else in the room collectively decided we're shoving all the weirdos in that one.
Yeah. So Gryffindor is bravery, right? Or is it honor? I think it's bravery because it's
bravery.
Right? Bravery. Claws is knowledge or
erudition.
Yeah,
Hufflepuff
and
is camaraderie and
friendship.
And close friendship ties. And Slytherin is being a dickhead.
Which is another one of those things where it's like, as a kid, I was like, ew, Hufflepuff's the worst. And as an adult, like, Hufflepuff's the best.
If you, I would not want to have been anyone who's won the Death Eaters after the word about Cedric Diggory came out, because I guarantee you Hufflepuff were rocking around the fucking corridors with bats, beating the shit at people.
I mean, I sure would have. Cedric was, one of the best characters, obviously. Well, I mean,
Yeah, because he was some Chad from like the countryside who just was trying to get on with his life and was just casually excelling at everything.
Oh, let's
He had his
see.
shit together and came from a fairly well-to-do. I think he's from like the Lake District.
It's again like the most interesting thing about Harry Potter to me is to talk about how or think about how this stuff is supposed to work in the modern day. So like cell phones, for example, don't work, or no technology.
Technology like above flintlock doesn't work.
It doesn't work. But certain, well, I mean, unless it's been enchanted, so like the magic car, right? But even that, there's barriers all around Hogwarts.
That's not really the combustion engine doing the heavy lifting.
No, obviously it's the enchantment. Like the car is not doing that by itself. But there's a good question to ask, because when JK was writing this stuff initially, she's writing it in the early 90s, late 80s, I assume, when she comes up with the idea. I don't think it translates to the modern world where like these kids then go home. How would they not post on social media about their time in wizard school? Do you know what I mean?
How do their friends not react to them like being completely out of contact and like over 3/4 of the year?
Because even if you go to boarding school, it's like I go to a really strict boarding school that doesn't allow
so
social media.
A strange thing that ever since they came back from boarding school, they've got a bunch of dumb fucking like. There's a good chance that like more than one person has been mistaken for a Klansman because of this. Like, why does my friend disappear for long periods of time? All their new friends are white. And
No.
Weird robes they gallivant around in.
They do gallivant in all these weird robes. Well, it's another thing that I think speaks to why this series matters so much to this particular group of people is because, again, like, you know, you can be born a wizard and have nobody in your immediate family be a wizard because it's like a recessive gene that can just pop back up at any point in lineage. So, which I think was Hermione's case, right? And there's several students like that where they come from purely Muggle families who have no clue what's going on.
Not a thing just to, you know, assuage the fact that the majority of the wizarding world are horrifically inbred.
Well, that's the whole pure blood stuff. That's the pure blood stuff is exactly as like, we need to engage in a little more inbreeding. So, but that's what they all wish for, right? And that's again why they advocate for their silly, very irrational and not even idealistic, fantastic view of communism.
It's got to be said.
Kind of like it though.
Person is Hagrid, who dresses like someone who is like midway through a LARP and a Bikers conference.
But well, Hagrid can't find any clothes that fits him. He's half giant.
That's the bigger issue. Is that, where did he find?
Literally.
How did he find a motorcycle in his size?
I get the feeling he had that one custom made, and the motorcycle does actually work. Like it drives normally, or it seems to, but it might just be all enchantment.
You can also fly on it as well.
But yeah, it appears to drive normally, like on petrol on the roads.
Yeah. He's got to have that thing checked for MOT.
Oh my god, he can't drive in London anymore because he had to pay the emissions fees.
Like the interaction between the modern world's nightmarishness and the wizarding world would be fucking horrendous.
It's such an interesting timepiece in that way, Harry Potter, right? It totally encapsulates this early 90s stuff that just doesn't exist anymore.
There's an idea for a piece of literature is someone who tries to blag their way into Hogwarts just because the regular world is such a shithole.
So they're just a pure. So they're just a squib, or they're not even
they're not even that. They're just a dude.
Just a dude, just a regular Muggle who's like, nah.
I'm gonna black my way in. I can do this. Someone's like, it's like when people get into.
Well, no. Again, why wouldn't they just obliviate that person then? You know.
Is it bad that my brain went so we need to obliviate this person to cover our tracks? Dude just pulls a gun and just ventilates their head.
And this gun I found.
The fact that that's always been what's fascinated me about Harry Potter is the kinds of people that tabletop game players like my neck of the woods would play in this world would be heinous, absolute abominations.
Again, this is why, Bill, I've talked to you about this in the past, but I would like to do a Harry Potter TTRPG. I don't know if anyone else would be interested in, because then we could get into
There's a 5e setting based on a Magic the Gathering setting that is that, but it's
I know the MTG setting. No, but there's got to be a Harry Potter module that's decent.
His thing. It's very hard to do a module on that because the process of learning it, you need to be quite a low-level character innately. You can't have to go from there.
No. I mean, let's not do Hogwarts. Let's do Harry Potter universe. Do you know what I mean? Like not just going to school, because that's gonna be very boring for an RPG, I think.
Get people who flunked out.
No, adults who have passed. You know.
Going back to the trans thing, people adults who pass. There aren't very fucking many of them.
But I do think that ultimately is why these people are so obsessed with this IP while also hating it, because and it's so funny. I mean, we read
the idea of divorcing work from its author.
We read the supposedly disgusting, sickening transphobic tweets, which is just that I love trans people. I have many trans people who are my friends, but sex exists, biological sex exists. That's the world hideously transphobic thing that J.K. Rowling said, and I for one am happy that this game is like the #1 video game
because everyone
in the
wants,
world.
Like the concept of like I want to go be a wizard is fucking great. Everyone wants to do that, and it's especially
everybody
when
does.
when you funnel it through like the what I would call like the slightly upper class British mindset, which is common to two major things: Harry Potter and Monty Python. And no one's going to be making a Monty Python game.
I would love to play a Monty Python game.
There is a point and click from the 90s.
Yeah, I'm sure. But I think
that's the other thing I almost forgot. The fucking only black dude who's canonically in the series at large is called Kingsley Shacklebolt.
Oh, I forgot about that. Right? Yeah.
Shacklebolt.
Yes,
bruh.
Kingsley Shacklebolt.
The name is totally not shady at all.
I can tell Spoon is bored with this conversation. We've been going for an hour and a half. Shall we move into the?
No.
Are you all right with it?
Yeah. I'm actually
okay.
I'm actually doing a weird thing on the side. Don't ask me what it is.
Playing Tetris?
It's more tedious than that, even.
Oh no!
You're just making it sound more nefarious, too.
You are.
I'm totally not copying something.
Okay. I think though that yeah, everybody wants that to some degree, to find out that they're special and that they get to go do magic. I mean, obviously everybody wants to be able to do magic.
Everyone wants to find out where all the wizards with special needs go.
Yeah, right.
Everyone wants to know what happens when some dude sets up a wooden like a wood turning lathe in his back garden, starts pumping out wands faster than anyone can actually.
But it's the difference between like, oh, I want to play Hogwarts Legacy because I want to play an RPG in this world, and that's because like the Harry Potter games, such as they were I only really played the meme one because I got it for the PS1, the one that I've used the images from in this thumbnail. And I did notice when you said that Curtis Yarvin does look an awful lot like PS1 Snape. Just a little bit. I mean, he looks a lot like PS1 Snape.
Snape, and people got really mad at me.
I mean, now that I looked at it, it was kind of, and then I had to Photoshop it, and I was like, oh, maybe you had a point. In fact, I think you did.
So I'll say this. I think I'll leave this. This will be my new section on the stream. I shall leave it with the closing statement of because the Wizarding World only has one killing curse.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't count Snape's personal spell,
right?
Sectum Sempra, which just severs limbs,
which is not considered
horrific bleeding.
I guess because it's
I assume because it's so new, but they haven't.
That must be why not considered one of the what's the specific terminology? The Forbidden Curse. So the Forbidden Curses, of course, are
killing curse of Avada
Kedavra. Then there's Crucio and
Imperius.
Which
is pain and control, especially. Yeah. The fact that there's no other killing curses and Stupefy just does stun. So instead, whenever any kind of auras or any other magical police show up to a crime scene and there's actual ongoing Dark Wizard scenario, they instead just pummel them with so much non-lethal damage they die.
I guess like
the equivalent is running up. It's like when in the 20s when you used to get like the riot control groups from like companies like the United Fruit Company. Mm-hmm. Busting. So they go in with non-lethal ammunition, which is basically 45 ACP rounds for the Thompson full of buckshot.
Yeah.
You're meant to bounce off the ground.
Yeah.
But instead, in reality,
they just fired them straight at every
single person directly in the mouth.
Precisely.
So the equivalent of is a riot cop today running up, dumping a whole can of mace in someone's face, beating them to death with a baton, or alternately just going up to them with one of those 37mm riot guns and just popping them right in the skull at point blank.
Yeah, Dark Phoenix does bring up we don't know there are no other lethal curses. Of course, again, Snape's spell is obviously very lethal.
Sectum Sempra is fairly well known, but it's
Yeah.
just not legislated against. Even because I guess there are reasons to have it. It's important to have something you can. If someone touches something evil, you can sever the limb to cut it off.
Yeah, but it's
limbs.
and they can regrow limbs, even though it's a painful process. But
it's more the fact that it's like getting hit with a butcher's axe.
Right.
Not the cleaver, the axe.
Does it? Do you think it cauterizes the wound, therefore prevents bleeding out?
I
didn't think so exactly.
Blood
so
time
right.
used.
So yeah, it seems like that's. I mean, why can't one of the limbs be your head?
I don't like Sectum Sempra is one thing. I think it's way more nefarious that Stupefy is used with such proximity and such weight that they use it in the Fantastic Beasts films, and a character gets hit with it so much they explode.
Okay, bruh. Is there a cancer curse? Like, that's the thing is that is kind of the brilliance, I think, of Harry Potter, is that J.K.'s writing, being from Harry's perspective, Harry is an outsider, of course.
Narrow enough.
It's so vague.
So much implied.
It's all implication because it's told from Harry's perspective, who's an outsider, and also Harry is
bright.
He's not that bright. He's kind of a jock. He just doesn't care to learn that much about.
He's dangerously
actual magic,
which makes him really fast on a broom.
Right, which is why he's a good seeker.
Yeah,
but other than that,
and stunted in growth.
Yes,
and he's dumb as a sack of rocks, so he doesn't learn all the fancy shit. Just every now and then a new spell crops up because Hermione learns it.
Yes, it's only because Hermione learns stuff because she's the only one who actually bothers to. And in fact, like it's really heavily implied that Hermione knows so much more than ever even gets brought up in the series.
Yeah, like she knows Newt level stuff, which is like university level magic. In like book 4, I think 4 or 5. Yes, book 5. And I'll say this: like the stuff that is like considered high tier magic, the idea of having a coin that when you hold it a certain way glows and shows a secret message.
Yeah,
that's considered like ultra high tier magic.
Oh, Confringo.
Meanwhile,
the blasting curse. Yeah.
Meanwhile, Ron is over here using Sectum Sempra.
Yeah. So the blasting curse, Confringo.
Confringo, so Flipendo and Incendio.
Flipendo. I mean, that's like Flipendo.
Not back, which is
not Flipendo. What's the Incendio? Is like a
level year one.
Incendio
is like year one. Set
shit on fire.
On fire.
Like year one they learned to set stuff on fire.
You need to be in university to learn how to make a coin that can be used as like an entry into a room. And it's like a secret message. But year one, M2 flamethrower. Right in the face.
Again, it's a fascinating world that is so fascinating because in part that it's told it's ill thought out, which allows everybody else who finds it interesting because there's a bunch of cool ideas there that aren't totally fleshed out, and you can say it's on purpose. I don't really know if it is.
Homora, a spell that opens any lock, is a year one spell.
Right. You just do a little robbery. I have to use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. If you will hold the fort till I get right back, Bill, and then we'll hang off.
So, Spoon,
how did you get into this, by the way?
In terms of
I'm just the story and everything, because like this is like,
I read the books as a child.
Okay, there we go. Because fantasy things is just I was like a weird kid where I had nerdy things, but I liked going outside. Well, I like doing sports, and I like watching sports, but I was still uber nerdy with games. So I was kind of
a sports guy.
Yeah, I think it's because I grew up in a warm country.
Yeah, probably did help things along. I've been Guernsey, mate. It's the weather here is miserable.
Yeah, so I can imagine that is probably one of the reasons why you didn't. Although like I was never built for like contact sports. I did cricket, and it makes me sound so posh. I did cricket and I swam. Yeah. Yeah, but like even in Ireland, like rugby is considered the posh kid sport. Bizarrely enough. Yeah, like of all the sports you can play in rugby, if you play rugby in Ireland, it means like you went to you come from a good family, and you went to a posh school.
There's most of my family boxed instead. But sadly, most of my lot were working so often that wasn't really I couldn't go to one of the clubs and learn because I didn't have the transport.
Yeah, boxing, all this equipment, like NACA kind of sport, but the sport where you need a ball and you smash the shit out of each other. Ooh, that's what rich people play. It's like, okay, I don't quite know how the hell that works, but
I think what was cricket. Our fencing team and rifle shooting teams were quite high up there on the international stage.
fencing. Oh god, yeah, that's
the fencing team. I tried to get into the fencing team, but when your warm up is 1,000 push-ups.
Oh, god,
bro, I wish that's what the fencing team was like. I was friends with all the members of the fencing team. Not friends with.
Team over here was
I knew.
It was run by the school's chaplain, who was a Canadian and nightmare human.
Oh yeah, you told me about that.
O'Reilly from MASH, but was just built for violence.
In my undergrad institution, I knew all the members of the fencing team because it was basically just like the nerd sport. And I know I've told the story before of Karashki, the guy who freaked out over the phrase. I know you know it, Bill, obviously, but I think I've told the stream, and I think I've told you, Spoon, of the guy who I went to college with, who like the first day I met him, he didn't say hello to me. He just went, a really big fat guy, like we're talking way morbidly obese, and instead of saying hello, like shaking my hand, went to the board and wrote that equation that was like women equal time plus money, therefore women are the root of all evil or something. He wrote out that equation.
Just equal problems.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, like it's a funny joke. Hang on, it's a funny joke, but it's kind of an insane thing to do to somebody who just met in person.
A lightsaber on their belt all day.
I'm not joking. He said he wore the lights in his interview with the school paper. He said he wore the lightsaber around to protect women from rapes. He also wore a little. Okay? No, it was really not
Aside
okay,
from being
guy.
A gargantuan fat ass.
But he was a gigantuan fat ass. But he also talked about his sports prowess because he was in the fencing club. He did not wear a fedora. Gang spanker for 20. You are completely incorrect. He wore a Tyrolean, and if you called it a fedora, he would get very upset.
It's always some variation.
It's basically a fedora.
I think the difference is that you guys probably don't have any kind of chance of going to an international competition for fencing, whereas my school's team did routinely every year went to Crystal Palace.
Oh no, that our fencing team did actually. No, he like they did do tournaments and stuff, but his whole thing was that he was the armorer. And so he also still thought he was better than the other members of the fencing team. Even though he didn't fence, he just sat there while everybody else fenced and managed the armory.
I can't. I never heard such wankery in my life. At our school, which is a hoity-toity school in a 500-year-old building, the armor.
Oh right, I've seen it. Okay, Bill's school
full of hockey sticks, and in the corner was the fencing foils that were in a fucking like umbrella stand.
I've seen the school that Bill went to. It looks like Hogwarts. It's as old as Hogwarts, I believe is.
They're about Elizabeth I.
So
to train Protestant priests.
So yeah, Bill went to Hogwarts. There you go.
Those bastards lied to me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Bill. You didn't learn it. You learned some magic, yeah? That was after school.
He learned to make 4 years of his life disappear.
I'm going to make my career prospects disappear.
Oh, there we go.
Oh.
What,
Shall we?
Too real?
Vanish me, Financium.
Bruh. I mean, Bill, if you want to stick around and watch some of this interview.
Nah, I figured that Harry Potter's enough autism for one night. I'll leave you guys to it.
All right. We will watch a little bit of this.
I actually haven't watched this, by the way, so I'm curious as to what James.
Oh, right. You haven't seen this. Okay.
No.
So let me pull up. I have a link up here.
Some of this scene I have. What the fuck are you doing?
Oh, 1 second. I'm trying to find the timestamp.
Is this in the watch together?
It's not in the watch together yet because I got to get the last.
Then, do pardon us while we have this morbidly obese fat fucking bunny on the screen.
What?
Don't ask.
Oh, here.
He looks paranoid because he's just about to be smacked in the head by, it looks like a tiny coconut.
Let's start. Okay. All right. So I actually would highly so Benjamin Boyce, friend of the channel. I think I'm friendly with James Lindsay. We gave him big ups for his with what we covered on Wednesday, but I wasn't familiar with this until today, and James really goes hard against NRX, and he ignored the big Chungus thing. That's what Watch Together inherently puts on the screen. But I was confused by some of the things that James said in this interview, and I sent it to Spoon, and we watched. Well, I watched the whole thing.
He also sounds quite a bit offended, actually.
He seems a little bit offended, and I was confused by that as well. I would say that the first part of this discussion is largely talking about the Oxford kerfuffle that we discussed on Wednesday, and then this NRX topic comes up, and this is where it really changed a little bit. I don't know if we want to get into Hermeticism. It only goes for about 20 minutes, but it's I think it's a lot for you and I to maybe dissect.
Digest, yeah.
Because Dr. Lindsay is such an intelligent person who reads so voraciously, obviously. I mean, he's completely dismantled so many of these ideas of the left and figured out their origin. That I know he's a really intelligent guy, and he clearly is familiar with some ideas of the cathedral. So I would find it, I find it difficult to accept that he is completely like unaware of the kind of things that we believe, and yet his way of describing them here, I believe, is
erroneous.
Very inaccurate. Now, maybe that obviously displays my bias. Both Boone and myself, I think, consider ourselves to be NRX or neo-reactionaries, but we're drawing. I also think that word, it leaves like such a bad taste in so many people's mouths or brains, because the word reactionary implies like violence or something, or people seem to have that implication with reactionary, whereas we're just saying, hey, we need to go like back before the Enlightenment, because the Enlightenment produced a lot of harm. And in fact, something that Dr. Lindsay seems to express in a lot of this, and I don't know how far back we should go. I know where he really starts to go off on NRX, but let's start like about 45 minutes in. I don't know exactly what they're talking about here. The minute where it starts is like 51 minutes in, but this is a really interesting conversation in general. And so I would highly suggest we're just going to watch a little bit of it to watch the entire thing. And also, one, check out Benjamin Boyce's channel. And of course, check out James Lindsay's channel. I would assume you, but if not, because a lot of times out of here, porn bot.
Not shady
but
at all.
but also that he has a lot of interesting things to say about Hermeticism and Gnosticism as being the foundational principles of leftist ideology. So let's see. I'm going to start about here. The NRX stuff really happens around 51 minutes. So if I think it's not the correct area, I'll move forward.
Status structure.
Whoa. Why am I getting... Oh, I see why. That? Yeah.
For the young men. And so they're going to grab...
Whoops. Where am I at? Yeah, 45. Okay, sorry. We'll start here. My bad.
And the ambition that drives them is a resource that any movement would do ill to ignore. The woke harnesses it by creating a bunch of male feminists or castrating a bunch of the men, and literally and actually ideologically too. But you can gain status by being woke. You can't go to a non-woke college. There's no status structure for the young men, and so they're going to gravitate towards. There's got to be an alternative place for young men to exercise their ambition. If you don't give them that because you fear what would come of that, you're leaving that off the table. You're not going to galvanize that base.
No, I agree. And young men have huge opportunities right now.
I just think it's better to just start here so you can see like that. I know everyone here knows that James is a very rational person, but I actually think it's important to start a little early to see that there was a weird switch when the conversation moved to NRX, in my opinion.
To start setting cultural trends that will point us, I think, in the right direction. there's this kind of like very toxic, cycly, you know, simpy, OnlyFans, fake hookup culture or whatever thing. It is incumbent upon young men to start wanting to build families, to build businesses, to build organizations, to build structure around themselves, and to take leadership in that way. I encourage young people and people more broadly. It's, you know, a lot. It's what people consider to be outside of my wheelhouse, but I tell people all the time to read in the Bible the parable of the talents and understand. Start building, start investing, not just investing like money, which I don't even care that much if you do that. You
incredibly good advice.
Start investing in your life. Start developing skills. Put the fucking video game down. Get some real skills. Start learning to do something productive and valuable that you can bring to the table. Start investing in
100%.
another human being. Get in a real relationship. Stop fucking around. These kinds of things are very serious avenues of leadership that will create their own kind of gravity and start to build that hierarchical structure that will supplant the doomsday machine. But those things, I believe, need to develop organically. If they're engineered, or if they're meant to kind of copycat the one ring tyrannical power structure, then they're going to be co-opted, or they're going to turn into something perverse. I'm utterly convinced that what we need is to allow, as Peterson might indicate, that hierarchy needs to grow organically around the idea of value production and competence. And young men are in an opportunity right now, because they're overlooked, like the hobbits in the story, to be able to...
James has been using a lot of Tolkien metaphor, not just in this, but recently he's been using a lot of Tolkien metaphor.
Start actually doing that, to start taking, you know, in the, again, parable of the talents, in the small ways.
Hegel wasn't right about anything wrong. I'm not sure about
that. Leadership roles and responsibility. I'm going to work toward building up my body. I'm going to work toward building up my mind. I'm going to work toward building up a relationship with somebody in a stable, healthy way. That's one small thing, one small, stable step. I'm going to start working on, you know, developing a business that's going to do something productive that needs to be done. Everything doesn't, we're all like, we all grew up on the freaking, I said the video games, we all grew up on the, you know, GoldenEye or whatever, and we're all thinking, or Call of Duty, and we're all thinking about the one-shot, headshot, you know, sniper rifle, and we're like, you're going to take out the WEF, but in reality, what's going to undo that, or what's going to matter most, is having built up small things around you. And then as you've done well with those, letting those expand in the natural, organic ways that they tend to, and then to continue that and continue that and to continue that. And if you get 1 million young men out there who decide they want stability, that they want to invest, they want to return the reward, or get the rewards, the return on investment of a stable structure in homes, and a stable structure in career, and a stable structure in building community, and a stable structure in a relationship that trends toward marriage, etc., you're going to change the world from the grassroots in a real grassroots way.
I want to let that all play for a couple reasons. One, because it's absolutely correct. I agree with Dr. Lindsay like 1,000%. But again, also to illustrate that there's a strange, in my opinion, shift. And we have to have Dr. Lindsay on at some point. All you have to do is just actually like bother me enough to tell me to just message him, because I get, and it's same thing with Moldbug. I want you to message Moldbug because I don't want it to work.
Basically, you think you will spurg in text form when you write something.
I don't think I'd spurg with James, because I've spoken to him a number of times.
But Moldbug, you think you would?
But Moldbug, I think I'd spurg. I don't know why. I just feel like I'd spurg. I feel like
it's like, oh my god, you're my hero. It's like
he's not my hero, but he's someone who I intellectually find to be fascinating.
Yes,
and who I don't.
Probably the smartest person we know.
Well, Dr. Lindsay is way smarter than I am. So yeah, I also
like,
just
Moldbug's level of autism is like next level. And I don't mean that in a negative way. Like he is thinking on a different level as like anyone else I've ever heard. And I don't know, maybe that's why we find him fascinating. Is because
I do find him fascinating, because I'm like, what the fuck? Like, okay, like I've never heard anyone. And you know, Dr. Lindsay's also with his examination of Hermeticism, Gnosticism,
I would like
Rosicrucianism,
I
etc.
would like to get Mulbug and Lindsay to have a conversation. That would be. I think
I don't know if
Mulbug
they
would
have.
take him, to be honest.
I don't know if they have spoken before. I have to look it up because I don't know if they have. But
That'd be
I mean
fascinating.
that would be. I mean, if he could host it, that would be an amazing thing. I feel like well, again, I've never spoken to Curtis, but I do.
I feel like throwing him
James,
against James Lindsay is like unfair as a like.
No, I actually don't think that's unfair. No, I don't think that's unfair. I think that throwing a lot of people, I think throwing like 99% of people into the pit with Moldbug is extremely unfair. But I think that it would be actually, particularly considering this conversation, or what James has to say about NRX, and I do understand where he's coming from, because I feel like it's the exact same criticisms that we've seen from our friends Adam and Sitch and a lot of other people, and it comes from the same place of viewing Americanism as
the ideal.
And you'll see where I'm coming from with this in a moment when he gets to it, as sacrosanct in a way that I know that Dr. Lindsay is too intelligent to have come to as a conclusion if he really worked it through. And again, I'll get to that because I get confused. I've never really seen him have a discussion where I've seen him contradict himself. I'm not trying to suck this guy off a whole lot. I mean, I've known him for a long time. I think he's really smart and I like his work. But I'm going to criticize him. And we sucked him off on Wednesday because we thought his speech was really good. Yeah, I'm using the royal we because it was hilarious and great. But doesn't mean that like 3 days later or 4 days later, I'm not also going to come back and say, oh, but I didn't like this. And I have critiques of this. Not that part. That part I thought was brilliant.
If you try to cook up some bullshit and force it, it's just not going to satisfy that. So, and this is, I think, what people are starving for and have been starving for 30, 40 years. We've talked about, and I think we talked about it like multiple times with different people, about the crisis of authenticity. Well, this is authentic. This is authentic responsibility growing. This is authentic.
Which is order, which is hierarchy.
It is in the capitalist system, though.
But, well, no, in any men, he's talking about men and people finding real things, building. That is order. That is hierarchy. Those are inherently conservative, via the big five personality traits, via Dr. Peterson's research. These are the conservative the moral foundations research. These are the conservative leaning foundational system. And those are things that create society. Leftist society is deconstructive by nature. It always deconstructs. It doesn't build. They call it all deconstruction. Even when they're not deconstructing language to deconstruct it to make it nearly impossible to understand what they're saying without having read. I mean, I do feel for Dr. Lindsay for having read all of their absolute nonsense. I did that for like a couple of videos that I made on CRT back in the day, and I wanted to, in Minecraft, blow my brains out. It's because it's so... Oh, reading their stuff is so difficult. Not in that it's complex. It's that it's
nonsense.
Drowning in intentional obfuscation. Drowning in intentional...
God, yes. Notice how with every leftist conversation I've ever had.
Well, they're using language as a way to
disguise the fact that they're full of shit.
You could call it a disguise. I'd say it's more to one, make themselves more intelligent than they are. That's for like the average scholar, the average poster, I should say. But for the more advanced ones, which is from whom they're learning this verbiage, it is esotericism. It's to make it so that it is this forbidden knowledge, which I think James is right. It's Gnostic. It is the forbidden knowledge.
You know how I describe it? It just sounds terribly wanky.
It is wanky. It is very self auto-masturbatory, right?
Yes.
And
I'm not a fan of that particular kind of
or I guess all masturbatory is automasturbatory, autofellatio. It's all just wanking off, right? Like that's very much of what it is. But the Hermetic philosophy, which is Hermes Trismegistus, is the foundation of modern, such as it is alchemy. That is. So here's what I want to do. By the way, is I think I mentioned this before, but I have two scholars, like actual people who study Gnosticism, Hermeticism, Rosicrucianism, Manichaeism, who I've been wanting to bring on the channel, but then I know, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. If we could have him on to discuss it, because I don't necessarily want to discuss it in the way that Dr. Lindsay's discussing it, although I think he brings up a really, really good idea. Because again, so Hermeticism is the transformation of the self. Gnosticism is the idea that the world is created by an evil god, the demiurge. There is a god above it that's good, but life, such as we know it, is created by the demiurge. And the way that we ascend above this hellscape that is life is to literally ascend into essentially godhood, right? That is not an incorrect way of interpreting Gnostic. Not Christian Gnosticism, but Christian Gnosticism adopts some of these earlier Gnostic ideas. Hermeticism is about the transformation of the body and the soul. So when he talks about some of this stuff and relates it to the modern leftist, particularly, I did get in touch with Dr. Sludge. When he relates this to this modern leftist, particularly transgender leftist, philosophical or theosophical thought, I think he is really hitting on something that's super important and interesting more than anything. So I started looking into this stuff totally apropos, and I didn't know that Dr. Lindsay was looking into it. Just complete serendipity. We started looking into esotericism at about the same time. I was doing it from a purely theological and philosophical perspective. He was doing it from a political one, and I think he's probably onto something. But let's continue, because it gets here in about 2 more minutes.
Structure. It's not some LARPy thing. It's not some,
Well, I mean, it'll grind the LARP off of you if you really embrace it. You're gonna get pounded into this.
You can LARP for so long, and it gets pretty tiring. So, I mean, those are the kinds of pieces. There's real advice for real people on the ground. Like the question that we're tossing around here is really a hard question. It's like, how do you defeat the greatest attempt on tyranny in world history?
Thus far.
That is what we're facing, isn't it? Is it not? And the reason why it is because it's so subversive. It is inherently subversive. This is the greatest, most insidious attempt. I mean, I don't know. Hang on. No. Let me walk that back. I think the greatest attempt, most insidious attempt on tyranny was, Nazis rolling over Poland and massacring. How about that? Putting people in the death camps. That's the most insidious.
No, I think the Soviet Union is worse.
Well, Soviet Union. Yeah, okay. So we have most overtly evil. But
yeah, because you're that evil is very blunt. It's like it's like Huxley's version. It's like it's like Brave New World versus 1984. It's like the one is the brutal physical totalitarianism, and the other one is slaving your mind so you accept it.
That is the difference.
Yeah.
Because this wokeist stuff, is to make you enslave yourself. And I mean, like, obviously killing somebody and preventing them from having any agency because you've murdered them, that completely eliminates any and all human agency. That's very final.
You're gonna drop people into depression if you go with that fucking route, though.
But, no, right. That creates resistance. That creates psychological reactance.
That's why you need people to be happy. Otherwise, if they're just miserable, they will just kill themselves.
No. But this is exactly what Trotsky et al. All spoke about. Is that if you allow people to realize that they're unhappy, that's when then it all falls apart. That's why you need constant revolution. The revolution can never ever stop. And what do we see with the left? They're never happy with anything that they get.
Because they're miserable fuckers.
But like they get everything that they want in terms of new social cultural programs, and then they just act like they didn't win anything and just move on to the next thing and say, "Wow, yes," because this is an ideological war, and it must be fought constantly. Again, Trotsky, Lenin, obviously Marx all spoke about this, and then their newer acolytes, Paulo Freire, as James Lindsay is well want to talk about, whose work is absolutely nightmare, spoke about this as well. They all have that it must be a perpetual, never-ending struggle, and that's
really
how they.
Molbach's point on this that I quite like.
I probably have, but which one are you referring to?
He says reality is the perfect enemy. It always fights back. It can never be defeated, and infinite energy can be expended in unsuccessfully resisting it. That's their.
But this is
That's their whole mindset.
That's their paradigm.
Yes.
It's their entire framework, and that's how they motivate people to be, because they need them to be constantly activated soldiers, as you said.
Yeah.
And
they
it
don't
works.
They don't know peacetime.
It cannot know peacetime.
Which is really weird, because if they're constantly animated, you think if they were to put that into a self rather than a collective goal, they might actually be not miserable fucks.
Well, then they would be doing what Dr. Lindsay just prescribed, which is like, make friends, make connections, improve yourself.
What you really need, and this is going to sound kind of insidious, but you really need is you just need different programming.
Now,
and that's Mulbug's argument, is that if you change the statecraft to a different thing, where like this power apparatus is not available to you because it's monarchy, then
that precise framing of how you said it, that was exactly what James has an issue with. Is that
it's the programming?
Go ahead, because he doesn't want to be controlled by anyone. He's going to explain it here in just a minute. So if you wouldn't mind pressing the button, I'm having which I'm probably going to do a couple more times.
That's like, who the fuck knows? Like, if we knew, those guys would all be in the ocean. Like, Davos wouldn't be there if we knew. Like, there wouldn't have been a meeting this year if we had the roadmap. The last year's would have been the last one, and that would have been that. This year's might be the last one. I don't know.
We'll see what happens with. I think one marker of change will be just how hard Pride Month is going to be jammed down our throats. I think they've kind of Pride months. Yeah, Pride season. We'll see.
Pride season now.
At least June and July, certainly.
Well, once that starts, because I think they overplayed their hand, but who knows? Maybe they have no idea how to not overplay their
full blast June 1 last year, and everybody was like,
I just realized, also pause real quick. I just realized my brain.
They were actually like clamoring out the gate like a few days before that. People were like, well, we got to be the first. We got to be the first. And then monkeypox hit like halfway through.
You're not allowed to say what the M in monkeypox stands for.
There we go. Sorry.
Just real quick, I realized earlier in the stream I said that Eric Weinstein. It's Brett Weinstein. I got them confused. My bad. Brett Weinstein, of course, was the teacher at Evergreen College.
They're both smart as fuck.
I know, and I said Eric. I know, right? So I got the two guys confused, but it was of course Brett. I think so, right? Brett was the professor
at Evergreen.
who instructed Benjamin. So I realized I said that earlier, and I didn't. I don't know if Benjamin's going to watch this, but now I just realized that, like, while I was having to smoke, I was like, oh, shit, I said the wrong Weinstein. So, my bad. Just correcting myself, like, 2 hours later, but sorry, continue.
I don't... is this another nice joke?
No.
Okay.
That was a real, like...
Benjamin did not get a 69 joke earlier.
That's what M-pox, and you can't ask what the M stands for.
Oh, yeah, because of cultural... issues.
It's somehow racist.
Yeah, somehow.
Because people who are racist.
So what you just explained as the counter is the same exact thing that the so-called dissident right neo-reactionary movement
Here we go.
is clamoring for. You have the same value sets as the neo-reactionaries.
No, I don't. That's false.
Okay, so I want to understand.
Doesn't like that.
They're post-liberal. They do
Okay.
not.
No, they're not. Actually, it's the opposite.
They're
it's actually
Enlightenment, James.
We are. Well, no, don't say they. It's we. I hate to use that usually, but I think we have to be pretty clear on our stance here, is that you and I are both would consider ourselves to be dissident right neo-reactionaries, right?
Yes.
So, and that's why I know we're reacting to this, but I'd like to have James on. I'd love to have James talk to Curtis Yarvin. That would be that would be amazing to set that up. I would love to just be a fly in that room. I don't know if they've talked before, but I haven't seen it if they have.
Yeah, that would be interesting. I feel like they're approaching the issues from a very different perspective, because Lindsay's is more, what can you culturally do? Whereas Mulbug's is more, how can you position the state where you don't get cultural entanglement?
Because there's going to be a state.
Yes.
The anarchists,
that's the big thing. If you ever read Mulbug's work is like, how can you focus the state to keep away from the shit? Like, his main thing is like, is power, is how does that, because if you read Mulbug's stuff, you know that's his main thing is how does the state power apparatus screw with the people,
and how do you prevent that? What's the system that's best at preventing it from totally screwing over people?
He wants people to stay the hell away from politics. Like you do not culturally engage, you do not vote. Like the best
how-
thing is to disengage.
I think the
basically.
last 6-7 years have been completely illustrative of Moldbug's hypothesis. Everyone in the last 6-7 years has become hyper politicized. Everybody.
Yes.
You know, like it used to be that, like I remember
Everyone is dead.
But I remember when I was growing up, my dad would sit there watching C-SPAN all day. And like that was, you know, something that like middle-aged guys did. And not everyone watches C-SPAN now, but everybody is tuned into politics. Everyone is politicized now in a way that they just weren't in the 90s. And I don't think that's rosy-tinted nostalgia goggles. I know it's not rosy-tinted nostalgia goggles because I have data to illustrate that it's correct. The amount of people, of course, the number of independents in the United States has shrunk from damn near 50%, 50, 60 years ago to near zero now. It's like 5%, 10% of people, and that's at 10% that both sides seek so badly now because they've created so much partisanship. Yeah. Center has been hollowed out, if it ever did exist, and I don't really know if there is a center, but because center is relative.
Not the way that I've described it.
No, but real quick, while I'm back here now, I want to read. Kizza said this a while back. He said, "Aiden, for £5, he says, Aiden, I can take you to where most of Harry Potter was filmed if you ever come to England. I would like to go back. I really want to go to Stonehenge sometime and to Bath. I really want to go to Bath to go to the
I was in
hot
Stonehenge a
springs.
couple years ago.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Is how touristy is it? I imagine it's pretty horribly touristy.
Not really, actually.
Really? Okay.
Because it's in the middle of nowhere.
That is true, but it's not too far from Bath, which I've wanted to go to, and then my familial home in Wales isn't too far from there, which is Abergavenny. So I'd like to go there and meet with like my cousins who still live there. So yeah, that would be cool. But I want to get in the natural hot springs in Bath. Also, he says, hell, I can take you to Winston's grave as well. That would be awesome. Because whenever, it's not if, whenever I come to England again, I'll let you know for sure. Dark Phoenix 77 for $5 says, Keith Woods has some great videos on the topic of Hermeticism and Gnosticism connects to the woke. I can DM the links. Yeah, certainly send them to me, dude. I'd be interested in that. It's curious that apparently several people have noticed this connection. I became interested in it, like I said, from purely because I was getting back into Christianity and discovering my faith. And I was like, oh, what's all this Gnostic stuff? Let me look into this. And it is more weird and creepy, and you understand why it was considered heretical the more you look into it, right? Anywho.
Not value individual freedom or liberty. They do not.
I don't think you can use the words liberty and freedom interchangeably. And this is a problem that I spoke to you about earlier, right?
I also think that's completely incorrect, by the way.
So,
like
this quote,
look who is the sort of the voice of the dissident right? It's Moldbug. What is Moldbug? He calls himself an extremist Austrian.
Yeah.
Like the Austrians are they're like the foundational thought of libertarianism. So like the idea that guy is not for freedom of the individual is laughable. That's just wrong. So I reject that idea completely because that's nonsense. This
quote is from Professor Butler Schaefer, and he defines the two separately. He says, liberty is a condition that arises from free people. Liberty is a condition that arises from free people living together in society. Liberty is a social condition. Freedom is the inner philosophical and psychological condition. So liberty is as it relates to civics. Freedom is as it relates to the mind and the self. And these two things, I think, need, by nature, not be conflated. I think it's actually quite important to not conflate liberty with freedom. I do not believe they're the same thing.
I like the way that you asked me before, what does it mean to me? And I gave like a TLDR version of what you just said.
Yeah, of that exact quote, yeah.
Holy shit, that's actually right. Because I said the one is what I should be able to do and what I ought to do.
Mm-hmm. And ought is very important.
Yeah, like,
I think what you said more specifically is what I can do, because what you can do is go outside right now and walk into someone else's house and murder them.
And what I should do.
And then what you ought to do, what you should do. And that is liberty versus freedom.
Yeah.
I don't think Kunat Lenin lays that out as well as probably should, because I think he also uses those words interchangeably a bit, but I do think that they are separate constructs that need to be delineated.
You know what is the best people to read if you want to know sort of like the God philosophy of why kings preserve freedom? Is you should read religious works. Like religious works from like the 1700. I'm gonna piss people off here, but like some of the French philosophers of like 1700s. There's one Jean something. He described. It's my favorite somewhere where he described the morality of the absolute monarch, of like what is it that how does the monarch see his subjects, and it's very father-like figure, because if you listen to like 1600s,
well, the natural structure of humanity is hierarchical, right?
Yes, but it's more
with a familial system, and the monarch is only an extension of the familial system.
But the first kings are the fathers of the family.
Yes,
and the father is not a ruthless tyrant. The father is the one that takes care of his family. So
no, you have child, father,
is that kind of
king,
mentality.
God.
Yes, but
this is the natural structure. And I say it's a natural structure because family is, without question, the natural. Well, family at the most. Family is the basic unit of human society.
I spoke to a friend of mine about this, and he's Islamic, and I thought I joked with him because isn't it really weird that we look at politicians in our society, like your presidents, is that we really can't stand our politicians. We hate them. Because we think they're like snakes in the grass, right? And then we look at kings, and kings in our society, in like sort of stories, they're revered as noble figures. But if you say, let's go back to king, and it's like, no, that's instantly a tyrant. It's like, how does a flip come over? How does your stories romanticize them? But if you put them in practice, suddenly they turn into tyrants. Like, where does where does the tale come from then?
It's the American mythos. It's the American mythos has overridden this. Also, something real quick that Dark Phoenix 77 brought up in the chat says ultimately some conflate them with positive and negative liberty, which is another thing I did want to bring up. Freedom to and freedom from. Freedom from is negative liberty. Freedom to is positive liberty.
Security versus liberty, basically.
So even within liberty, which is a civics-based system rather than a philosophical and psychological-based system, or understanding of these two constructs, even under liberty, it's further delineated into positive versus negative liberty, freedom to, freedom from. Thanks for bringing that up, Dark Phoenix, because I did not mention that.
Value that. They are, in fact, opposed to that. We do not have the same value structure. They're collectivists.
No,
so
we're not.
No,
we're not. That's rubbish.
I think maybe part of the problem is well, someone mentioned this in the chat, is that there are a lot of like Wignats who I don't see them use the word NRX, because NRX again was white nationalists.
I've never heard any of them.
No, because they hate. First of all, they hate Moldbug because he's a Jew, and it's like, the people who care about that kind of like the people who are identitarians, who are collectivists, they don't agree with this stuff. In fact, again, the reason why Moldbug arrived at his conclusion and how I arrived at my conclusion of monarchy being the preferable form of government is precisely because I think it's the best way to preserve liberty and to preserve individuality. Because pure freedom results in the exact things that Dr. Lindsay is castigating. I need to have this freedom to be able to mutilate my genitals when I'm 12 years old. It is bizarre to me that I feel that he's. I don't know why he's not.
Do you know why?
I don't know why he's not connected the dots here, because he's clearly studied. Not clearly. I know he's studied this. I listen to his discourses all the time.
Yeah, but like Ramo says in the chat, it's individualist predominantly, but like that's the thing, is that if you look at it the lens of what you can do in a society, not what you should do, but what you can do. Like I said this before, like all the things that you are free to do are bad, but you value them anyway because of the state not using them as a means to control your population. But you still need to have some aspect of restriction on a personal level, because engaging with these bad things is self-destructive. So the freedom is there, but you still need to have some order. And like that's where the freedom comes in. Like if you think of,
there have to be limits on freedom.
Yes. But the boundaries need to be self-enforced via discipline in order to create the order. That's his biggest conception.
I think they should be culturally based on goodness. Now, goodness, of course, is relative, because what a leftist will tell you is good is
why would you do them? Is the thing. That's the thing. There needs to be. You know what
for
I think?
For social hygiene is why.
But I think you know what you need to do. I think you need to make discipline cool. You need to make a decadent fuckwit uncool. You need to make that like something you ridicule and mercilessly mock as a pathetic loser. You need that in your society. Like like all you do is smoke weed and you play games and your fucking room has more jizz in a prison cell. Like that is what you need to demonize and shame.
Well, and one of the things that
someone like Andrew Tate needs to be revered. As much as I hate to say that, but like
he's a character who he maximizes having sex with as many women as possible. That's degenerate.
No, you need some of that in your life.
You don't degeneracy?
Yes. Do you know why?
Why?
I was watching Andrew.
I'm curious.
I was watching Andrew Schultz and whatchamacallit from the Modern Wisdom podcast. Oh fuck, his name is I can see his face now.
Well, you got the podcast name.
Yeah. But he said that you see, Andrew Schultz was talking to one of his buddies, and he just said when he was like a degenerate whore, he's like, my wife better appreciate this one day. And he said, like, what do you mean like that? He said, you know why? Because I don't want to walk with my wife in my 30s and see Brazilian and think, I've never had Brazilian before. That was his mentality. It's like, you have this excessive horniness and you need to purge this from your system in order to, you need to, like, that needs to get out of the way so you don't crave that because you didn't go through it.
Oh, no, I completely disagree with that.
But you're a woman, that's why you disagree.
No. Let me tell you why. Not from a woman's perspective. I'll tell you from a neurological, psychological perspective. When you experience some kind of new high, some new dopaminergic activation, your brain becomes desensitized to it, and it wants the greater high. It's why addiction works. And I can speak to this as an addict. I'm addicted to alcohol. I'm addicted to cigarettes. I'm lucky I could kick cigarettes. I just do that to calm down a little bit. But the alcohol thing's a real issue. That being said,
I can offer a counterpoint.
But that's how I'm telling you, this is how the dopaminergic system in your brain works. Your brain this builds up a tolerance the more and more, and it's exactly how, like, and I can tell you this because I used to be like weird, somewhat addicted to porn in my opinion, and I don't look at porn anymore because when you start to look at pornography, you fall down weird rabbit holes. And I was exposed to pornography by me just looking at the internet. No one exposed me to it. It was just from me dicking around the internet as a child. And I mean, a child, I was like 11 or 12 years old and coming across porn. So by the time I'm like 15, I'm all fucked. Shit I'm looking at is so screwed up. And it took like a long time for me to go like, whoa, let's move that back.
Okay, but, I disagree with the chat on this.
Yeah, clearly. You disagree with me.
Yes, because the chat is looking at this from the perspective of addiction. And I don't think...
It inherently, because...
No. Here's where I disagree. Have you ever played something for so long that you get bored?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the perspective.
Yes, and guess what that does? Then you seek a greater, and that's the exact thing, is that then they seek a greater and greater and greater influence, a greater exposure to something that is more messed up, to something that is more powerful, that's going to reactivate the dopaminergic center, because your dopamine receptors literally get blown out if you activate them too often. And I know that this sounds like not cool, but like I know this doesn't sound fun. But if you are constantly having fun, if you are constantly feeding your dopamine centers, we found this in the mouse experiment, the mouse brain experiment, where they had a button that they could literally press this button. They had electrodes planted inside of their brain. The mouse could push the button over and over again, and it would stimulate the pure dopaminergic center, their pure pleasure center of their brain. Eventually, they just gave up and kind of just died.
No, I disagree with this, because if this was the case, then any guy who's ever been a whore would be utterly incapable of settling down, and that's not true.
I think that we find in the data that the more partners you've had, the far more likely it is that you're going to get divorced, both for men and women, because they're seeking higher dopaminergic release.
Are you sure?
Really, why else would that exist? Why is it that people who have had 0 partners before marriage are vastly, significantly less likely to get divorced?
You don't think that some of them would be bored and look for a thrill?
It goes up legitimately by partner. Every additional partner you have increases the chance that you will get divorced.
Yeah, we're going to come at this from 2 different perspectives. So, this is really weird. Once we disagree on something,
I know
this is unusual. I'm coming at it from a guy's perspective, and I can I can see that. Because I can understand the perspective of you've done the stupid shit and that's out of your system and you don't crave it anymore, because there comes a point where you realize this is kind of toxic, but it's out of my system now, and then you look for the settling down thing. I'm not saying that
why would you're not going to want to,
because you're young and you're stupid. That's why.
Okay, so right. So I think that there's something to be said about experimentation or whatever to a certain degree. But at some point you're going to have to cut that stuff out.
Yes.
You can't keep doing it. I think that
curiosity. That's
look. You know what the thing was that completely ended me looking at porn whatsoever? It's when I almost died. I didn't have any access to porn for months and months. Now I got right back in my alcohol addiction, which I didn't do for months. I almost died, and I was in the hospital and couldn't have access to it. But that cold turkey thing, when I got out, I had no more desire to look at it anymore, and I don't look at it anymore at all, because it doesn't interest me anymore. I mean, I don't know why it interested me even when I was with Bill. I don't know why it interested me even back then. It's because you get into a cycle of just being I just don't look at porn now. You know what I mean?
I think it's a case of people get bored.
No, that's what I mean. Because you're just well, I'm gonna give myself some dopamine, so I'll just go look at porn. People, I used to do it out of boredom too. I think that's what so many people look at pornography out of boredom.
With running through women, I think for many people they were they realize that when
it's
they're
the
young
same thing though.
Yeah, but
because you're bored.
Yeah, again, but if no, it becomes a case that there will be a point where you realize this is kind of toxic. When you're young and you're stupid, you fling your seed around because you're young and horny and that's what you're thinking with.
Yeah.
But the way that I'm not even saying this is good. I'm saying I can understand the logic behind. I'm not advocating for this, by the way, but I can understand where the guy is. Yeah, Augusto just said, it's just sowing your wild oats. The thing is, a woman is don't do this shit because this derails you.
Well, not doing that shit for women makes no evolutionary sense, but also,
but from a guy, we are not.
But
I'm
are
not
you
saying
and
it's
I
good, but I can understand why a guy would think like this.
Sure, but Spoon, are you and I advocating for people to operate off of pure evolutionary propensity and proclivity? No, because it's not healthy for society. In the same way that we would say that, sure, doing whatever the fuck you want. Hang on, listen to me. Doing whatever that you want to be truly free, to exercise your freedom, can do. Might feel very good, but is it ultimately good for society? Just as saying hey, you know what? It would be great if I could vote for my leader because it makes me feel good that I had some input in my society, even though you really didn't.
Do you know why?
But it makes you feel good. It's the same thing. It gives you a brief dopaminergic hit, but it doesn't actually do anything, and it creates a fucked up perspective longitudinally.
Do you know why I somewhat disagree? Because your view of doing no vice whatsoever is utterly unrealistic of human behavior.
I'm not saying do no vice. I'm saying you have to be very, very careful with this stuff on all levels. Yes. I'm not saying do, because people are going to do vice. That's why I don't think it should be I don't think it should be illegal. But there's a difference between me saying it shouldn't be illegal versus it should be societally disencouraged.
Yes, but I'm more on the fact saying that if you're going to do something that's potentially stupid, this is one of the least ones, physically damaging wise.
Wait, sleeping with a bunch of women?
Yes.
That's actually horribly damaging? Do you know why?
Compared to an alcoholic abuse or cigarettes?
No.
I mean, physically.
That's socially, that's way more damaging because that's one more woman who's not a virgin. That's one more woman because when as your kill count goes up, as I said, by the way,
I'm not advocating to become a Tibetan monk. As we know, women are less. It's less with men, right? You're right. Men are still able to pair bond, right? Even if they've been with a bunch of women. But for every woman you fuck, she's less able to pair bond. Do you understand how this is a quid pro quo, right? Are you getting where I'm coming from with that? That every woman that you bone and leave because it doesn't necessarily affect your ability to pair bond affects her ability to pair bond. You get what I mean?
So basically, you need to find sluts and bang only sluts because they're damaged already.
Yes. Then bang only. If that's then bang only sluts. But the problem is that. I mean, really, when we live in this, well, like then women will be incentivized to become. Women will become incentivized to become damaged because they get paid money to do it because they make OnlyFans, and that's. Oh, it's a horrible you see how because women and men are complementary. That even if this doesn't affect men as negatively as it affects women, it inherently does affect women because men are going to be having sex with women, right? So these women are still going to be affected.
I think it's more a problem with modernity than anything else, to be honest.
Of course, it's a problem with modernity. Yeah. I mean, like, I'm not going to say Uncle Ted was right, but Uncle Ted was right.
No, he was definitely right.
Obviously, Uncle Ted.
Maybe the final solution.
So, no. Like, he didn't come up with the right answer. He had the right idea.
Is that his critique had massive amounts of validity. Jesus fucking Christ. His leftism was like, I'm reading Jordan Peterson here, as far as his critique of leftism goes. Final solutions, yes, maybe a bit damaging. I love the word.
No, thanks.
Anything to say that I'm like, yeah, maybe.
But I think Uncle Ted was right with his ideas. He was obviously wrong with his attempted solution.
Yeah, to say the least.
Hitler's ideas were wrong and his solution were wrong, but Uncle Ted at least had a right idea about problems with modernity. Now, I could say that the Third Reich's. Can I say something really fucked up? Are you gonna say that because Germany was in such a bad position that it was inevitable for them to react the way they did? Because I think that probably is correct. Doesn't make it right.
Yeah,
it makes it an understandable reaction.
I don't think the extent's kind of fucked up.
Because obviously it's not right. But like when
but like I can understand if you say like their heart is in the right place in the case of
right.
No,
I don't think their heart was in the right place.
No,
either.
But I mean in the sense of like even Sargon said this. Like yes, the particular small-headed people have an undue influence on society. They feel like it's slipping away. Hold on a second, I'm just finishing.
Go ahead. Okay, sorry.
And this is a potentially damaging influence in society, and they wish to preserve a cultural heritage, and they find this particular group of people are the ones that are currently subverting it. So I can understand from that perspective there is a longing to go back to like a stronger monarchical kind of period.
But guess what? The small-headed people have the right idea. They promote their own. They help their own. I mean, and it's. I think that's completely correct. You help your own family.
Yes, but that is antithetical to the German view. That is their point.
Right. But I don't think that there's anything like people get all upset about Jewish nepotism. I'm like, why? Why do you get upset about Jewish nepotism? Why do you get upset about black nepotism? In fact,
we can't
nobody gets
it. We're monarchists.
The thing is
that that's hereditary.
No, I know. It's like the people at this point in time only get actively in terms of mainstream upsetness about white nepotism, and that is ridiculous. Nepotism is also a part of the natural state of the hierarchy. You want to promote and help your own family. This is the natural state of things. And you can say, oh, just because it's a natural state doesn't mean it's good. Well, it doesn't matter if it's the natural state. It's how evolution created us, which means that going against it is very, very difficult and it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Everybody should work towards the good of their own family. And it doesn't mean, now, by the way, going and hurting somebody else for the good of your family is not included in that, okay? So Jewish people promoting their cousin Moshe up into a position of power because he's your cousin, I don't see what the problem with that is, and I don't see why people get so upset about it. I just wish that no one should be ashamed of doing that, in my opinion. I don't get why it's a problem. I don't get it at all.
Oh, I can tell you why.
Yeah, it's Deckwell says it's maddening is that we're the only ones prevented, and that is the maddening. Any other group is allowed to engage in nepotism besides white people and really white men, and that is the maddening part. I don't think there's any issue with
nepotism. It's a natural and inherent state of humanity to want to promote the good of your own family and genes, because genetics, biology, that's how it works.
Oh, except not now. So, now if you're trying to do that shit, now you're a white nationalist. Which is like the stupidest fucking thing. I saw one guy in a Discord server, and I fucking wanted to tear him. If I had a tear out, I probably would have. But he spoke about like identity, and in a sense that, first of all, this guy's a fucking maniac. He like I can say this to the chat.
You send me the messages these people send to you, and I'm like, woo.
Yes, these people are like completely fucking say. This dude thinks that if you remove all identities in the world, you will remove war.
No, people will find new identities.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I thought like that's a fucking like the stupidest pipe dream I've ever heard.
You talk to people who have absolutely zero understanding of social science to the degree that is actually laughable.
Yes, and that's why.
So social
really funny.
Yeah, Riley Robo, nothing wrong with nepotism as expected from monarchists. What do you expect from monarchists?
Yes.
For real, man. Like, what would you expect from the monarchist chat that we would say nepotism?
Of course.
And there's good and bad nepotism, I guess you could say, but there's nothing wrong, in my opinion, with wanting to promote your own family and help your own. I see nothing wrong with that.
But
whatsoever.
The thing that he said that really pissed me off is he said that identities result in the removal of meritocracy. And I just looked at this motherfucker and thought, what in the crack are you smoking? Like let's just say hypothetically.
When the crack? I wonder what.
Yeah, like I just thought to myself, you do realize if a certain group of people, say some small town in England, wanted to keep the town only white, that's not removing meritocracy. That's like fucking
This has happened in South Africa. Yes.
Yeah, Oranje. Yeah, and meritocracy is actually massively valid because they would like to build something. So yeah, there we go. Case in point. I just don't like people that advocate for fucking stupid ideas.
El Augusto, he says the problem is when you see the bus driver pull up so that their race gets first in line for the bus, and it can cause problems. Absolutely. The problem is that happens no matter what. We see this right now. I mean, look at university admissions, right? University admissions overwhelmingly are set to, at this point, prioritize non-white and non-Asian in the United States and students. They don't want to accept those people because they want to maintain a certain level of and it is maybe nepotistic is the wrong word, but they want to maintain a certain perspective of these people are the ones who should be in power. It's the progressive stack, right? It's an anti-hierarchy, or it is still a hierarchy. It's just a flipped upside down pyramid, right?
Yeah.
That they want to push people who they say have the least, who they say are the most disadvantaged to the top. No, that's not how it actually works, but that's how they try to frame it. They still push the same themselves up to the.
It's ironic that you're doing that. You're actually hyper breeding a special breed of Asians.
Well, Asian people certainly aren't happy with it. Like, they certainly aren't happy with it.
I know, but like the one thing they say is like they require a higher SAT score to get in. So you're basically forcing the top Asians into the society by. So like
you're forcing the top Asian students.
Yeah.
Wait, not the top Asians. You're actually because they'll accept the tippity top.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
You're forcing the slightly below top into positions that they in terms of
yeah. But I'm saying is like your discrimination against
Asians
they're
forcing
actually
them down.
Breeding the top. No, you're not. You're squeezing the absolute best.
In terms of you're talking about evolutionary drive.
Yes. Because if you're saying like you need to like pass this threshold to get in, it's like you are hyper squeezing the absolute best out of this minority.
Right, but that takes an extremely long time for that to happen. I mean, even in terms of regular evolutionary pressures, just if only the smartest Asians within a country, that's still going to take 100 years for that to actually manifest. But that being said, though, you're going to intentionally disadvantage
the people who have
regular Asian people for that entire time, because you are inherently placing them as a race lower on the progressive stack than black people. And that is inherently fucking racist.
And you're also going to get the more Asians hired because the Asians, if you said like, hey, look, there's an Asian person and a black person went to the same school, guess which one you're going to think is smarter? The Asian. Why? Because their score was higher to get in to begin with.
Yeah, but they won't accept them in college. It's really sickening. Kissa for 5 pounds says, Aiden Spoon, in meritocratic systems, progressives and chosen types are nowhere to be seen, which proves they're garbage without political backing. Oh,
Yeah, that is true.
That's not true. No.
You don't
He
think
means
that's
by
true?
chosen types he means Jews.
No, without political backing.
Jewish people, in terms of Ashkenazi Jews, have an average IQ of 110.
That's quite high.
So it's about the same as some East Asians. So no, in meritocratic systems, you still find that that Ashkenazi Jews end up in high positions because they tend to have on average, higher IQ. And not all people, not every single person, it's not a determinant. Not every single person who has a high IQ will become successful, but it is a determinant of success. So because of selective intermarrying, selective exposure within those small Jewish communities that were really, really forced to IQ max, as Abigail says, in Europe, you find a very, very high IQ profile within European Ashkenazi Jews.
Yeah, I wonder
So, isn't that a myth, says Meh? I've heard that it is a myth, but in terms of data that I've seen, it's not.
why.
In terms of
the high IQ.
Because if you look at all Jews together, then including Jews in Israel, then no. But you have to break apart the European Ashkenazi Jews from Jews in Israel, and that's how you get that really high. That's the Ashkenazi Jews that have the 110 IQ or the very high IQ split. It's when you add it into all Jews worldwide, where it averages out to about a more normal normal curve of about 100, or somewhere between 95 and 105, right? So, but it's that one specific group that were
massively high.
that were like basically that because they were IQ maxing, because what was that group allowed to do? Math, banking. They weren't allowed to do anything else.
Yeah, they were the middlemen.
So they IQ maxed in terms of how that worked out, which is
they did very well.
Well, they were forced to. It was selection. It can happen, over a couple hundred years in terms of selection for high IQ traits. Dr. Edward Dutton would know more about this than me. So I don't know what he said about the Jewish IQ stuff with Ashkenazis, but I would think that if he's being accurate and not correlating all Jewish people versus the Ashkenazi European Jews versus the entire Jewish population, you'd see that the Ashkenazi Jew population has a very, very high IQ, much as with East Asians. And by the way, also something that I always feel very uncomfortable when I talk about, I don't know why I feel uncomfortable, because I know people will watch this and then not understand what I'm saying. IQ is an average for a group. It is not a determinant for any individual person. Please don't take what I'm saying as saying that you are predetermined to be smart or predetermined to be stupid. That's not how this works. We're talking about broad level group findings.
Yeah, basically the law of averages.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, not all Jews are smarter. it is Ashkenazi group. Let's get back to this fucking video, because anytime I have to end up talking about IQ, I feel so uncomfortable because someone's going to come at me and call me a Nazi, even if I'm saying that Jews are smarter than white people on average. Or, they will. Even though I'm sitting here saying that this one specific group of Ashkenazi Jews and Asians are smarter, East Asians are smarter on average than white Europeans in terms of higher IQ on the Weiss and Wechsler, these specific tests of intelligence, which are made to determine ability to think forward and solve specific puzzles, which does not necessarily mean that you're better or in any way than anyone else. Someone will still fucking come and find me and call me goddamn racist. And this is why I hate talking about IQ. I hate it.
Oh, okay.
I hate it.
Maybe it's
Let's get back into it.
Maybe it's because I'm South African and therefore I'm immune to being called racist.
Well, no, you are. It's so frustrating.
Yeah, because
people will just be like,
it just becomes a case of, oh, you're South African, you're racist. Like, yeah, that's not new. That's just like an expected slur. Like, I don't give.
But you know how ridiculous it is that I can sit here for 10 minutes and talk about how there's a higher Jewish IQ, a higher Asian IQ than white people, and they'll still call me a white supremacist, and I know they will. Oh my God, it makes me want to scream.
You make it sound like you expect sense.
No, of course it doesn't make sense, because these people
they just
want to look. They ultimately they want to kill you. Let's be honest about that one. The people who do shit like that. Anyway, let's get back to an interesting
They can't
conversation.
kill me. I'm white.
Not the same.
Okay, so
they,
what, could you
are a mimic of the real deal.
Okay, so what are the axioms? Can you do a proof on?
I want to know what the hell he meant by that.
An axiom?
No, we are a mimic of the real deal. What the fuck does that mean?
Let's go back because we've been out for a minute. Let's go back a minute because I've lost my place entirely.
The M in monkeypox stands for.
I don't. Is this another nice joke?
No.
Okay.
That was a real push that they had. Was we're going to call it M-pox, and you can't ask.
Oh, this is what the monkeypox things. Thank you, because I completely forgot about
because
this.
of, cultural issues.
It's somehow racist.
Yeah, somehow. Okay, so what you just explained as the counter is the same exact thing that the so-called dissident right neo-reactionary movement is clamoring for. This is you have the same value sets as the neo-reactionaries.
No, I don't. That's false.
Okay, so I want to understand.
They're post-liberal. They do not value individual freedom or liberty. They do not value that.
Yes,
they are in fact
we do.
opposed to that. We do not have the same value structure.
Yes,
they're collectivists.
Yes, we do.
We're not the same.
Could you
you got to come on here and talk to us, James.
The real deal.
Okay, so what are the axioms? Can you do a proof on the axioms so far as you see it of the neo-reactionary movement and why you disagree with them, or what they are? Are you for them, and then show how they are collectivists and how what you're saying isn't collectivist in some.
Well, what they think
sense.
is that we need to dedicate the government of the country toward establishing a common culture for a common good, on top of the thing, and that's the context in which we're going to build. So we're not talking about.
You mean like the founding fathers?
Yeah, this is what I said to you. Is like, how is that
Which
not
you're
the
correct
United?
about.
Yeah, how is that not the United States and an
A
empire
founding-
of liberty?
A founding culture of liberty, freedom, and justice for all.
Yeah, life, liberty, pursuit of happiness.
A foundational culture is not in any way an inherent negative, and in fact, I think it's things that Dr. Lindsay would very much appreciate. Having a foundational philosophical structure, an ethical structure, is in fact, I think, quite necessary. If you don't have a foundational theosophical structure or a theological philosophical structure, it is how you end up falling into the exact position we find ourselves now, where everything is anarchic, where it's ethics is whatever I say it is. It's in fact ethical for Drag Queen Story Hour. So I find it very bizarre that James just flipped on a switch like that. I don't.
Ethical is anything that encourages me to be more of a degenerate.
Because he admits that he knows that there are certain things that are ethical and unethical, just as the Drag Queen Story Hour stuff, which or probably both I think analogous.
I'm just being a dick.
No, unethical, unethical. Sorry, I could probably go into the grammar of why. No, but both are grammatically correct, but they do have a slightly different meaning.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
I'm a bit of a grammar snob, so I would think so. But I actually don't know how to explain the difference, so fuck me. But
that's gonna get taken out of context.
I do find it bizarre how he seemed to switch there, but go on, because it gets actually worse or weirder.
Yeah, because if you read Moberg's blog, Moberg tells you to read Mises and Rothbard and Hoppe, which is all Austrian school libertarians. How is this man collectivist? What in the fuck? It's unusual.
Well, he's got some things to say about libertarians here, which I found a little bit weird as well.
Yeah. Okay.
Which
I've not
again,
read this far, so
look,
let me see what he's saying.
libertarians are a total joke to most people politically, because it's haha, libertarians are pushovers because they just want to be free. Well, James is saying he just wants to be free, but he's going to say that NRX, coming from, well, as he said there, it's collectivist.
NRX are libertarians with balls.
Could you try to maybe we're stuck in our own bubble, and that is a very real possibility. But
No.
I very much struggled to understand how NRX is collectivistic. That was a really big what I was watching this I was just listening to it while I was doing work. I went whoa, what?
Yeah.
Excuse me, what?
How are we collectivists? Yeah, that's no. I
We're inherently
disagree.
individualistic. However,
Yes.
we do base it around a centralistic structure.
We're Austrian economists. What the fuck?
But I mean, we do believe in centralization of power.
Yes, but so does every state. It's just like
Everybody,
what do you want the
yeah.
centralization to do? Like
And what's the form of it, and what form it should take? What powers does it have? Yeah.
This is the thing that I disagree with, and this is the thing that Mobug made me go, holy shit, this is so true. He said that the problem with splitting centralized power is that you birth factions that fight for the splintered
Inherent.
power. Yes.
Inherent.
And the other thing that
and they will hate each other. We've seen this in the data, that the animus between the right and the left in the United States has grown to, I mean, look at how it is now.
No, I don't.
I'm saying this in the voting base. It happens within politics as well. Go ahead. Sorry.
I don't mean that. I mean in the case of like the state apparatus. Like you can say like, oh, we have the separation of powers. You look at the separation of powers. You don't really have separation of powers in the United States government. That's
no,
bullshit.
they all lobby with it. They lobby with each other. They make deals.
Yeah.
They
can I finish? I know. God.
Sorry.
Yes.
Sorry.
But the thing is as well is that you can say like these are the balancing scales because you've got the three branches of government. But the thing is, there's nothing that stops the scales themselves from growing. And that's the problem you have now, is the state. You can say, well, there's balance in the state apparatus, but the state's fucking huge.
And the state will always give itself more power. The founding fathers talked about this. They inherently tried to put restrictions in to limit the amount of power. That's why it was supposed to be a confederation of states, a united states in which each state had equal ability to contribute.
Yeah.
Equal ability to control what happened within its own state. It was a confederation.
Yeah.
Not a united. I mean, they were a united confederation, but it has become under Woodrow Wilson and before that Abraham Lincoln, FDR, a complete federalized union of states that have no individual power, which is antithetical to the words of the founders and the wishes of the founders.
And their original government was a shit show.
Yes, it's exactly what they were trying to escape from. And it's exactly what they were upset with was a centralized power, because they didn't like the fact that they were getting taxed so much from a single monarch.
And then the irony is that
which does make sense.
The Constitution probably gave the government more power than the fucking King James had of the colonies. Which is
of course it did.
Yeah.
Of course it did. I mean, fascinatingly, yes, it did. The colonies individually had more power before the Constitution than they did afterwards.
Yeah.
And then it has been a power creep consistently since then. And again, the founders, Hamilton in particular, warned about this and said it would happen, and he was prophetic in his warning.
He said, "Get a presidential lifetime, because if he's worried about terms, he's going to be too concerned with getting re-election than running the country." And he was fucking right on the money.
And what do we find now?
Yeah.
What do we find now?
And
even Trump.
Yeah.
Trump was more concerned with getting reelected than with running the country, in my opinion. And it's why I'm not. Look, I like Trump still. He's done some weird shit, but like I'm more on the DeSantis train at this point. But I don't like anything under a democratic system, because I agree with that you need to find somebody who is willing to rule for life and not divest themselves of responsibility when it becomes, uncomfortable, when it becomes convenient.
Yeah.
Yes.
I do think you need someone with a vested interest in actually running it can work on the democratic model, but then
tie your entire family's wealth to you
nation.
Running the country.
Yeah.
How about that?
That's quite.
I would agree with that. Yes, it sure is. I think that should be the way that it works. It should be a lifetime position, and you should tie your entire family's wealth to the nation. Now, the nation. That sounds like I'm proposing a North Korea thing. I'm not, because North Korea is a dictatorship.
Yeah, because this is how it used to be for like literally centuries of human species.
Oh, for 3,000 years. I don't know.
It's only been the vast majority of our human species where we were monarchical. It's only like the last about 120 fucking years of the European monarchy.
And it's a quite modernistic view to say that everything in the past was bad. But when people look at why things in the past were bad, they'll say like, well, they didn't have indoor toilets. That's technology. It has nothing to do with politics. So don't get that shit. Don't get that shit confused. Don't get it. I mean,
the way that people think is
now liberty is important. Liberty is important. China has no liberty. That's why China isn't able to in any way advance. They're only able to steal. They steal all of their technology from the West that has liberty.
They
but we are
they learn
quickly
from the West and then go back and then do it all there.
But we are quickly abandoning our liberty in favor of freedom. Freedom to do whatever the fuck you want is not the same thing as liberty, as I believe I earlier expressed and defined.
Yeah.
Liberty is civic. Freedom is philosophical and intellectual and psychological.
You should read what Lysander Spooner said about the Constitution. And I'm not simping him just because he has my name.
What does he have to say?
He said that the Constitution is either given the government that we have now, or it's been powerless to prevent it. Either way, the document has ceased to be necessary.
The Constitution was supposed to be a living document.
Yes.
And it's not been that way.
Yeah, but he said
the only way that it's been living, such as it can be subsumed into stupid shit.
It's only binding to the signatories. Really.
Yes.
And Michael Malice has the same kind of argument about the Constitution, and
I agree with that.
Yeah, he said it was the illegal centralization of powers, which is true.
It was illegal, yeah. And I started reading Michael Malice's book called
The White Pill. Or?
No, the other one.
The New Right. Or the North Korean one.
I started reading one of Michael Malice's books, like
the New Right.
2 or 3 weeks ago. Neither one's of those at the top are the.
The Anarchist Handbook.
The Anarchist Handbook, yeah. Which I've been meaning to read for like years, and I finally started to read a little bit of it.
Is he a good
fascinating.
Writer?
Oh yeah. Oh, his writing is lovely. I would say that it's it fascinates me that Kunat Lenin is someone writing in 1944 or whatever it was. He probably started writing in the 1930s, or at least his thoughts were coalesced then. Could write something that is so. I don't mean, am I simp? We simp for Kunat Lenin too much?
But that's necessary because people don't know who the fuck he is, and that's just a criminal injustice to his work.
Read James Burnham if you don't want to read something from the 1940s, which is completely intelligible under modern circumstances, from a noble, by the way. But if you don't want to read something from a noble, then read James Burnham. James Burnham is going to write very, very similar stuff it's not identical, but as I've always said, Eric von Kunat Lenin's Liberty or Equality is available for free on PDF form in the Mises Institute. You can download it whenever you feel like it. It is a book that I believe changed my entire perspective on politics.
Read Julius Evola.
I don't. You can read Evola. I've read Evola. Some of Evola's books. One of Evola's books, and I can't even remember which one it was.
You think it's quite?
Ride the Tiger. Ride the Tiger.
Yeah. You think it's kind of fashy?
I feel like Evola leans. The things that he prescribes lean fashy to me, which are collectivistic, and I'm inherently anti-collectivistic. So it's why I get frustrated when I hear James Lindsay say that NRX is collectivistic, because I think that pretty much everyone who would call themselves NRX is anti-collectivist. So that is no, I don't know, but I would, and I can't speak for an entire group, but I can speak for, I think, 2 people who are NRX, and speak for Moldbug, having read his stuff, that none of us are collectivistic.
Yeah, I didn't read his book and think or any of his books and oh look, we should go collective. It's not once. It was
the antithesis of that.
So,
it was the antithesis. He completely and he brings up the not the ivory tower, the cathedral. He mentions that terminology, which is of course Moldbug's terminology, but and even though he's describing the things that he's criticizing in the exact same terminology as Moldbug criticizes the cathedral, but then blows it off. Could you play it again? Because it's interesting.
Well, no. 3 fucking windows.
American identity either. They're very frequently but very frequently, it's going to be this range of churches. It's going to be rooted in these interpretations of scripture or religion or whatever. But maybe the neo-reaction's a little wider. But when we look at the Catholic integralists, or we look at the Christian nationalist evangelical copycat movement.
No. But that's not what. This is what frustrated me. I don't know why in fact, I'm supposed to be on a debate in a week or 2 about debating Christian nationalism or talking about Christian nationalism. And it's I'm not a Christian nationalist, so I don't know what you want out of me. Because I'm supposed to be on that side. It's frustrating to be, even though I am a Christian, that I don't think that these ideas are all analogous, and I find it a little bit intellectually dishonest. And I don't think it's actually. I would think if it was anyone but James Lindsay that it was intellectually dishonest. But I think with Dr. Lindsay, it's actually that he maybe just hasn't educated himself enough on this particular area of study.
Yeah, especially like the NRX ones, because again, Molbuk is atheist, which strikes me as kind of bizarre that you would bring up the Christianity thing.
Right, and like I said before, the actual Nazis, which Dr. Lindsay kind of associates with them, the far right, like the whole 10 neo-Nazis that exist, with and they do exist. Come on, but like they're pointless.
Yeah, there's really not many of them.
But, they're powerless and they're pointless. And he associates them a little bit with NRX, which is like, the founder, if you want to talk about modern NRX, the guy who came up with the term, is a Jewish man. I don't think that they're particularly Nazi-esque.
Yeah,
I think that, again, we get called like and this happens, I've noticed this, we get called like the intellectual arm of the far right. As if we're, like the dumber people are taking our ideas and using them to justify their anti-Semitic, racist bullshit. And it's like, well, I don't know why you're drawing it from us, because we're not telling you things. Nothing within our philosophy in any way promotes
right, so what the fuck
in any way. Right, in any way promotes. Well, it's because we're outside of far right, because we're further right in that we're monarchists. But like because that fascism shit is cringe and gay.
Yeah. I don't like a massive state telling me what to fucking do. Although, if you're going to put a gun to my head and say, well, would you rather be fascist or communist? Fascist, because the fascists at least care about family. Whereas the communists give no fucks.
But then people would say, like, oh, but you want a king to tell you what to do.
No,
but the king doesn't actually tell you what to do. The king doesn't actually tell you what to do, generally speaking. It's not how it's worked the entirety of human history. This is historically illiterate. Not on Dr. Lindsay's part, but it's historically illiterate to say that the king determined what every single person did. The king was actually largely hands-off. It was taxation that became the major issue, particularly taxation from a country across the sea 3 months away. That's why America threw off the British monarchy. However, when you're living within a country that is directly involved with the monarchy, it's a very different kind of involvement. Would you press play, please?
There you go.
That's rooted to what they're at. Those people are actually, if you bother to read Hegel's philosophy of right, which I don't wish upon anybody.
Same.
Although I did get a hilarious meme sent to me today where it's like the chick is busting into the room and there's a guy with his computer acting all weird, and the chick is like, "Are you reading Hegel?" He's like, "No, I swear I was just watching porn." It's so funny. Thank you,
that's
Jessica.
good.
So I cracked up. But what if you read Hegel's philosophy of right, that's the society they want to build. They want there to be a monarchical episcopate. They want there to be a kingship that's imbued with some kind of episcopal type powers, not Episcopalian, church powers to enforce a morality upon society.
Yes.
No, we don't.
No. Kind of. In terms of enforce, is to encourage, is to strongly encourage, not to enforce. But I have to say,
that's the bit that I disagree with is the enforce. Because if you read Molbuk is not even religious, so the idea that we want a church to enforce is just
But one of the things is that every single thing that James is critical of is a result of the lack of Christian theology, a lack of Christian identity, a lack of moral identity. It's pure materialism.
Which comes from the Enlightenment.
Which comes from the Enlightenment, and which the communists are reacting against in and of themselves, although they also are materialists at the end of the day.
Yeah.
It is the loss of theosophy and particularly theology and theological thought that has so demoralized people.
Yeah, I would say the lack of a religious backbone and materialism results in excessive decadence.
People feel alone.
Yeah.
They have no father. And very often these people have no actual father. But then they have no king. They have no God. They have no father anywhere down the line. They have no father. And so they seek a mother figure.
and the mother figure is supplicatory. She just tells you everything that you want to hear.
Yeah.
That's not healthy, though. Dad tells you.
That's the
your
one that
father
kicks your
figure
teeth
tells
in.
you. Yeah. Stop it. Get your shit together. Get your life. That's the difference. And I think that he's a little bit screwed up here. I'm going to use the bathroom. Give me 1 sec. Go ahead and play it.
Yeah, right.
And this is outside of the bounds of what I say is the fundamental premise or axiom of Americanism, which is what I support, which is you're not God, so you don't have the authority to do that to me.
Okay.
You don't have the authority to tell me how to live my life or worship or think or believe or speak. And if you try to claim that and try to get me to bend the knee, I'm going to bend your knee fucking backwards. And I'll bend as many knees backwards as I have to until you either kill me or I stop.
Well, if that is if that is what unites America, then again, you're just going to have a fractured society that's right, that creates a power
That's
vacuum.
bullshit. We all used to know that this was an American, this is total bullshit, Benjamin.
No, that actually is how that is any society. If you don't have that incessant.
What was said?
Hold on, this bit.
To bend the knee, I'm going to bend your knee fucking backwards. And I'll bend as many knees backwards as I have to until you either kill me or I stop.
Well, if that is if that is what unites America, then again, you're just going to have a fractured society that's right, that creates a power
That's
vacuum.
bullshit. We all.
That's not bullshit. That is what you have now.
No, that's exact.
No,
Benjamin's completely correct here.
Yeah.
I don't know. He's right here. That's exactly how you create a fractured society.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You need,
which is what we're living in.
You need a gatekeeper. Because like this is the
that's what Moldbug proposes.
But like this is the libertarian argument of where it goes wrong, is that you think that you can have this society of libertarianism, but you need everyone to agree. And if you don't have everyone to agree, you allow morons in your society of influence, and then they get to dictate all kinds of stupid shit in society. That's why your news is fucked up. That's why your academia is corrupt as holy fuck.
Yeah.
So, yeah, this idea that you can just let them go without defense is how you wind up in this position now. So that's not true, James.
Real quick, I have a couple of super chats. Minnesota Fats for 5 says, just because I'm playing P5R again, Persona 5, my country, right or wrong, if right, to be kept, and if wrong, to be set right. Carl Schultz spots. Yeah, I don't know if that's
kind of based.
No, I don't think that if. Well, there's some value in that statement. You want your country to be right. If it is wrong, it should be set right, though. I agree with that. You should be able to understand that your country can be wrong.
Oh,
and I agree with that.
Yeah.
I agree with that very much. And there's so much now where, like, when we talk about the Ukraine stuff, like, oh, well, America's right because Russia's wrong. No, not necessarily. Both can be wrong. Both can be right. I don't know. But things are not necessarily always that simple.
Do you see what I mean? Why the difference between Moldbug and Lindsay? Because Lindsay is coming at us from a cultural perspective.
Yes, exactly.
And his
that is the problem, I think.
Yes, and James Lindsay's position is instantly, oh, you are suppressing freedom, and that is the instant aversion to the very concept of a monarchical person, because he goes like American democracy cringe.
Well, I think it's the same problem that we've run into with so many people that we've talked, not just Adam, but so many people that we've talked to about the monarchy position, is that they think that monarchy inherently means a limitation of freedom, but I don't think that's correct. And Dark Phoenix 5 says, so Aiden, do you not agree with Viktor Frankl's definition of freedom? No, I largely do. Are we talking about that wasn't Viktor Frankl's. Frankl's definition of freedom. Hang on, I have to reread that because the one I read earlier was from another guy. Cool. Let me read it here. Because it's been a minute. Frankel says, to be free means not only to be different, but also to be able to become different, that is, to change. I liked the line I read earlier, that liberty is a condition, liberty is a social condition, freedom's inner philosophical, psychological condition.
Is the position
Frankl's
you like because it fits
Frankl's position actually largely aligns with that. It means to become different, but that's psychological, philosophical, individualistic. Liberty is something above that. It's civics based. So I would agree with Frankl's definition. However, I don't think that freedom is the end all be all. Excuse me. I think liberty is the end all be all. Liberty need protect freedom to a certain degree, but there have to be, we must admit, there have to be some limits upon freedom. You can't go murder your neighbor, right?
Well, you can,
Like,
but you have caveats. Yeah.
Yes, you can, but there must be some kind of
Punishment.
punishment, overarching. That's not a part. Being able to kill somebody because they pissed you off is not part of liberty. That's freedom. That's not liberty.
Again, what I can do and what I shouldn't be able to do.
What I ought. Kizza for £5 says, Aiden Spoon, you forgot much of this cancer was spread by people of faith. Nazis had God is with us on their belts. The Nazis, in terms of their internal understanding, was actually largely
Occult.
not Christian, but occultic. And as Spoon just said, they
German legends.
it was, yes, German legend stuff. It was very, very occultic. Hegel created Marx, to blame him. Yeah, put the blame on Hegel, I would say, for sure. But don't get the Nazis too confused with Christianity. They, in fact, largely abandoned Christianity in favor of their very, what I would say, heretical. Is heretical, paganistic, pseudo New Age paganistic views that comes from, was that one woman? Oh crap! Actually, James talks about her in this talk. It is Gnostic in many ways. A lot of what the Nazis believe in.
All used to know that this was an American. This is total bullshit, Benjamin. We used to get around the idea that no, fuck, we're America. This is where it's different. This is what we do.
Real quick, Keza, liberty and freedom are not synonyms. I have explained earlier why I do not believe they're synonyms. We could debate it, but I do not believe that freedom and liberty are, as I've explicated, I think extensively, but I could go over some more. But whatever. I personally, I do not believe that freedom and liberty are synonyms.
Ooh, yeah, you want to be Sikh and American? Yeah, put on your freaking turban with American flag colors and let's have hot dogs or whatever the hell. Let's go out in the street. You can't eat that.
It's a great idea.
Great. Well, you get your food, I got my food. Let's go have a party. That was what this place was about. I had a video where I went to New York City.
Helena Blavatsky. Thank you, El Degusto. Helena Blavatsky. So that's where a lot of that stuff is being drawn from, the same kind of theosophical perspective as Helena Blavatsky. Weird esoteric stuff that it's fascinating to study, but weird.
Wasn't the very first time, but I kind of explored Manhattan for the first time back in 2019, and I talked on this video, this famous rooftop video. Everybody's seen it with Mike O'Fallon and Pete Boghossian, and so I'm talking about how I'm
so glad you guys knew who I was talking about when I said that woman.
Insane levels of diversity and difference, and New Yorkers are not famous for freaking being friendly people to one another, and yet the whole thing has this magic of New York.
This is before the pandemic, wasn't it?
This is before the pandemic. It just works. They know at the end of the day, it's fuck you, no, fuck you, no, fuck us all. We're New Yorkers, and everybody's there was this almost transcendent sense of American. Oh yeah, that New Yorker, that city folk.
A long time ago
versus tech.
Well before the pandemic. I think that ended probably 20 or 30 years ago, the transcendent sense of Americanism, which I also, this is what kind of confuses and frustrates me, is that, yeah, I used to be nostalgic for that as well. And I am nostalgic for it. But I don't understand how you can get to James Lindsay's understanding of sociopolitics without understanding that that's not attainable again. I don't think so. Not at this point. It was a unique period of time where that was working, but it was a period of about 30 years, and it's gone. And I don't think you can recapture that.
Texas, New York City, get a rope. We had these kind of jokes across regions and jokes across culture but whatever. But no, at the end of the day, dude, we're American. And it means something. What it means is that we're not going to do what other people are going to do. We're not going to prohibit you from being you. in a legitimate way. And this is what.
But James, I really mean this sincerely. Your exact line of logic there is how the people who are saying we're not going to prevent anyone from telling us what we can and can't do, how they justify Drag Queen Story Hour. That obsession with freedom is how they defend that.
Yeah.
And if you say no, we're not going to do Drag Queen Story Hour, then you're a fascist to them.
You're a discriminatory idiot. Yeah.
So this is where this is incredibly an incredible issue from your argumentative platform.
It's a roadblock, or where it needs a roadblock rather.
That's the exact same argument that they would use, and that's why.
Otherwise, you're Russia.
Well, right. This is I don't look. I know that I know 100% that speaking extemporaneously is going to inherently mean that you make contradictions sometimes. When he's talking in front of Oxford, he's got a script that he's mostly memorized. In this conversation with Benjamin, he's speaking off the cuff. I don't know if he's noticed that he's massively contradicted himself in the last couple minutes. I don't like that that's happening, and I don't know how to... But it is happening, and it is a contradiction. So again, we're covering this so that we don't look like we're fellating Dr. Lindsay too much. Because I don't agree with the things he's saying.
We did that for Lennon.
Yeah, we only did it for Eric Gonkana, he's dead, so he can't contradict himself anymore.
Yeah,
the reaction
that's the sketchest thing you can say is that we do that for an Austrian.
for a dead Austrian, so...
Wants to do. They say incorrectly that liberalism means that there's no limits on you do you. That's not true. That's actually not true.
Well, how do those limits come about?
They say there's no limit on
Good
grooming
question.
children. No, I mean even the libertarians who rarely have their shit together know that violates the NAP.
Understandable. He is right. Libertarians rarely have their shit together.
The non-aggression principle.
Okay.
You brainwashing, exhorting, or coercing a child violates
from
a
nap
very
to
fundamental
map.
principle that you're exhibiting authority over them that you don't have any license to do. This isn't rocket science.
Well, it kind of is sort of rocket science a little bit, James, because you've sort of contradicted yourself that there shouldn't be any limits on anything, because anytime you limit me, then that's a violation. But also there should be no limits on expression. But the fact that the libertarians are obsessed with NAP is silly and stupid. But also that this is inherently wrong, but we're not going to apply moral prescriptives onto it. If we don't apply moral prescriptives onto it, then there's no way, because there's just no way to counteract this Drag Queen Story Hour stuff outside of moral prescriptives. Until the data comes out that it's fundamentally longitudinally harmful to the psyche. And they're never going to allow that data to be conducted under the current paradigm in the zeitgeist. So that data are never going to be conducted, or never going to be collected. So you're holding, unfortunately, and I really like James, and I'd really like him to come on and explain this to us better, because right now it sounds like he's holding a bunch of contradictory beliefs about liberty and freedom and the American politic. And I think that he could explain it maybe better to us. So I will actually extend if he'd like to come on and explain this, because I don't think this is correct. And again, like, I know James, he's cool with me, I think. So if he wants to come on and talk to two NRXers, I think we'll be fine.
I've actually
We'll
messaged
see.
him before on Twitter. He was actually nice enough to respond. So I'm like, oh, he actually responds to DMs. Like, oh, thanks.
Yeah, he does. So he's very responsive. So I'll ask James, because and he knows who I am. So I think he knows who I am. I don't know, but I think he does. But we'll see.
Science. We don't need to reinvent the wheel here. We need to remove from power people who are abusing their power. We need to...
Okay, and once you do, you cut the head off of one Hydra.
Yes.
That's the problem.
What's
some authority to do.
Yeah, what would stop it from reforming? What would stop it from reforming in a worse way, even? More insidious, more darker, less obvious way.
I mean, James, like, I don't mean to be rude here, but if you could just do this easily, the last 120 years of American history wouldn't have happened.
Precisely.
So that to me is like, that's a cop
Yeah.
out. Like, no offense.
And by the way, how do you remove these people from power? Do you vote them out?
It's a
Do you
code.
vote them out?
Yeah, voting
How are you
is
going to
not
vote them
gonna-
out? And
voting
voting's
is
not going to.
shit.
It's not going to do anything. It's not going to work. So this is why again I almost felt bad about responding to this discussion because it's like I feel like we should just talk to James about it. But I'll send him the link to the stream and be like, hey man, like
We're big fans.
well yeah, I've been following your shit for years, I just disagree with this perspective on the NRX stuff. I'd like to get clarification on it.
Yes,
Do
and
that.
I really like how you made a fake paper about dog humping and called people gay. That was funny.
It was. I also
Some
liked how
people do
you
that, yeah.
submitted an entire. Well, it also submitted a chapter of Mein Kampf.
Oh yeah, just for saying it's feminist.
He just removed. He replaced. He and Peter Boghossian and Helen Pluckros just replaced the word Helen Pluckros replaced the word Jew with white cis hetero male, and it was accepted into Arpatia, one of the leading feminist papers or feminist journals in the whole world. Or Hypatia, not Arpatia. Hypatia, excuse me. I don't read feminist scholarship because I'm a scientist. And I'm putting scientist in quotes on that one because I'm only barely one.
But that's authority literally vested
Okay.
in us in the United States by the Declaration
Counter-
of Independence,
counter
which is based
argument.
off the liberal ideal.
Counter argument. Perhaps the progressivism has shaped society to such an extent that we need to go back to basics, where we need to actually restate
Yep.
the axiomatic principles that allowed for a diverse group of people to act together in unison, to have some sort of common good, right?
So pessimistic. I just can't buy it.
It doesn't matter that it's pessimistic, it's realistic. And this is the thing is that like several people, I saw a couple of comments in the chat that said that Peter Boghossian, that Benjamin has been influenced by the NRX people he's spoken to.
Yeah.
Well, maybe he has been.
Why is that bad?
But maybe in a good way of asking a serious question like that of maybe we need to return to basics because things are going really
out of
bad.
whack. Yeah.
And James, who knows things are going out of whack, just disregards us out of hand. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Buy it.
Well, I
can't
did-
buy it. When you're
if-
drinking poison, you don't get better by drinking something else. You get better by stopping drinking the poison.
What is not poison then? What is not poison? That's what you really need to provide a
That-
prescription.
I don't like that analogy because the thing of it is, what you're saying is you stop drinking the poison. But
Which there is poison,
Yeah, but
yes.
but here's the thing. He's not. Okay, here's what's he gonna say. Here's what he needs to say: is to stop drinking the poison, but you're still keeping the glass.
Right, the
How
glass
does
that it.
how does
yes.
the glass not
Oh.
get filled with poison again? That's the
Well
fucking
said.
yes. That's the bit that you don't get. Mulbug's idea
Spoon.
is throw away the fucking glass and get something else entirely, and don't get the fucking glass of pouring poison again.
Spoon, this is why I love you, my dude. Well fucking said.
Thank you.
The glass itself, it's one of those, they used to make some glassware out of actual radioactive material because it would make it like glow and be very green and bright
Alcohol
and
is the
beautiful.
solution. That sounds like Aiden.
Yeah, that's me. But they used to, in some early glass making in the 1800s and 1900s, they would make glass out of radioactive material because it would make it glow in the dark. It looked really cool. Well, if the glass is poison, it doesn't matter what you put into it, does it?
Yeah.
Maybe the glass needs to be replaced.
Yeah.
Mr. Twisted Frenzy for €5 says water isn't poison, but you can still drown.
Yeah.
That's also true. That is also true. But I think that what your metaphor it might actually be more apt, and both are apt.
Thank you.
But-
I occasionally have non-stupid things to say.
Both are apt. Is that maybe what if the glass is radioactive?
Yeah.
Then maybe the glass needs to be shattered. That sounds like I'm advocating for extreme communist revolution, but it's
go
more
that
the glass. Well, hang on. You can reforge glass.
I was thinking more just like not get rid of the glass, but I wouldn't say that the glass is the problem. Is that how do you prevent the glass from containing poison again?
Right.
That was
That's probably a
more-
better way of saying it.
Yes, that was more my take.
Yeah. Because again, I like the Hydra metaphor because it's, in my opinion, more apt.
Yeah, it also describes the state apparatus a lot better than what Mulbach did.
Very much.
Yeah.
I'm
not saying it was
we
bad.
cut one head.
Yeah, but he also said that if you look at the gigantic state apparatus, like you have your little acronym agencies, is that he described it on Tucker. He just said the bit that you interface with is like, imagine you're a fish in a coral reef, and the deep state is like way underneath in the belly of this apparatus, and the waves are not breaking on you. The waves are way above you, and you're moving a little, but the structure that you're moving by voting, you're not interacting with the fucking problem. So voting is not going to get rid of this thing. You're going to need some heavier firepower.
Voting will absolutely not absolve you of this particular issue.
I heard something earlier that is the fucking funniest thing I've heard voting someone say. Someone said that voting is akin to writing a letter to Santa.
Oh yeah, you told me that.
That's
it's very true.
Good.
It's completely
It's funny
accurate.
as well. And I
voting
I like that
is
people are
writing a letter to Santa.
Yes, I like that people are looking at voting and they're like, yeah, this is not going to stop the problem.
No, by the way,
Slowly people are
like,
starting to realize that.
You may have seen that sometimes there are things like, oh, we got like 10,000 letters to Santa that wanted to do this one thing for this one child, so we raised money for it or whatever. And yeah, that happens. Sometimes the individual pleb is able to affect the system, but the reality is that you and I know that this is, don't be defeatist about this, but this is the reality. You just accept reality. You and I cannot affect or influence in any real way the government, whatever government we live under. That will be the case no matter what government we live under. It doesn't matter if it's a democracy, a republic, a monarchy, a communist system. And one individual has almost no power. And it's don't get defeatist about it.
Unless you're Elon
But that's
Musk.
the case. But the average individual has no capacity. Why we advocate for monarchy is because we think that actually under that system, the individual does have a far greater capacity to influence society.
Not only that, but
not as a single individual, but you're still going to have to. You still have to be group. You still have to collaborate with others. But
I think the reason I liked it more is because there's actually incentives for the king to rule well, whereas there's no incentive for the Democratic president to rule well at fucking all.
I mean, why would there? Like, look at Joe Biden. Everything that's happening with Joe Biden. Another document.
Yeah.
What would he have to care to rule well? Because once he leaves, he won't be held accountable for any of this. He won't be prosecuted.
Yeah.
Nothing will happen to him or his family for all the vile, sickening fucking shit they've done. The United States government
they embezzled from fucking China.
The United States government killed Martin Luther King Jr. and they killed JLK. And they have never been held responsible for that. Do you think they're ever going to be held responsible for that?
Matter.
Or raiding Trump's house, which is far less serious than the fact they killed just two major figures. How many people does the U.S. government kill every goddamn year? It's got to be in the hundreds.
How many has Clinton killed?
The U.S. government kills people with impunity, and people who support this shit just sit by and clap like seals because, oh, my guy won.
Yeah.
It's a violent, disgusting system that is ultimately being supported. I don't care if Susan doesn't like it. It's the reality. And you cannot, Susan, you can't lie at me. You can't shut this stream down over me saying the truth that was proven in a court of law that the CIA killed Martin Luther King Jr. So fuck off on that one. Jesus Christ. And then I'm supposed to trust this government? I'm supposed to trust this government when they killed Martin Luther King. They killed JFK. That was a meme for 40 years, and now we know it's correct.
I mean, I already knew.
Whatever.
You said to me, like, who do you think killed JFK? I'm like, U.S. government. Obviously.
So frustrating, man. Yeah, obviously it was the U.S. government. Hasidius for 10 says, happy Sunday. Hey, happy Sunday to you too, man. Late to the party, I was curious if you had considered doing a cooperative video summing up a few monarchical thinkers' ideas. Y'all are my favorite YouTube duo. Oh, thank you, man. Keep up the good work. I've been a little bit apprehensive about doing a pure monarchic video because my videos I put up on my channel, which I'm like finishing up my new video, which should be out in the next week as soon as I can get my sponsor, whoever the sponsor is going to be on board. I'm just picking not any of sponsors that I am okay with, who will be on board with it. So whatever.
I think it would have to be something religious because all the monarchical thought is very heavily religious based. And I don't actually have a problem with that. Actually, I
mean, I wrote a document about it like a year ago now when we talked to Adam and Titch about it the first time.
Oh yeah.
And
did they learn anything from that? No.
Well,
this is why
hang on. However, since then I've read like 5 more books on monarchy, and I haven't really changed my opinion, but I think my opinion is a little bit more nuanced. So, I mean, I think I'm very much like Dr. Lindsay. I read shit constantly, and it would be difficult for me. Like Dr. Lindsay's able to, he's better at it. Let me be honest about it. If I make a video about monarchy, nobody's gonna fucking watch it, right?
On your channel?
No.
From like an intellectual perspective?
Yeah, it'll be like one of the worst. When I make videos about horror movies, nobody watches them. So I don't think anyone will watch a monarchy video.
People will be confused because I don't think many people outside of like that watches your main channel knows you're a monarchist.
Maybe, but it would be okay. So basically, this is how it is.
What the fuck, Aiden's a monarchist? What the hell is it? Weird.
Okay, basically, how it would have to be. I have to take a month off from doing a normal video that I would do to then do a monarchy video, and I would need, knowing that the monarchy video would not do well.
You need a heavy sponsor.
I need a really good sponsor, but the sponsor would want to know the video that would do well, which I would tell them beforehand. It would not do well, just to be honest. I don't know. If I'm not gonna tell people that they should like crowdfund a monarchy video because that's really lame and gay. But like the problem is that I do my normal social science stuff, and I don't want to just make a monarchy video. Mostly because it would be a huge waste of my. No, it wouldn't be a waste of my time. That sounds really fucking defeatist.
Aiden is basically saying it would damage her reputation.
No, I don't. No, I don't care if it damages my reputation. It's not that. It's more that
There's better things you can do with your time.
No. I should find like I should have done it for this month because it's fuck you. It's January. So if you guys don't know, there is no ad revenue in January on YouTube. There's no ad revenue in January on YouTube because all of the advertisers drop all their loads in December and November for people spending at the end of the month for Christmas stuff.
That explains a lot.
Yeah. Oh, does it not explain a lot? January is
if I look
the
at how much
dearth
I've earned
month
versus like the last 2 months, like okay, wow, that explains. Thanks for
yes.
that. Yes,
January is January is the fuck you month. Now January is almost over, so it's whatever. I guess so for February I could. I have to be honest though about this as well.
You kind of want the challenge a little bit as well, don't you?
No. I don't think I'm that smart. I don't think I'm that smart. I don't think I'm intelligent. No, I'm serious. I don't think I'm smart enough to be able to actually like create a really good video explaining monarchy. I feel like I'm just not equipped to do it. Like, okay, look, I'm a mathematician by trade, right? Which is a weird thing to say, but I'm a statistician, but not a mathematician. I'm a statistician by trade. So I understand statistics. I can give me a study, and I will tell you what it means, and I can dissect it and tell you and dissect it. To dissect 2 times. I can translate it right for you, but philosophy is too complicated for me, and so I'm just an autistic person. Like I don't really know how to do that kind of stuff. You know what I mean?
Sounds like a cop out.
It's not a cop out. I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to be.
You.
I don't know how to actually be intelligent. I'm too dumb. Anyway, let's watch this video.
But
we delegitimize this woke crap. We delegitimize the progressive impulse. We make it clear what it is, how it works, and get it down to a distilled level, and we reassert what it fundamentally means to be an American. I'm talking Declaration of Independence, Constitution, Bill of Rights, the argument between the Federalists and the Anti-Federalists, the tension between federalism and anti-federalism that necessarily defines this nation, and this kind of common, no, we're Americans, and that means we get to be ourselves, but at the same time recognize that we're American. We get this kind of stuff going back, and we stop chugging the progressive poison, which is, I think, the key thing, which means that we have to roll back a lot legally to get rid of the incentive structures for what, Caldwell calls the age of entitlement.
And this is why Mulberg advocated for the monarchy, so you don't have this incentive structure.
Yes, exactly. I don't know. It's weird that this was in response to the question about NRX, and that
you basically say everything that the NRX wants to do.
Right, which is like, no, I don't like the table. It's like, but the reason why Benjamin asked you, the reason why Benjamin said you're aligned with NRX is because you are aligned with.
Like everything that you just said you want to do.
I know.
NRX wants to do as well, James. So how you are not aligned. You can maybe say that how you wish to proceed is maybe different from them, because that may be true because they're monarchical and you're democratic. But to say that your values is not the same is wrong.
I think maybe it's just like...
It's the regime.
Perceiving this as NRX is bad, NRX is... Oh, right, NRX is Nazis.
It scares people.
It does. No, again, the mold bug. Curtis, you ding-dong, you picked a term that sounds really scary.
No, I disagree with that. I like neo-reactionary. It sounds cool.
I like neo-reactionary, but it sounds scary to people. So they hear the term neo-reactionary and they like, ooh, that sounds scary. It sounds like neo-Nazi.
Whereas progressive just sounds flowery and nice.
Right.
And it's fucking toxic.
Yes, he picked a term that sounds aggressive. You got neo as in neo-Nazi. It's got, reactionary as in like, ooh, I'm going to react against something. Whoa. And even incredibly intelligent people like James Lindsay apparently have fallen into the problem of Curtis Yarvin's own failure at his ability to name his own philosophy, yeah, which is not really his fault. You need to look further past the nomenclature. I
like the way that Benjamin is handling this very well, actually.
Oh, Benjamin's been fantastic.
Yes.
Yeah.
But we do this, we stop taking the snake oil of progressivism, that we have these diseases and have to take this particular medicine, and this kind of pressure goes away, and reaction starts to look silly.
You would see, like, okay, this is the leftist thing, which is I can diagnose, but I have no game plan. You're giving me the objective, but you're not giving me how you're going to do any of this.
It is the same kind of thing. I don't know what else to say, James. Like, it's the same thing. You have to apply a prescriptive. You don't necessarily have to apply a prescriptive, but
you're giving me
you really
diagnosis.
should.
What is the cure?
Yeah, I do think it's fine to just diagnose the illness.
Yes.
But idealistically, you should also have a prescriptive cure. Yeah. Mr. Twisted Frenzy for 10 euros. Hey, thank you, man. Says, with regards to holding Brandon accountable, there's only two possible consolation prizes I can see. One, the entire Brandon bloodline is Clinton in Minecraft. See part 2 for another 10 euros. Thank you, Mr. Twisted Frenzy. And 2, everything that Brandon and co did goes down in official record history and been shunned and hated in the same manner as the Nazis. I gotta tell you, man, the latter will never happen. Because it would be a fundamental dismissal of the American Republic ideology. It has to be that everyone that we elect is actually a good person. Maybe they made some mistakes like Richard Nixon, but they're ultimately good because the will of the people is always good. And that's the problem. No, do you not agree with me?
No, just it's more the case of Richard Nixon, is that Richard Nixon is an interesting character.
But I'm saying, like, even if we say Nixon is evil, like, that's the worst evil that any American president can receive in terms of criticism, or Trump. It would just be like, oh, he was like one kind of bad guy. It cannot be an inherent dismissal or critique of the entire system. The system must be maintained. That's the problem.
it can never be actually criticized on a serious level, right?
Yeah. You move towards the annexationist entitlement state, which is
Yeah.
inherently in the democratic model, which is why every fucking philosopher with their salt is just when, yeah, democracy is actually kind of shit for X, Y, and Z.
Yep.
And yet we're still doing the exact same
Yep.
fucking shit. And the fucking philosophers of hundreds of years ago said, like, yeah, if you use democracy is fucking terrible because it always happens in X, Y, and Z. And then here we are doing X, Y, and Z. And everyone's going, we should keep democracy. And I'm looking like, why?
You have no reason.
Yes, it's just like it's a feel-good thing. I
Of course, it's feel good.
I cannot understand the thing that Mulbuck says is like, why is it that we like democracy but we hate politics? But they're synonyms because they are.
Exactly. Well, it's because one is feel good. I know it. Well, that's why you and I enjoy Curtis's work. Because yes, it's obvious that like, he pulls off the bandage and just reveals it. Kizza for £5 says, Aidan Spoon, Curtis should have called his position muscular liberalism as its ultimate liberalism with strength and aggression. Any objections? No, it's not liberalism. Liberalism, you have to understand, we're not liberalists. We are pre-enlightenment. Yeah. Liberalism is post-enlightenment. I think that Spoon and I both would agree that the Enlightenment was not a good idea.
Yeah.
It had great ideas in theory, but its ultimate outcome was not
spiraling
good.
Towards communism.
It spirals towards communism inherent, as Aristotle predicted 3,000 years ago.
And also, it's one of, bizarrely enough, Sargon's main criticisms against liberalism.
Yeah. A binary cipher for...
Very base of him. Well done.
Yeah. A binary cipher for £10 says, the reality is there's no magic bullet. No great strategy will save us. Very true.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's the case.
There's only options to end this madness. A multi-generational grind. Long march reverse or society collapse. Sorry, you're not wrong.
Yeah, that is true.
It's either ultimate collapse or a great society reverse, and I really don't think that the latter is likely. I think and I don't mean to say this to scare anybody, because that's not my point in life, but and I want people to be happy and not be scared, but I see no way in which this moves forward in a positive direction. I think it's going to have to collapse, because I don't think there's any way that this moves. We're talking right now about like protecting literal child predators. There's no way this moves forward without collapse. So let's finish this. Sorry. Yeah.
That's one of the reasons that it's not necessarily a solution. Absent the provocation, it means nothing. So what you have then is problem. That's woke. You have reaction. That's literally called reaction. But that's the dialectic. This is a part of the dialectic. Problem, reaction, solution. What's it on Beautiful Trouble? Do we need to pull it up and show people? The reaction is the action. These woke people, these communists, know what they're doing. They need the reactionary element to be the foil. They're coming out saying stupid shit like repeal.
Actually, James, they don't actually need the reactionary element, because the reactionary element in their position is anybody who in any way disagrees with them. You don't need NRX people to be the reactionary element. It's anybody who says, hey, I really don't like that you... Hey, I kind of don't agree that you're doing a class teaching my 3-year-old about how to do anal sex. That has nothing to do with NRX. It's completely divested from that. So that doesn't make sense.
Till the 19th, they're not going to win. They don't want to win. They want to LARP, to look manly, probably score some like desperate young chicks, have a fun ride, get Peter Thiel to give them a few fucking $1 billion, have a fucking sugar high for 3 or 4 years, and lose and hand the whole apparatus over to the left. They don't maybe know that that's what they want to do, but that's what the people who are encouraging them and making sure lots of money runs into this want that to happen. That's exactly what's going on with this crap.
I don't understand the fundamentals of liberalism it sounds like you're just saying it's common sense, but I'm saying if common sense has been
that was
so
literally what Thomas
distorted.
Paine called it.
Yeah, so common sense. So
literally what he called it.
So you've laid out like the Aristotelian like axioms, which are.
Neil Suspenders says it's baiting normies then calling them far right. Yes, it is, but unfortunately, whenever you make this stuff public, it means that regular people are also going to see what actually happened. And you can hide it as much as you want, but whenever you try to make it into a main story, it will be exposed in both ways. I don't think that's necessarily a good idea.
I don't
right?
agree with anything that James just said, by the way.
I know, nor do I.
Like the simpy thing, like what the fuck? Like, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you really think that this is the way that you're gonna pull some pussy? Like what the fuck? That's
nobody. First of all, nobody's pulling pussy from this goddamn. Not a single goddamn person is.
I mean,
it's funny if they think they are. Nah.
I bet I can probably convince a few. But if I can talk my way, if I can use monarchy to pull my way into a chick's pants, I'll fucking marry that one.
Are there moral axioms? Like what makes America allow for diversity, selfness, and community? The tension between you be you and you not harm other people. Like what?
Well, I mean, it's
there are assumptions
we
there. There's explicitly Western
into...
Christian assumptions that led up to the Enlightenment. Right.
I mean, we could probably get into Aristotelian ethics, but that's a little bit tangential. With the United States and its foundation, with the what we might call classical liberalism now, or Scottish Enlightenment is really kind of a better way to think of it, or English Enlightenment even. When we think about that set of principles, I go back to the fundamental axioms that you're not God, and so what? Well, if you're not God, then that means you're limited. That's one thing it means. And if you're limited, that means you're prone to make mistakes. If you believe in God, the stakes are really high, possibly, your eternity. If you don't believe in God, the stakes could still be really high. It could be calamity for your life or other people's lives. And so, okay, so we agree that we're not God. We don't have any access to legitimate authority over one another. And how do we preserve that? That's the next question.
Okay.
And the way that we preserve that is we say, well, what does it mean to have no authority? Is nobody technically should be allowed, including the state, of course, that's the target of their construction, to deprive an individual of their life, their liberty, or their property. That's John Locke, which, by the way, the American Reformer and these dudes, these reaction guys, go after by name. They do not like John Locke. I'm not real happy with John Locke's tabula rasa, which was wrong. We are not blank slates. But
pause, please.
His political
The exact problem that we have with John Locke is the exact same problem that you just noted, is that we have a problem with the tabula rasa concept. This is why this is what's really frustrating me, is that it seems, okay.
I think Benjamin is also frustrated by it, but it looks
well, like I get that some people don't want to ascribe themselves to any kind of group, right? They want to be totally, I'm unique, I'm different from everybody else. You can't put any label on. Well, I don't think that's, I don't want to put some labels on me, but there are some labels that are true. He doesn't want to put the neo-reactionary label on, so he has to come out here and say that. But
do you know what he sounds like right now? In all honesty,
yeah.
I don't mean this to be a disrespect to James Lindsay, because I like him, but he sounds like a disgruntled libertarian.
Very much so. This John Locke thing of saying that he doesn't want the John Locke phrase on him or John Locke terminology on him is very curious, because there's a whole bunch of people who don't want the John Locke terminology on them, despite agreeing with John Locke. So why do you get upset about terminology? Just here's what I don't understand. There's only a couple times where I get angry with people buying terminology. People come up to me and call me a Nazi, and it's like, well, I have literally nothing in common with National Socialism. I'm not socialist, non-nationalist. You do?
Yes, because it means that they have no fucking idea what the hell that actually means, and makes them look dumb. Like, if you call me a Nazi, I'm like, oh, so you don't actually know what Nazi means, so I know you're an idiot. Like, great.
Yeah.
That's a self-identifying label for you more than me.
For you. So, like, it seems like James is upset about other people calling him a Nazi or whatever. It's like, but, like, who gives a fuck? Self-label yourself. And don't care what the fuck you do, but don't pretend like you're a super special fucking organism. People are inherently fallen into one of a number of groups. And yes, I know that you and I, Spoon, fall into a particular
weird, sort of weirder, but we're not historically. In fact, we're in the majority. If we look at the entire history of humanity, we're in the majority.
Yeah.
We're not obscure. Historically, we're in the majority. So, like, you know, being now, I have a more libertarian or libertine view of things than I think you do, but that's fine.
I do, yeah.
But it's fine within the framework. So I don't know what Dr. Lindsay's talking about here. I feel like he's getting too concerned with what stupid fucking idiots on Twitter say. Who cares? These people are morons. These people who have an infantile understanding of politics. So who gives a shit? Continue, please.
Political philosophy here is pretty spot on. So when we're talking, what does it mean to not have your life, liberty, and property? So your life, they can't kill you. That's easy. Your liberty, they can't jail you. And your property, they can't take from you that which you have a legitimate and legal claim to call yours. If you have those three things, why those three things? If you have those three things in place, nobody has the leverage to claim illegitimate authority over you. At the end of the day, they can't starve you. They can't unhouse you, as it's now phrased.
We all agree with life, liberty, pursuit.
They can't lock you up and, you know, make a condition of your release be that you agree
life,
with
liberty,
them.
Property.
Or imprison you. They can't kill you. They can't.
Unless you went into the Capitol on January 6th,
it's where, it's where the, like, talk shit about libertarians, but this is inherently the libertine perspective.
Yeah.
It is fuck off government.
Yeah.
And it seems to be, yeah, it seems, but he talked shit about libertarians like 5 minutes or 10 minutes before this. But you're describing the exact libertarian argument. Continue, please.
Forcibly violate your bodily autonomy if you consider, as most libertarians do, that the first piece of property you own is your body, whatever metaphysical claims that makes.
It is the inherent thing that
you ensure those three fundamental liberty, or those fundamental rights, inalienable rights, as they're called in the Declaration of Independence.
Yes, they are.
For people, and you establish a government that's designed to be minimal and to secure them as its primary purpose on behalf of the people that it represents.
Monarchy.
That's how you obtain this, in my opinion, is that, look, I want these rights to be inalienable. Yes. But what I don't want is a democratic Republican, or even a Republican democratic system that is able to put forward people who are able to divest themselves of any and all accountability at any point they feel so inclined. And that's a problem. Because that's what happened.
The second you make it public and you say, how do I get people to vote for me? It's instantly, what can I give them? And the second you bring that state into being, you make a redistribution kind of state. You make the communist argument, which is that I give from group A to give to group B because group B is disenfranchised. And then the democratic thing fucking begins to snowball. And then you get a massive bureaucracy that we get fucking now.
Again, and I know that Dr. Lindsay knows this. Aristotle said this was the case. Yes. And Aristotle has yet to be proven wrong on this.
Hoppe said this reason why the god that fell.
Well, of course Hoppe said it, but Aristotle said it 2,500 years ago. So I'm sorry, but Aristotle has yet to be proven wrong that the democracy system moves towards authoritarianism in every single instance. And that's what we're seeing now. Democracy moves towards authoritarianism because people will move towards group-oriented authoritarian beliefs. And that's what we're seeing right now with all this transgender stuff, with all the stuff that James Lindsay opposes. And yet, I don't know why he thinks that the monarchy is somehow, that the NRX people are the real problem. That doesn't make any sense to me.
James wants a string of philosopher democratic presidents. Democratically elected presidents, sorry.
Well, that's not going to happen. Because who gets elected? Not people who are actually good for governance. It's people who are popular.
Yes. And you are basically... Here's the thing. If you're at the point where your constitution is your founding document and all these are the things that presidents should stick by, you wouldn't really have elections because all presidents would adhere to the same thing.
Well,
Here's also a question. Like, I mean, I don't know. Did you have a government, a student government in your high school or whatever?
Yes.
Who gets elected to student government?
The most
Were
popular
the people
person.
the most popular, attractive person, not people who care about it. It's all high school level politics.
Yeah, it's clicky.
It is inherently clicky. It's not based on actual political acumen. It's based on, are you popular or are you not? That's all it is. And that includes Trump first and foremost, by the way.
Yeah.
At their pleasure.
But Trump is kind of the exception of what you want, because Trump is the egotist that you want in power. Because he's the one who just says, you all suck and I can do a better job. And he comes from the private sector, which is ironically where we think the king should come from.
But it's still always that paradigm still applies. It's who is popular and who is not. That's it.
Yeah, no, that's true.
I mean, like, you know, I applied to be student body president at one point, and I'm not mad about this because I didn't win, because I didn't really try. I just put myself out there and was like, oh, I'll apply for student body president in college, and I put myself out there as a libertarian candidate. I got like 3 votes. It's not because I wasn't popular. That's all it was. I just wasn't popular. No one who knew who I was. They didn't understand what libertarianism is. So, yeah, no one voted for me. And I'm not, like, mad about that. Just saying, like, that's the reality of things. Popularity is all it's about. The psychology of it is super overt, and that's why I get a little confused, because I know that Dr. Lindsay is aware of the psychology, so I don't quite get that.
You do is you enable the ability for the individuals whose rights are secured in that regard to think for themselves, to worship as they will, to speak their mind as they feel necessary, to gather and petition the government or it could be other entities for redress of their grievances.
Yeah, but James, here's the reason. Why would they do any of this?
You know why? If they are, once they have power, why would they do anything to help?
Yes.
The reason why
there's no incentive for them to do any of that shit. You're making the case that every president is some philosophical scholar that has a religious devotion to the Constitution.
While saying there should be no religiosity involved. However,
but that is what he wants. He wants someone that has religious devotion to the Constitution.
But that doesn't exist. And in fact, what you find in every single political position is people just go like, oh, well, I'll just get what I can get out of it until I can't squeeze any more money out of it, and then I'll leave. And that's what they do consistently. It's what they've done for the last couple hundred of years. It's been extremely consistent. It's been demonstrably consistent. I don't know how you can actually find any evidence to the contrary. That's what I find to be a bit confusing here. I don't know where the evidence is to the contrary.
What you do is you actually level the playing field in a way that no other society in human history has ever done. Never, ever done. And so when we're looking at the kind of fundamental axioms of kind of this American liberalism, what are we talking about? Well, it starts with you're not God, so sit your ass down, humble yourself. You're not right about everything.
But that's not what we see at all as manifest within politics.
Yeah.
In fact, they do see themselves as gods. In fact, they do see them. Look at Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez. She thinks she is literal God.
Or Nancy Pelosi. She thinks she's literal
Nancy Pelosi. Untouchable. People who think they are untouchable. And that is a feature of democracy. It's not an error. It's not a glitch. It's a feature.
Tribalism.
It's a function. Yeah. Oh, hang on.
Sorry. Yeah.
One sec.
Nobody has to listen to you. You have to earn your way to being listened to. You have to earn your way into your positions.
Sorry, I had to give Bill
we know that
good
there's
night
nepotism.
kisses.
We know that there's corruption. We know that there's all these issues around it. But the ideal is that we're going to work to minimize those things. So then competence matters.
There's the problem there. That's what he just said. The ideal.
The ideal, but that's not how it works.
Yeah, that's the fucking thing, James. Is that what you just described is the ideal? And if you're the fact that you're having this discussion to begin with tells me the ideal isn't working.
Well, and that's what I get confused about, because Dr. Lindsay knows it's not working. I don't know why he's still defending. And I think it's the same thing as a lot of other people, which is that they're so obsessed with the idea, they miss the forest for the trees. Keza, if you send some other super chat from what I've already read, the Curtis muscular liberalism, Blades of Enlightenism, the Enlightenment, it's not come through. Sorry, Keza. I am sorry. It seems that sometimes that your super chats through, and I don't know why, but they're not here in my loadout. Sorry, Keza. You can just post it again. Just tag me again. Read it.
And in a sense, we're not all in the same starting place because of like financial resources and whatever, but we're all in the same starting place as it's meant, say, in the image of God or in the eyes of God. That's the fundamental axiom of liberalism. But what happens when you install some other program is that...
I'm sorry. Kissa, okay, here it is. Kissa says, your complaints about the Enlightenment, the Germans / the French. Liberalism was founded under English empiricism. Blame the above and yang. Well, actually, it does come from the French parent. It was developed and
the Enlightenment?
Perfected, I would say, under the English. But liberalism is still a incredibly flawed system.
Yeah,
sorry, Keza.
Quality is fucking bad.
Thank you, Keza, for 5 pounds. Liberalism is still a very flawed system. But that person away. There you go. Play it.
Sorry.
I know how much longer we're going to go.
This fundamental equality is not there. I laugh at...
I'm okay with that because equality is the ideology of force. And there's nothing that stops you from trying to make more things equal. That's the big problem with liberalism, is that everything must be made equal. And then you slowly move towards communism.
There is no way to make things equal without force. There is no way to make things equal without force.
Yeah, because
this is inherent.
In society is equal.
Nothing in society is equal. People are born different. So I feel like James is like struggling against a despite knowing probably more than you and I will ever forget, like being a really, really smart individual. I don't know how he's missing this point.
And appreciate the comment, this famous, guy comes back from war. Was it like to kill somebody? They ask him and he says, I don't know. I've only ever killed communists. And I laugh.
Yeah, that's funny.
They are stripped of their humanity. They are dehumanized by the ideology that they've taken up with or imbibed or had impressed upon them, that it has bamboozled them or whatever, because it's a fundamentally dehumanizing ideology. But at the same time, I can't say that they don't have every right to believe as they will. And I don't actually believe that they've lost their humanity. I believe that they've joined a cult. So
this is where it gets really a thing that, sorry, it's a bad pause for James, but this cult stuff, this is not
helpful.
Not correct. Spoon, how many people in your life espouse the monarchistic ideology to you?
People that I know?
Yeah. Name. Can you give a number?
4.
I can give 1.
Me?
Yeah. In terms of people I actually talk to? Or in terms of people that I know?
Yeah, people that I speak to. There's 2. 2 people that I would associate with that understand the position.
Oh, that's not true. Hang on. I have 3 then. Never mind. Hang on. I have like 3 or 4 actually thinking about it. Okay. But they're not people I speak to on the reg. It's the idea that this is a cult is absolutely absurdist. The problem that I think that many people have with the monarchistic and NRX
thing is that
I think it's tyranny.
is that we're not centralized. Fascinatingly, even though we are advocating for centralized government, we're very, very uncentralized. What is Bill? He says of himself that he's a man of indescribable politics, but he is not a monarchist in any way. He does not like the monarchy at all. So, like, I know you and like 2 other people who might consider themselves to be monarchists. It's a very, very absurd thing. Like, we're not a cult. The fact that we're trying to reach out to people who have similar ideas to us is not cultish. We're not taking people in. And I mean, I don't know, like, you all here are sitting here and listening to us on this stream. Are we trying to inculcate you into some belief? Or are we, I think, being quite open and saying, like, here's our beliefs. They might be stupid, but here's how we perceive of things. I don't think it's a cult. I think that's actually extremely diminutive and rude, to be honest.
The question that the reactionaries want to answer but are failing to answer because they don't have a clear understanding of the issue. They have a childish understanding of the issue that often
I don't know what he means by that.
Do you and I have a childish understanding?
Yeah, very.
Maybe. I mean, I don't know. I don't know anyone on the left who's read as much political literature as you and I have. For example.
We've read 5 pages. That would really be more than them do.
Yeah, they'll read 5 pages and go like, oh, I read a book. I don't think that's accurate, Dr. Lindsay. I think that's accurate. And if there's... Who has read more than Moldbug?
Yeah, that's a challenge.
Very, very inaccurate, in my opinion.
projects directly onto Jews all their woes, which is horseshit.
What? Okay, well, I just went over earlier why that's not true.
Total fucking bullshit, because it's Gnosticism, not Jewish, that's the problem, which they think are the same thing if you point it out to them, which they're not.
I already went over for like 20 minutes in this stream why I don't think that's true, so not correct. Now, I don't know how many people there are who do live streams that are pure NRX, but I think we might be like one of the larger NRX streams. This is not correct. We've went over this, that I don't agree with this. Nope.
The question is, how do you keep cults out of power? And they don't even know that that's the question to answer. What we have right now is a gigantic cult that has seized power at the highest levels in our society through various, stratagems played out over 100 years. The question is, how do we keep cults, whether the cult is called a monarchy, whether the cult is called...
Well, Spoon.
Mm-hmm.
Can you believe he said that?
A little bit.
The cult is a monarchy. Again, like, why do we keep getting attacked? There's like 10 of us. You know why I think it is?
Because we're threatening.
We are threatening, and we're in because there's like 10 of us.
We're in opposition.
We're in opposition that makes sense, and there's not a whole bunch of us. So apparently the point is to keep us down. I don't know why else you would bring this up. Why is it that people keep randomly bringing up monarchists? Again, there's like a dozen of us. I don't understand why people keep doing this. It's insane. Like, we're not like ascribing to some insane totalitarian system. We're ascribing to the thing that has been run throughout the entirety of human history. This is very bizarre to me. Why do we keep being demonized? It's very, very interesting and bizarre in my opinion.
Which it is. The cult, that's one by birth. It's a little bit different. But how do you keep a cult out of authority over society? Because
why would you care about monarchy? Society, there's no monarchies anymore.
Everything else is wrong. Everything has to aggrandize them. Everything comes back to daddy or whatever at the end of the day. This is how cults work. And the reaction, I'm sorry, they just don't, But
Dr. Lindsay, you recognize the importance of family and yet don't recognize the importance of monarchy. I'm very confused by this discussion. That's why I'd like to have you on, dude, because like this makes no sense to me. It's ideologically and philosophically nonsensical.
fundamentally don't know what's going on, and they have come up with a very bad solution that, in my opinion, does not smell of the alpha male that they portray. It smells of desperation.
What's this alpha male shit?
I have no idea, actually.
I have no idea what he's talking about. Do you?
Mm-mm.
Clearly, no. We have no clue. Like, we're the people that Dr. Lindsay is talking about here, but neither of us have any idea what this alpha male. We're completely clueless. Like, this is. I guess it's about Andrew Tate, yeah, but Andrew Tate's not a monarchist, so I don't understand what the fuck is going on here. I really don't get what this is. It's confusing.
And fear. They're afraid to let something be out of their control. They're afraid to let somebody believe something that they don't like because, oh no, because they haven't wrestled with the real question, which is how do you keep cults, and in particular also psychopaths, in limited positions of authority or out of authority? That's the fundamental question.
I mean, that's what the left, they don't want people to be able to think external ideas. And when you're saying the same thing of like, we shouldn't be allowed to think non-approved of ideas, Dr. Lindsay, I get a little bit disconcerted with your paradigm.
Well, there's a lot near reactionary. It's like feminism. It's like this huge swirling swoop of different points of view and stuff like that. Okay.
It's not okay. No. What? Okay, you're really clear about that. Is that what Benjamin is saying? Is that there are many different people who call themselves neo-reactionary, and he's saying like there's many people who call themselves feminists, and you shouldn't apply a broad brush to all of them. And then Lindsay's just going to say, nope, I'm going to apply a broad brush to all of them, which is really frustrating as people who are neo-reactionaries who agree with James Lindsay on most things and see him just essentially call us feminists. Okay, watch this though.
Well, I didn't mean that.
It's as literally with toxic estradiol as feminism is too.
Okay,
Lindsay, I've literally given public speeches about estradiol and the problem of that particular hormone, but whatever.
A mean hormone joke. You froze on me, so I don't know what to do. I don't want dead air. Help.
No, I know why it is. It's because it's because Benjamin.
There's a lot of different things going on. So
pause, please.
You did the QED for the woke stuff. You did the QED for the liberalism. I think you've kind of hammered out.
I don't know if I fully QED liberalism, but I think.
Can I pause? Okay. It's because Benjamin has spoken to people like me and other people who are NRX and know that what James is saying is not correct. And I know, and the thing is, again, I know James and what he's saying is not correct. It's kind of really frustrating.
I think that that's what it means to be human, is that we are free. I don't want to say necessarily because it would be disingenuous to my beliefs, but it's a convenient way to phrase it. Free but fallen individuals. We're imperfect. We're limited. We're very limited. And I think that the human freedom or the human spirit craves freedom above other things. And I don't mean some kind of fake pretend freedom. I mean legitimately not to be put under the illegitimate authority of other people who are assholes. I'm not talking about being having freedom from like responsibility. We have to life is actually not that easy. It's amazing that we've come to a place where life can be this comfortable. I don't know what these people think life should be like. Like that, maybe the sky should just rain down,
yes,
ramen noodles and video games and chicks. I don't know what they think should happen. Everybody will be free to hunt in the morning and fish in the afternoon and write criticism in the evening if they want, says Karl Marx. And so,
oh God, fuck.
This is pretend. Nobody gets to be free from the difficulties of life. Nobody gets to be free, but we crave to be free from the illegitimate authority of other individual people who we know that if you could convince them to stop doing it, they would stop doing it and you would have greater freedom. That's what the human spirit craves to be. We are a social species. We do live in literally collective entities called communities or cities or
families,
nations or whatever that have some sense of that. But at the end of the day, we're also individuals. We're all individuals. And we all should what makes us, I agree in a sense, in a weird way, with kind of what Marx and Hegel are banging on about it, what it means to be human, but not exactly, because they're weirdos, Gnostics more specifically.
Very true.
What it means to be human is to be able to think for yourself and make decisions about things in yourself and do things based on your own volition. That free will we often believe we've been gifted or sparked with, or whatever, the capacity for rational thought. And rather than just kind of, the affect and instinctual nature of animals, these kinds of distinctions that they were digging around in the night.
I just want to say real quick, it's reiterated that your about enlightenment come from the German French. Liberalism was founded under English empiricism. Blame the above and Yanks. Agreed, but Kissa also said that James is talking bullshit. People don't want freedom; they want security ultimately, and that is true. I'm going to play this for another maybe 5 minutes, and I think we're going to go to bed.
All right.
19th century so much. I think that there's something there, that there is something there that makes it human, but I think that the American experiment nailed it, is that we need to be mostly left alone from illegitimate authority, and that means we don't have to be left alone by legitimate authority, which means what makes for legitimate authority.
Well,
for a cult, it's that you have
and what is that legitimate authority, and how?
What makes it legitimate?
How do they exercise that authority in a way that
Right.
makes the society
Right.
conducive to it without enforcing it via the state? If you could answer that question, you wouldn't be having this fucking conversation, James. That's the honest truth.
100%. God damn, you got it, dude.
Thank you very much.
you have cult consciousness, and that's bullshit. And in a free society, what it means is that you've earned it. You've
Did
earned
that
it by
ever exist?
But there you go. Did that ever exist?
Has it ever?
Damn, James.
Benjamin really
Answer
asked him the
mistake.
fucking devastating question: has this ever existed? That I have complete
I love
legitimate
Benjamin in this
authority.
conversation, by the way.
I know. I have complete legitimate
nice.
authority.
That-
And
that
then Benjamin
conversation-
asked him. No, Benjamin asked him the real ass fucking question: has this ever existed? You see, I have legitimate authority over my democratic system, but
He really
has
listened
it ever?
closely to Molbug.
I don't. Well, no,
Very much has.
that's no. Hang on, don't put that on him. I think he just listens honestly, because that's a real ass fucking question.
No, but I mean,
Has that ever existed?
He listened to Molbug in the ideas, because he did another one with Molbug a couple of weeks ago that we should actually watch, because it was really fucking good.
It's fantastic.
Yeah, and I saw.
I
that,
no, I
and
already
went
listened to it. Don't worry about it.
Oh yeah,
But yeah.
yeah, because he did two with Molbug. He did one before you,
Well,
before you were on with him,
unfortunately,
and then one
yeah.
afterwards. And I'm like, you really listened to actually what Molbug said, and
Boyce is unfortunately going to be characterized as being like NRX as well, just because he's asking questions, even though I don't think he's taken any position. He's just asking questions, and now I saw a lot of people in the comments being like, "Benjamin's NRX. Benjamin is." It's like, no, he's not.
No,
He's just if he's just asking you a question and you can't answer it,
Yeah.
then it sounds like that's an on you issue. But here it is right now.
I that to me is very perplexing.
Yeah.
Because Sargon said a while ago when he was on with Peter Boghossian that he said that he's trying to divest himself from the ideology, and he just asks questions. And I like that Sargon takes that kind of approach. And I've tried to do that approach with myself. He's like, I am a monarchist. I'm very partly to the right. That much goes without saying. But if I listen to somebody ask a question, I don't care about your political ideology or what your political banner is. It's more that, does your question have merit? Yes or no? Like, the answer doesn't have to be political in nation instead of the wings. It's just, is it a good question? Does it have merit? And can you answer it? And how does it benefit those around you, or hamstring them?
3 of 12 NRX stands for near reaction.
Yes,
It is
that's Molbug's philosophy.
It is a term coined by Molbug.
Yeah.
I'm not super fond of it because it makes us sound like we're trying to do a revolution,
Well,
which is not necessarily
do you
the
prefer
case.
what he calls it?
What do you mean?
He calls it the Dark Enlightenment.
I think Dark Enlightenment is even more cringy.
I like that though. It sounds.
I do
sounds
like
spooky.
it because we're trying to go back from people who ascribe to this ideology, which is where we're at here, is that we think that the Enlightenment was a mistake. so we're trying to move back
It's not
from the
bad.
Enlightenment.
It's just flawed.
It's not as bad. There were flaws in the Enlightenment that have led to many of the problems we find in modernity. So
Yes, even
that's
Sartre
why,
agrees with
yeah.
this.
I think anyone who's not insane agrees with this, is that there were flaws that were included in the Enlightenment. No, dark and light again. Like, this is the problem with Moldbug's terminology. Dark enlightenment sounds like it's a Sith, just as with neo-reactionary sounds like some like new age Nazi shit, when it's nothing. It's anything but like
It's dark
this
elves.
is the problem. The problem is that okay, let's be honest. Moldbug is terrible at naming the stuff that he talks about. He's just absolutely garbage at it. No
Which is ironic
offense,
because he's writing
Curtis,
great.
but you're writing great, but you're absolutely terrible at naming shit. You fucking asshole. Like, I truly mean this, Curtis. How dare you? Because now I can't call myself any of the things or put any of the things that I agree with you on in like a profile or whatever, because it all sounds like I'm Lex Luthor trying to like kill people. Thanks a lot.
I would totally say, well, then say
Ding
dissident
dong.
right.
But dissident right is the same thing that the literal neo-Nazis used to describe themselves. So
Who
I don't
gives
want
a
to be
crap?
associated with because I don't want to be associated with the literal neo-Nazis.
Also,
Because I hate them.
Because Nazis are left wing. Who the fuck are we kidding?
Well, obviously they are, but they try to like associate themselves dissident right. But you're still neo-Nazis.
Yeah,
You can go
they're
fuck off.
They're just nationalists, which is like.
No, they're not. They're literally communist nationalists. In which case, but
Yeah,
the
they
only
are,
difference
actually.
is yes, obviously the only difference is they want their particular group to be given priority, which every group of communists also thinks.
Yeah.
Just want white people first before
there's
brown or
there's this
whatever
ideology.
people.
You know,
Stupid, and I hate it.
I find it so
Super
funny
dumb.
because the Germans tried to spread Nazism by conquering fellow
No
territories.
shit.
Yes, but the Soviets did the same fucking thing.
Okay, well,
They used to try to spread Soviet ideology around
we
the
get into the
fucking
whole
world,
Soviet
so
shit. Oh my
that's
god!
why it's
Now,
so funny to me because like there's like, oh, the Nazis were expansionists. So was the Soviet Union. You
yeah,
fuckwit.
obvious. It's all fucking stupid. So I hate all of it. I don't like. Look, I know that people like. This is a funny thing, dude. People like constantly purity test me on my libertarianism, and it's like, oh, you're really libertarian? Yeah, I am. Fuck off. I don't give a shit. Like I know that I'm a monarchist, but I'm also a libertarian. People get confused about this. Guess what? They do actually work together. We've been
Better
trying to
than
explain it for the
democracy.
last year. Way better than democracy, actually. We've been trying to explain it.
Yeah.
Let's watch the last like 5 minutes of this before they go back into start talking about hermeticism and
Yeah. Not every monarchist is a
Demonstrable
libertarian,
freedom
but every
from
libertarian should be
illegitimate
a monarchist.
every libertarian should be a monarchist. I'm very sincere about that. Not anarcho-capitalist, but if you consider yourself to be a libertarian, you really should understand
Look into
monarchic
monarchy.
theory. You really should understand monarchic theory, because I think it will explain to you how to protect the monarch. Because otherwise you're living in fantasy land of, we can live in a fantasy land where no one will bomb us.
Yeah.
No, it's not going to work. Like,
Yeah.
you have to find some way to protect a libertarian system.
Do you want your
Which is
state
what-
to not spiral and grow massively out of proportion? Yes, then choose a fucking monarchy. Because
Now, by the way,
democracy grows massively huge.
the monarchy can do that as well. Let's not.
But
Say
they're,
that it's
they're
not
less
possible.
incentivized to.
But
because
when the
it's
monarchy does
private.
it, it's super overt when it's happening. When the democracy does it, it's all
mission
hidden.
creep.
It's mission creep.
Mm.
Yes, exactly. So just be aware of stuff.
You're welcome.
Okay, so my perspective is that no system of government is good. I would love an anarchic system. It doesn't work, however. As an anarcho-capitalist, libertarian, well, I don't have any real system that would work. Oh, wait, I found one.
Rapture?
Monarchy system. The monarchy system is the best one that can work to promote a libertarian system of government, and there's nothing else that works in anywhere towards the same degree. That's just how it is.
Yeah.
Press a button. You do it.
Authority. I mean, and this is
Be right back.
the woke point of view. Did it ever exist for other than a very small pocket of people? This pure American freedom.
I think it existed pretty
transcendence.
damn widely, and they were really mad about it. You read the theorists through the 50s and 60s. You read Marcuse and Horkheimer, and they're like, God damn it, capitalism allowed people to have a good life. Don't they know that we could have a utopia if they weren't happy with their Corvette? And it's like, dude, just let people watch the game. Maybe they like to watch the game. Maybe it's meaningful to them. Leave them the fuck alone. Then so, no, I think it was working pretty well. It wasn't perfect, but I think it was working pretty well. Like we were moving in some good directions, broadly speaking. And now there are reasonable arguments to make about the influence of consumerism and the way that, that develops and technology gets involved, and it kind of becomes this hybrid propaganda, marketing, consumerist nightmare. And this is the kind of thing that is dangerous, but it's also the kind of thing that people can organically learn to spot and adapt to. You start to see, the commercial, you get the commercial feel to it, and you're like, it's a little plasticky. I don't like that. And when we actually do have liberty, then you can actually do things about that. When you have, say, 2 or 3 corporations, though, that are the only ones operating in the industry, and they own all the other smaller ones, so it looks like they're not the only thing in town, you kind of have a problem because your choice.
I feel like he's totally conflated things very, very quickly between free speech and corporation.
He's not wrong, though.
No, he's not incorrect, but it's... the things he was talking about before that he was saying are not free speech. And now he's on a totally different topic.
A little bit.
Choice set is actually vastly more limited than you think it is. And you can't solve those kinds of problems that you thought you wanted to solve. But they say it never existed. I don't think we've ever entered fully into a marketplace of ideas. We've had this discussion. I did a long podcast on it that apparently was very positively helpful to a lot of people, which was, something about the Second Enlightenment, the dawning of the Second Enlightenment or something. I said that I think that what happened with what we call the Enlightenment was the advent of an aristocracy of ideas instead of a marketplace of ideas, or,
how incredibly curious.
That's an interesting way to frame it.
I would agree, though. The Enlightenment is the aristocracy of ideas.
And, yeah. Aristocracy
which is
not a meritocracy.
But that's how we end up with Fauci saying, I am the science, 100 years later. The aristocracy of ideas is exactly how you end up with Fauci saying, I am the science.
Yeah.
That's the exact foundation.
Maybe it's more like a mercantile system. I don't know these things in great enough detail. But you had gatekeepers.
You do actually do.
Keepers to knowledge, editors, because publishing was harder.
But
calm down.
I'm sorry, I'm curling up into a shrimp because acting like there was no, there was a limit to publication up until the Enlightenment is completely absurdist. And I don't want to
be mean.
No, I don't want to actively call out James Lindsay as lying, and I don't want to do it, but this is actually kind of a lie. I don't know how to do it. I'm just going to play it, but the reality is that the ability to be published now is based heavily, and Lindsay knows this more than anyone else, having done the so-called Squared affair, that your ability to be published is based entirely on whether or not the things that you're trying to publish are socially acceptable. No. This is bizarre to me. Maybe I'm missing.
Society, though.
No, this is fucked. This is antithetical to science. And he knows this more than anyone else on the planet Earth, having done the so-called Squared affair. So I find this a little bit of a weird framing, although I understand where he's coming from, but it's bizarre. I'll keep playing
it. So you had to have somebody filter out, because you can't just publish anything. Now you can publish anything. You just go on Twitter.
You still have to filter it. Yeah, well, you still have to filter it somehow.
Well, sort of. But the filtering now is I follow who I want to follow.
Freedom of speech, not freedom of reach, kind of algorithmic.
Yeah, correct. Yeah. Well, their algorithm is its own, let's take that off the table for a second. Because they're trying, that's just the way, the new high-tech way they're trying to reassert the if we were NRX, we'd call it the cathedral. To
Yes,
reassert
it
the
is a cathedral.
aristocracy of ideas.
This is something that's so insane. He's about to completely describe the cathedral, admit it exists, and then say it doesn't exist because NRX calls it the cathedral. I couldn't believe this part. It drove me fucking insane.
The gatekeepers, the professors, the journalists, the experts, the
He
politicians.
knows this
They're the ones
exists.
who
You
have the
went through
legitimate
it,
ideas, and
James.
everybody else, could be in the hoi polloi and make as much noise as they want for no purpose whatsoever.
You went
And then
through
all of
the
a
hoi
sudden, the
polloi.
internet started to allow people to do their own research, and then like the intelligence community was like, we better get a handle on that. And now we've learned that they worked at Twitter, and so we can surmise that they work at all the other ones. In fact, they might be some of the other ones. Those may be so continuous as to be the same entities. In certain cases, that rhyme with Facebook. I'm
hopefully not
permanently banned from
YouTube
Facebook
too.
now, by the way.
Are you?
Yeah.
What'd you say?
I put out a
You showed-
meme. You remember Yakov Smirnoff from back in the day, the comedian that did the
It's
jokes about
super
Soviet Russia?
bizarre, though.
I don't know.
It was like little stupid reversals. Like what would it be?
Does this
I
make
wanna
any
because
sense to
I
you,
never have a good one. I
Ben?
need to think. I need to get a real one of his, but it's always like little reversals.
No, because a lot of what he seems to have an issue with is the same thing that Mulbug says. That's like if
Precisely.
if I'm going by what Benjamin said, that all of your values are the same as the neo-reactionary right. James, you haven't disputed Benjamin's claims. You've actually just reinforced
in
them.
fact, you've done nothing. That's why I asked you this. Because in fact, I think that it's done nothing but to reaffirm everything of Moldbug's point. Is that there is this, and Lindsay even brings it up of calling it he didn't call it the academy. What's it? The cathedral.
Yeah.
And he admits that the cathedral exists. That's
And then you
Moldbug's
mentioned the
entire
players in the
hypothesis.
cathedral.
And then you mentioned, this is why I was so confused. Like, call it ridiculous, and then you provide evidence for its existence. I don't understand. James, you know for a fact that cathedral exists. So why are you fighting against this?
It.
You've been literally torn through it, more so than I have for sure. Like I
You made fun of it for several
Got out.
publications.
And so we know the cathedral exists literally as extant and evidenced by your research. So I don't understand why there's this anti-NRX when the NRX, one of the main principles of, I don't think there is any principle of NRX, but I think that NRX is a large, very broad contingent of people who are just antithetical to the democratic system, but this is one of the main points of Moldbug, and you are agreeing with him, and yet at the same time shitting on NRX, and it doesn't make any sense to me. I don't get it. It confuses me. Continue, please.
It was like they'd be like, in capitalist United States, water fountain gives you water. In Soviet Russia, fountain waters you, or something like that. It was
but
just flip it around
cute.
backwards
But you just
right?
actually admitted to the availability of NRX, so I don't get it. Like, whatever.
But yeah.
Oh, in Soviet Russia, and so I put in socialist Canada, suicide hotline calls you on a picture of his face.
That's a good one.
Permanent ban from.
I don't want to publicly
off of
tweet
Facebook
James
for that
on this,
one.
but
They didn't like that in socialist Canada, the suicide hotline. YouTube doesn't either. You're probably getting in trouble now that I said that. And it's like
No self-harm.
it's
Don't harm
obviously a
yourself.
joke. I got
Don't harm
kicked off Instagram for a week at one point because I said COVID-19, the
gotta
onion
go.
rings cure and prevent COVID-19, but only when they're really good.
I gotta message Curtis.
But just based on this?
Curtis has responded to me before, but I'm that I look.
Oh, he has
Okay,
responded to you.
Yeah, everybody make fun of me that I'm a big simp for Curtis Yarvin. Go ahead and make fun of me, but I think that we need to get Curtis Yarvin and James Lindsay to talk.
Is this like your mission for 2023?
This is what I want to do. Because there's, again, like I said earlier in the discussion, there's something I want to be more than a fly in the wall of the conversation. Just hear it happen. Because,
This is like a big deal, by the way. Getting those two together to talk would be
fantastic.
you would get a lot of people who would. I kind of want to get Saga in the chat. Like, if we can get James Lindsay and fucking Curtis, y'all want to talk. You want to get in on this shit?
That's not.
I want to get in.
Well, no. I don't want anyone else in. I just want James
No,
and
I'm just
Curtis
saying.
to talk.
No, I'm just gonna say like Saga.
Let's do it right now. Okay, hang on. Right after we finish this stream, I'm gonna get it set up because I haven't had enough liquor that I'm able to talk to people. Because usually I'm too afraid to speak to people, and I sit there and cry in a corner. So I've had enough to be able to speak to people at this point.
Now, bear in mind, this is going to be a lot trickier than you think because you have to give both James and Curtis a pitch that this will be worth their while, and we're not just using them for our own amusement because that is technically what we're kind of doing.
No, it's because I think this is the most fast conversation that could possibly fucking happen.
This James and.
Do you have Curtis's email or whatever?
Didn't Benjamin send it to you?
Oh yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. Okay, Benjamin's got. Okay, I'll talk to Benjamin Boyce. I'll talk to Benjamin in just a second.
Or we can just get him to do it.
Oh, we can have Benjamin do it as well. I don't really care. I really don't care who does it. I just want to see Dr. Lindsay.
Maybe pitch the idea to him and ask him like, can you get these two? Because we're fans of both of these people, though we're slightly more biased towards Curtis because
no. I'll DM Dr.
No, don't tell him that. But I'm just like saying.
No, I'll DM Dr. Lindsay saying like, yo, like
we like your work, but we are confused.
we're confused, and I get that. Like, I was a little bit confused by some of the things that you said that were anti-NRX, when I don't think you necessarily understand what. And I don't want to say it that way.
Because
no. No, I want to be rude, but like, I just think that you have a little bit of a misunderstanding of NRX. What NRX? Shall I end the stream here?
Sure, why not?
Let's end it here. Because now I have things I have to go do.
Okay.
Right? All right. So we'll see what we can do, lads. I don't care if it's on this channel or on somebody's channel, but I want to get Moldbug and Dr. Lindsay to speak to each other. So I'm gonna go now try and get that to work. So it's to the best of my capacity. I don't know if it's here or it's on Benjamin's channel.
I think
don't really care.
Benjamin would be a better fit for it, I think. He would be more neutral.
He's because the reality is that you and I are very, very biased towards Moldbug. So that would not be fair.
But we like James, so it's not. I don't think we'd be.
Yeah, I know. I'm biased towards James as well. I also like James, so I don't know. Well, we'll see. We'll see. I would really like to hear these two, because by the way, after this, it gets really into like esotericism and Gnosticism. After this point, anyway. So let's see what we can do. All right. Thank you all for watching so much tonight. And we'll see you all next week. Well, on Wednesday. This is our extra stream, which was not supposed to be an extra, but we did. See you all later. Bye-bye.